leading compensation specialists whose experience was statewide, covering all the shops of the industry. In the opinion of a number of such observers, no assembly line in the history of the trade had ever devitalized men or aged them prematurely more quickly than Ford's. One of Detroit's leading figures in this branch of the law reported in 1939 that nothing was more characteristic of his Ford clients than the person who looked 65 at 50 or the worker who at 35 looked like a man of 45 or 50. In this outline and in the finished book, we devote important space to totalitarianism, and in the introduction we warned that it seemed somewhat superficial to us merely to denounce the anti-labor NAM, the activities of Gerald L. K. Smith, etc. Totalitarianism is much more serious than these. And there has been no more serious manifestation of totalitarianism in the United States than the efforts of Ford to maintain the men in a position of subjection to the machine and to crush them when they sought to organize to put an end to it. I shall merely string some of the more important passages together. According to payroll records which the NLRB introduced in evidence, the Fords were maintaining at various plants from 1937 to 1939 a ratio of 1 serviceman to every 30 production workers. In one instance, the proportion was much higher. At the assembly plant in Kansas City, which employed more than 1,000 men in 1937, there was 1 serviceman on the job for every 14 workers. Ford's service reached its peak in manpower by the summer of 1937. It was then that the organization was designated by the New York Times as the largest privately owned Secret Service force in existence. 177. Who were the men Ford recruited? The prisons and the police courts of the nation had their day as recruiting centers for a certain personnel in which Bennett had an interest. From this source came many an operative or auxiliary of Ford's service, as well as large numbers of regular Ford factory workers. Among the lawbreakers who began to honeycomb Bennett's immediate staff and the general working force of the Ford Motor Co. could be found perpetrators of nearly every crime listed on the statute books. The gamut of their police records ran from rape and gross indecency to leaving the scene of an accident, carrying concealed weapons, forgery, embezzlement, burglary, robbery, violation of the Drug Act, felonious assault, murder, and manslaughter. The hiring of former criminals was indeed a Ford custom that antedated Bennett. But the practice seems to have attained large-scale proportions only after Bennett's accession to power and during the lush years of the Service Department. In 1928, when Bennett was a relative newcomer, still bearing the title of Chief of Ford's Private Police, the New York Times reported that the company was employing 2,600 ex-convicts. 6 years later, after Ford's service had reached maturity, Henry Ford was quoted by the Detroit Times as saying that the number of former prison inmates on his payroll had risen to 8,000. Such a number would have represented anywhere from 10 to 20% of the total force working at the Rouge. Ford's recruitment of former penitentiary inmates was all the easier both because most business establishments are somewhat wary of hiring men with criminal records and because Bennett proceeded to exert his influence with the Office of Prison Parole in the state of Michigan. In 1935 the little fellow was appointed by a Republican governor to serve on the Michigan Prison Commission. The Detroit News acclaimed the appointment by remarking editorially that Mr. Bennett has an intimate knowledge of convicts. He has handled hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. While rounding out his 2-year term on the commission, Bennett introduced a resolution which enabled prisoners to shorten their sentences by receiving credit for extra good time. At this juncture convicts discharged from the state's penal institutions were being paroled to the Ford Motor Co. at the fate of approximately 5 per week. Innumerable former policemen and countless professional athletes, active or retired, have wended their way to Dearborn along still another route. These additions to Ford's service were, as a rule, men who had fallen from grace or who had been discredited in their previous callings, sometimes without ever having been legally convicted for the commission of any wrong. On Bennett's payroll were any number of castaways from Detroit's police department. Such was the history of 3 city detectives, Stephen Merritt, John Colin, and Hugh Turney, on whose guilt a Detroit jury, in convicting the leader of an automobile theft ring, could not agree in 1936. Under a cloud of suspicion, however, These officers were suspended from the force. Bennett promptly hired all three. The least reputable of the retainers at Dearborn were not mere unfortunates who 178 ran afoul of the law unwittingly, or on only one occasion. They were case-hardened criminals. These recipients of Ford patronage ranged from small fry to some of the most desperate characters of the American underworld. They included thugs and gunmen just emerged from jail, as well as criminal racketeers at large. One such gangster was Joseph Legs Lehman, a former rum runner and kidnapper. A creature of the Prohibition era, Lehman acquired the name Legs in connection with the kidnapping of David Cass, an abducted child whose body was retrieved from a gully along the Flint River. This gangster was caught by the police with $400 in ransom money on his person. One of the officers who made the arrest later reported that Lehman sprinted so furiously to escape apprehension that he seemed to be all legs. The leader of a ring implicated in at least 30 kidnappings, Lehman earned still another nickname by turning state's witness after he had been sentenced to prison for a term of 30 to 40 years. Because of his revelations, 6 other prisoners received long prison sentences. Lehman was rewarded by having his own prison term commuted to 6 years. The Michigan underworld rechristened him, meanwhile, Legs the Squealer. Once more at large, Lehman was apparoled to the Ford Motor Co. At least 2 renowned racketeers have enjoyed the double privilege of holding a lucrative business concession from the Ford Corporation, and of continuing their careers of crime simultaneously. One such character was the former boss of the Brooklyn underworld. The biggest name in crime ever associated with the Ford business was that of Chester, Chet, LaMare, a gangster who at one time was the Al Capone of Detroit. During the Prohibition era, LaMare came closer than any of his rivals to wielding absolute control over the downriver, Sicilian gangs which infested Detroit's 70-mile waterfront. The bootlegging enterprise which his men dominated was ranked by federal agents as the state's largest industry in I-928. It was said to be collecting a gross revenue of $215,000,000 a year. At the apex of his career in 1931, LaMare was depositing money in the bank at the rate of $3,500 a day. The leader of this organization was, of course, the infamous Bennett. At the basis of the organization were these thugs. But Bennett incorporated other classes in society. In the choice of his immediate co-workers, while coming into his own at Ford's, Bennett leaned to athletes of every caste, from smooth clean-cut amateurs to the shoddiest of cast-off professionals. In the first category were former college football stars. His personal secretary, for several years, was Stanley Ife, captain of the University of Michigan's championship football team of I-933. Also admitted to the inner circle was Harry Newman, a former All-American quarterback at Ann Arbor, and one of the few Jews ever employed at Dearborn. Until drafted for Army duty in 1941, the Negro Willis Ward filled one of the key posts in Bennett's office. Ward had distinguished himself on the college gridiron. More than that, he was probably 179. The greatest track star ever produced by the University of Michigan. It was Bennett's further policy for many years to give preference in summer jobs to football players who were still listed as undergraduates at one or another of the neighboring universities. This practice was particularly in evidence when coach Harry Kipka was producing brilliant football teams at Ann Arbor. Bennett and Kipka became fast friends at the time. Finally, in the summer of 1937, Bennett hired en masse a good proportion of the men who would make up the University of Michigan football squad in the season just ahead. They were paid the regular Ford wage for an 8-hour day. Nearly one half of their working time, however, was devoted to the practice of football. For this side activity, the squad was assigned locker space in the Dearborn police station. Freshly laundered uniforms were provided 3 times a week. Coach Kipka never put in an appearance on the practice field, but the football drills subsidized by the Ford Motor Co. were attended by the team's captain. Inasmuch as the rules of the Big Ten Conference forbid organized practice sessions up to September 1, the legality or propriety of Bennett's arrangement was taken to task by the Chicago Tribune. There, in the greatest industrial plant in the world, in one of the greatest industrial cities in the world, one of the centers of our civilization, the forces faced each other and fought it out, the workers on the one hand, on the other, the industrialists, the gangster stormtrooper element, athletic middle-class elements. We cannot tell here how Ford and Bennett branched out to control the political life of Detroit and Michigan, corrupting politicians, police, public officials, and press, of the way in which the workers drew to their side many of the middle class, of the final defeat of Ford in this, the first engagement. The whole community of Michigan was involved. It is the fundamental social clash of our times. Ford was the sharpest expression of it, but it runs through the whole nation in an infinite variety of forms. There was a compromise settlement in the United States. The C.1.0. One acceptance. But it solved nothing fundamental. The great strikes of 1946 showed that. By this time it had become clearer what was involved. Some observers were astonished by the violence of the employers' reactions, the full-page advertisements claiming that socialism and totalitarian regimentation were the aims of these strikes. The apparently wild full-page advertisements have continued. Those who did this in 1946 and continue with it are not in the slightest sense wild or exaggerating. They are perfectly aware from harsh experience of the torrent of rebelliousness and the unplumbed depths of resentment at the whole process of production which is contained in their workers. They do not know where this will lead, once it is unloosed. At the present time their chief hope is the labor leaders. Meanwhile, as we showed in Chapter 4, they work assiduously at it. I now propose to do three things. 1. I want to state very carefully and as precisely as possible the stage of development which the workers have. 180 The struggle for happiness reached. It sums up what we have done so far and explains what we shall do in the rest of the chapter. This is a very difficult thing to do. 2. And 3. I shall then take two commentators of great importance. One of them is Elton Mayo and the other is Peter Drucker. I take them as symbolic of currents in the United States. I have to keep referring to what the workers want and to try to get as clear as possible the difference between the essential question, i.e. the force which underlies the whole, and the concrete stage which the development has reached. So far the workers in the United States have not been articulate at all as to their basic needs. What they want is said for the most part and only by implication in discussions in unions, and by implication again, in their opposition to what exists. There is a unionist walking about in a Midwestern city today who carries around with him in his wallet a typewritten copy of the first contract between the UAW and a famous industrial plant. It is a very brief document, and his analysis of it is as follows. This is the best contract that we ever had. At the present time the contract has hundreds of clauses and these clauses are for the most part precise statements of what the workers may not do. They need to be interpreted by workers' leaders who sit with employers and at courts of arbitration, lawyers and trained investigators intervening. The worker is absolutely lost before all of this. The original idea at the formation of the C.1.0, and as exemplified in this carefully preserved piece of paper, was that the workers in the plants should decide what they wanted and then deal with the employers directly. Immediately after the formation of the UAW and for some years afterwards the relationship between the men in the plant and the industrial management was simple and direct. The men met together, decided what they wanted and took it immediately to the employer. If they were not satisfied, they struck. The plants were closed down, departments were closed down, sections of departments were closed down, and this went on continuously over the whole industry. This is what one important union of the C.1.0 was formed for, direct control of the process of production by the men. Now if this observation were allowed to stay there, it looks like anarchy. However, the work that has been done over the last dozen years and not by workers or workers' leaders, has established for good and all that the workers are not opposed to work, they wish to work, they need the sense of belonging and purpose, etc., which every serious commentator brings out as the most decisive part of his investigations. From these investigations and the attitude of the workers at the beginning of the C.1.0, the legitimate conclusion can be drawn and has been drawn by certain writers that it is only when the workers are able themselves to run the plant completely that there will be any assuagement of the conflict which handicaps industry at every turn and increases daily the bitterness and frustration of the masses of the workers. It 181 must be understood that the workers as such and their leaders have had little to say about this. The workers usually speak by action. What has happened is that the unions which were created by the workers for the purposes which we have described have now become instruments of the management for the purpose of maintaining production. The labor leadership has been forced into this position because, except for the alternative, utopian as it may seem to the ordinary mind, of the workers themselves controlling production, there is nothing else for them to do but to attempt to preserve the interests of the workers as they see them, but this they can do only on the condition that they satisfy not only the industrial leaders but the country at large that they are performing an essential social function. Thus the very unions which the workers built up for controlling the system of production have now turned out to be the means whereby they are maintained in the subordination to which they are fundamentally opposed. Caught in this situation, the union leaders have sought for support in those elements of politics and government sympathetic to them. Hence the alliance with the Democratic Party. But this alliance has resulted in a huge organization of government investigators, NLRBs, etc., the total result of which is to pile upon the workers an immense bureaucracy in which the state bureaucracy and union bureaucracy are closely allied. In conflicts over wages, social security, pensions, etc., this dual bureaucracy, in accordance with the political fortunes of the last few years, balances between the workers, the employers, the consumers, and the country as a whole. The relative merits of its championship of the workers and the extent to which they benefit is not of importance here. What is important is that the worker in the plant can gain no support whatever in the matters which concern him most, the daily struggle. The contrast to be emphasized is the contrast between the little slip of paper which was a charter of the worker when the C.1.0 was formed, and the interminable routine and the mighty bureaucratic system which now faces him when these vital and immediate matters have to be settled. An important part of the present contract is the regulations and rules by which the worker is prevented from striking except with the consent of the union after a lengthy procedure, cooling off periods of 90 days, etc. In addition to which the union leaders have agreed with the industrialists upon severe penalties for those who carry out unauthorized strikes. All questions of wages, social security, pensions, etc. must be swept aside if this question is to be understood. The worker, like the management, is interested in production. But production from his point of view. And after a dozen years of the C.1.0, although it is impossible to return to what took place under Bennett, he is almost as far from controlling production as he was at the beginning. Certainly he has infinitely more difficulty than he had in the days of the C.1.0. The name of Elton Mayo stands at the head of those who are concerned. 182. With this problem, both as an originator and in his contributions. Exactly how does this very representative and very serious thinker conceive the problem and a solution? We use him and shall quote from his most famous book, published in 1933, The Human Problem of an Industrial Civilization, because 1. Mayo saw that the problem was worldwide and went to the roots of modern civilization. 2. Mayo saw, as the serious industrialists and investigators see today, that this is a problem far beyond voting, free speech, democracy, etc. 3. The general trend in his thinking is characteristically American, and would represent more or less the ideas of practical industrialists and many American liberal intellectuals. We shall take up each briefly and then show the obvious fallacies and the abyss in America above all places that yawns at the end of this type of thinking. In The Human Problems of an Industrial Civilization, Mayo says in his concluding chapter, the first problem is that of the failure of collaborative effort within the nation. This failure, considered as a symptom of social disorganization, is far more significant than the emergence of black spots of crime or suicide upon the social geography. It is illustrated in the developed misunderstanding between employers and workers in every civilized country. This has persisted for a century without any sign of amelioration. It is, however, only the name of the problem which has persisted. The problem itself has, I think, completely changed its form since, for example, the England of 1832. At that time, as the Hammonds show, it was essentially a problem of wages and working conditions. Long hours of work and low wages were the rule. Since then wages have risen considerably, the conditions of work have much improved, the worker's standards of consumption are higher, he has established for his children a right to education and to freedom from the worst forms of exploitation. Communist Russia has not yet been able to establish, in respect of real wages and satisfactory working conditions, an equivalence with the countries she calls capitalist. This is not a fair criticism, but merely passing comment. The new Russia is too newly born for her achievements to be assessed. The idea that Russia will necessarily do better by her workers in the future, immediate or remote, than we do by ours is, however, equally unwarranted. For the moment she is obsessed, as we are, with the need of developing better methods for the discovery of an administrative elite, better methods of maintaining working morale. If the actualities of the situation be considered, and mere words such as capitalism and Bolshevism for the moment set aside, then it must be admitted that the present problems of Russia, on her own confession, are remarkably like the present problems of Detroit. 183. Better methods for the discovery of an administrative elite, better methods of maintaining working morale. The country that first solves these problems will infallibly outstrip the others in the race for stability, security, and development. It is not the whole truth, but the core of the truth is here. The new regime in China, every regime in the world, the British Labour government all know that here is their central problem. It is clear also that when Mayo removed this question from types of government, although he simplified it enormously, it was a necessary and in fact indispensable simplification. But his solution of 1933 immediately awakens terrifying reverberations in minds which have fully experienced the 17 years between 1933 and 1950. Mayo is a believer in democracy. Yet his proposal is for an elite. It appears in the passage quoted. Here are others. It is no longer possible for an administrator to concern himself narrowly with his special function and to assume that the controls established by a vigorous social code will continue to operate in other areas of human life and action. All social controls of this type have weakened or disappeared, this being symptomatic of the diminished integrity of the social organism. The existing situation, both within the national boundaries and as between nations, demands therefore that special attention be given to restatement of the problem of administration as the most urgent issue of the present. Again, Pareto, the eminent Italian author of the only treatise on general sociology, discusses the importance of high quality in the administrative group in relation to the maintenance of social equilibrium. He observes that leadership in any society rests in two types of elite, the governmental and the non-governmental, the latter including the direction of all industrial and economic activities. Once more, we are suffering from what McDougall has described as lopsidedness in the development of an elite. We have developed scientific research and the training of scientists admirably, we have failed utterly to promote any equivalent educational development directed to the discovery and training of administrators of exceptional capacity. These considerations led Brooke Adams to infer that the extreme complexity of the administrative problems presented by modern industrial civilization was beyond the compass of the mentality of the administrators of his time. If this be so, he adds, American society as at present organized, can concentrate no further and, as nothing in the universe is at rest, if it does not concentrate, it must probably begin to disintegrate. Indeed we may perceive incipient signs of descent. 184. Gratian all about us. Who shall say that this prophecy, neared 20 years ago, has not found some fulfillment in the present crisis? This was in 1933 in reference to the previous 20 years. Nearly 20 years more have passed. The results on a worldwide scale are before us. What is so startling about Mayo's ideas is that as far as they are possible, they have been tried. The Hitler regime, the Stalinist regime, Ford, proposed to discipline the workers. Hitler called his administrators and rulers an elite. They are enshrined in the Russian constitution as the intelligentsia. Mayo's idea of intelligent, kind, sympathetic administrators, and he now demands that they be equipped with the very latest knowledge in psychology. This is a utopia if ever there was one. There is no way of gently, peacefully, quietly, kindly disciplining millions of modern men to the constantly increasing mechanization of modern production. For every scientific progress results in the mechanization of men. The elite administers with armed soldiers in the factory. Mayo, in what to him seemed a moment of fantasy, turned his head in another direction. He writes, "Indeed, if the predictions of engineers have any value, we are about to enter upon an era in which our material production will be accomplished by machines directed by engineers, and the worker, as we at present conceive him, no longer needed by industry. If this is to be, then history will record not the triumph but the extinction of the proletariat. And communist theories of revolution will be superseded by the profoundest revolution mankind has ever contemplated, the development of a society in which there will be no place for the illiterate or the ignorant." But these ideas are fantastic. Between the idea of an elite and the idea of a society in which there will be no place for the illiterate or the ignorant, Mayo chooses the first as reality and the second as fantasy. This much is certain: the America I have seen and studied in a dozen years will never accept an elite. If by any chance an elite should establish itself after what will be one of the bloodiest civil wars in history, the human, social and economic forces it will need to maintain itself will assuredly result in the collapse of civilization. We have written in vain if we have not established that the peculiar politics of the United States, the maneuvers of lobbyists, the making and breaking of election promises, the frantic laudation of free enterprise, the very hatred of totalitarianism, all these are actual concrete phenomena which must not for a moment disguise or obscure the profound passionate instinctive attachment to liberty and freedom, and full self-expression of the American people as a whole. The crisis in America is a crisis of tens of millions who have only an instinctive conception of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They would interpret 185. This as a society in which there are no longer illiterate or ignorant people, but not in general. Each individual American sees no reason why he should be illiterate or ignorant. But what to do, how to achieve this, that they do not know. Conceptual thinking is not the practice in America, and that is why observers like Sartre, who sees with the eyes of an artist, notes the doubts, the fears, the uncertainty, the terror of the future that are so obvious everywhere. Roosevelt understood many aspects of America very well, and his famous statement in 1933, that all we have to fear is fear itself, put a finger on the deep sentiment which has only grown with the years. The American employers for the time being depend upon the labor leaders. They try to hold the balance between employers and the workers. The public looks on deeply disturbed at the constant crises in the labor movement. The industrialists periodically try out the union, as was admitted on all sides in the late steel strike, but they find that the unions cannot be broken. The workers will not stand for that at all. Therefore the only solution is towards some sort of elite, some sort of highly skilled and trained administration which will somehow or other manage to assuage the conflict and develop productivity to the degree which is now required. But as far as this book is concerned, all attempts at the establishment of an elite must inevitably involve totalitarianism and will never be accepted not only by the workers but by the great masses of the American people. There is no solution that way. We now take up the analysis of Peter Drucker. Drucker is a university professor and acts as a consultant to General Motors. He has a theoretical knowledge of the labor and union movement. Is obvious in every line of his writings. But Drucker is important for another reason. He forms part of a protest which is growing in the United States against the rationalist and democratic tradition. It is powerfully established at the University of Chicago, which occupies a key position in the Middle West. It is now making its way at Columbia University. Its theoretical roots are a hostility to the rationalism which began with the French Revolution and has now ended in the crisis that we face. Its own theoretical basis is Catholic humanism. It is to be noted that whereas the great masses of the Protestant peoples in the United States are some of the most militant of the protesters against the curtailment of civil liberties, the growth of militarism in the state, etc., they are unable to put forward any kind of theoretical analysis or open out any perspective except some of the traditions of democracy which served so well during the 19th century. There is an immense interest in the ideas of education put forward by Robert Hutchins, and they are gaining ground in American universities as the inadequacies of the liberal sociology of Dewey, Beard, and Parrington for the post-Depression world become increasingly clear. What has happened in Europe, in France, and in Italy, makes the position of Drucker and the Catholic humanists' revival very significant. 186. The point is that they have an analysis of modern society and offer a wholesale rejection of its philosophical premises. They attack the evils of capitalism in the process of production itself more powerfully than any section of American society. But it is equally certain that their solution in the last analysis is no different from Mayo's. And therefore, as has been shown by the experiences of a similar grouping in pre-Hitler Germany, revealed in the memoirs of Hermann Röchning, we shall take this up later, the very roundedness of their attack on the atomization of the human being in modern society can assist in the crystallization of certain academic and educated strata for an alliance with totalitarianism. I propose to give first a series of extracts from Drucker's book The Future of Industrial Man, published in 1943, to show how far he has reached in his criticism. It must be remembered that this is no journalist but a man very familiar with industry and industrial processes. After that I shall show his development in an article which was published in 1946. I just put down the extracts from his book in 1943 without comment. When we call the new system automatic or mechanized, we do not mean that the machines have become automatic or mechanical. What has become automatic or mechanical is the worker. Today, however, the automatic mechanized worker is the most efficient worker, producing the most per unit of labor. Denial of the existence of an individual with social status and function is really the essence of the new approach. In mass production technology, the worker is only one sloppily designed machine. To bring this human machine to the full mechanical and automatic efficiency which its maker apparently failed to achieve is the main aim of the new science of human engineering. That means, however, that the individual must cease to exist. The new technique demands standardized, freely interchangeable atomic labor without status, without function, without individuality. It demands graded tools. But there is no relationship between the worker's function as part of a precision machine which the present-day industrial system assigns to him and any individual purpose. From the point of view of the system, the individual worker functions only, makes sense only, is rational only, when he ceases to be a member of society. From the point of view of the individual worker, the society of the mass production age does not and cannot make sense at all. Unionism also fails to provide the other prerequisite of a functioning society, the social integration of the individual. For what is the status and function of the member of a unionist society? What social purpose does this life have? And what individual purpose does a unionist society fulfill? A union must of necessity enforce equal conditions in all comparable plants in the same industry. Hence it cannot allow one plant to become a community of its own with a functional integration of the worker and his work. It can only protect the worker politically and economically against exploitation. But what is its purpose when it dominates and when the union of the exploited workers has become the top dog? There are no answers to these questions. 187. They are unanswerable. The central fact in the social crisis of our time is that the industrial plant has become the basic social unit, but that it is not yet a social institution. Power in and over the plant is the basis of social rule and power in an industrial world. At this stage it is necessary to stop a bit in order to appreciate the last sentence. Industrial society can function only if the plant gives social status and function to its members. And only if the power in the plant is based on the responsibility and decision of the members can industrial society be free. The answer today is neither total planning or the restoration of 19th-century laissez-faire but the organization of industry on the basis of local and decentralized self-government. So far we have had the most devastating criticism of modern industrial production and what is undoubtedly some step towards a solution. Then with his final sentence Drucker blows the whole thing sky high. He writes, "And the time to start this is now when workers and management, producers and consumers, are united in the one purpose of winning the war." It does not seem possible for a man who has written about the workers as he has written above to be putting forward precisely the idea that the vast task which is the total reorganization of society can be started during a war by decentralization because management and workers and consumers are united. Who is to begin it? And who is to begin what? The absolute foolishness of this conclusion is to be measured against the seriousness of the indictment which comes from Drucker's pen. To appreciate the significance of Drucker, we have now to come to an article which he wrote in 1946 during the Great Strikes. Again we give merely some quotations. A spate of labor laws and union regulations today would probably not prevent a single strike because they would not be dealing with the basic cause. And the basic cause is the discontent of the worker himself. The men on the machines are afflicted today by a deep, though vague discontent, by tensions and pressures. Even the best labor laws would be futile so long as this discontent persists. And the rising cost of living is only one, perhaps even a minor, cause of the trouble. A communist system such as Russia has been as little immune as socialist Britain or capitalist America. Yet there is a deep disturbance, almost panicky fear and violent resentment among our workers. It is the worker rather than the union leader who has been clamoring. 188. To strike and to stay on strike. In the 5 major strikes of the first post-war winter, 1945-6, the General Motors strike, the meat packers strike, the steel strike, the electrical workers strike and the railway strike, it was on the whole not the leadership which forced the workers into a strike but worker pressure that forced a strike upon the reluctant leadership. Most of the leaders knew very well that they could have gained as much by negotiation as they finally gained by striking. And again the rank and file of the union membership refused to go back to work even though management conceded all their demands. Drucker then tells of the terrible crisis of unemployment in the consciousness of all the workers, and there he is absolutely correct. And a finished study will give evidence of what the depression means to the great mass of the American people. Drucker realizes what the unions meant. In the strike all the old excitement and fervor, the old unity of purpose and action are restored again. On the picket line the worker finds again the satisfaction of citizenship and participation, of a common cause and of a common enemy which the routine of day-to-day union life no longer gives. In the old days, a veteran steel worker said to me, we went on strike after every other means had failed. Today we strike first, then we figure out what we strike for, and then we negotiate. And then comes a collapse equally as striking as in 1943. It is quite possible that time by itself will bring the cure and that, in a few more years, the American worker will accept the kind of union England has had for many decades, a strong and respectable but basically a bureaucratic and most unexciting routine organization, interested mainly in defending what it has. But it is equally possible that the American worker will continue to demand from his union a satisfaction that goes beyond wages, working conditions, and job security, the satisfaction of community life, of a cause and of the fulfillment of individual ambitions such as he had in the great union drives. He says that unions can do the job, and that has been shown by the New York Garment Workers Union, which went in for a large-scale educational program, organized community recreation, etc. This as a solution to the problems he has analyzed with such insight and power in the extracts which we have quoted from his book of 1943. So that we have here the attempt once more to dodge the problems of the work in the plant by substitutes of union activity, democratic ideals, social legislation, etc. It is perfectly clear to any reader of this article that Drucker sees what it is that drives the workers to what recalls the unity of purpose and action on the picket line as against this activity. He says so, though not 189 in so many words. He says, but no union can survive, especially not a national union covering an entire basic industry, if it makes the strike its normal way of life rather than an extreme remedy. He ends. The job is up to management and union leaders. So that the Catholic humanists in the last analysis have no solution whatever, but state the problem only to run away from it, state that strikes are no solution, hope for a bureaucratic regime of the labor movement, fay about with democratic ideals and legislation, social education, etc., and end by placing the problems right back in the hands of management and union leaders. So far on the surface. But it is absolutely certain, and history has shown, that this type of mentality, which goes to the lengths that it does in pointing out the evils but at the same time has no solution to offer, is one of the surest ways of preparing those who listen to it and follow it for a drastic solution of the totalitarian kind. The labor leaders do better than that. They do not analyze nor do they attack the concrete basic conditions of modern industrial production. That they keep away from, because from their point of view there is absolutely nothing that they can do about it. We now have to take the labor leadership itself, and we shall deal with two of them only, Walter, Reuther and John L. Lewis. Reuther is an extremely able, energetic labor leader who is head of the most powerful union in the United States, the UAW. In 1940 he made history by challenging the capacity of the automobile manufacturers to convert the industry to war purposes, and made it clear that he thought the union could do it better. This was startling enough in the United States, but in 1945-6 during the Great Strikes and after, he put forward the slogan among others of "Open the books." The general public never got the full significance of this. Reuther did not mean profits. The yearly ACC ounce of the corporations are matters off legal record, easily accessible. The industrialist and the worker knew what was meant. Reuther was proposing that the production schedules of the company be thrown open to union representatives before they were put into operation, and the union men would inspect these, observe changes, increased productivity, etc., and make their demands. This explains the incredibly violent reaction of the manufacturers. Reuther did not go on with it. He modified the demand, soon dropped it, and has never raised it since. Instead, he has become one of the most active proponents of the welfare state. We say instead. Here is one proof. In 1949, the American working class, in the opinion of the public at home, 190, and abroad, added another buttress to the welfare state by gaining the principle and practice of free pensions. This is what happened in the UAW over the 1949 contract, which ended with the gain by the workers of the pension plan. Here we shall take the opportunity of going into more detail and using some of the concrete material, of which the finished book will contain far more than the quotations we have used here, and which are more convenient at the present time to indicate the general line. The union contract was due to expire in July 1949. At the beginning of the year, the union leadership announced its economic demands. The workers were indifferent. They expected nothing. By March, the workers began to show some interest. A survey taken among 200 workers, representative of a plant of 7,000 workers, showed 58% were for changes in the contract, 27% for the pension scheme, 12% for a wage increase. Of the 58% who wanted a change in the contract, 98% wanted the right to strike restored. The second demand, dealing with production standards, had 75% of the 58%. Two opinions were represented here. Behind this demand for the right to strike is the intention to control production. For as we described above, This right to strike means that at any time a group of men in a department can bring production to a stop immediately, and refuse to work until their demands are met. The reader to whom this is new and repulsive should keep his temper. This ought not to be. This is going too far, is an evasion of the question. Serious industrialists do not evade it. They know the millions of men whom they have to deal with, and they know that these men are serious ordinary American workers, not communists or anarchists, but men who have become that way by all the circumstances of their lives and work. These votes show what the majority of the men want. And most of those who voted for pension or wages would go along with the 58%er if these showed any sign of being able to achieve control of production. However, when a strike vote was taken, only half the men in the union voted, and half were against the strike. The reasons for this were very clear. 1. A strike by the 75,000 men River Rouge plant led by Reuther had failed. 2. Reuther was pushing for pensions and the men in this plant had no interest in pensions. 3. There was a distrust of the union leadership. This leadership not only sponsors the clause in the contract forbidding strikes, but would be repudiated by the company and the government if they gave way to the men on this. Then the state entered and conducted an official poll as is prescribed by law. At the same time Ford carried on an immense propaganda among the men on the following grounds. 1. The union leadership was inadequate. 191. 2. The company was ready to give social and political leadership to the men. 3. A long strike was dangerous. 4. The demands harmed the nation. 5. All the trouble was due to internal union politics. Thus the government and the company had entered the fray openly. The result: 98% of the men voted and voted 15-1 for a strike. There is the situation complete. The men want to control production. They distrust the union leadership. But as soon as the government and the company want to take the slightest steps against the union, they come out en masse and say hands off. This is the tightrope that the union leaders walk. The union leaders now use the militant mobilization for the pension demands, but the men were not militantly for pensions except as these became a symbol of the permanent struggle as to who will rule production. The negotiations continue, the men become embittered, there is threatening and counter-threatening at the bargaining table. Then the great success of the pensions scheme, new addition to the welfare state, etc. is announced with great headlines and photographs in the press. But the men are overwhelmingly hostile to the whole business, for as always the company has seized the opportunity to tighten its control over production and Reuther has agreed. Reuther now faced the most critical moment of his career. He had to get the men to accept. The temper of the men is shown by this one fact: in the plant which we discussed earlier, 7,000 men walked out, a wildcat, over some trivial issue. Now let us follow the meetings at which Reuther tried to get the men to accept. At a nationwide meeting of the Ford Council, with all the delegates supporters of Reuther and members of his caucus, a very tight bond, 1/3 voted to refuse the settlement. Owing to the statistics of the union voting, this 1/3 represented far more than 1/3 of the men. Opposition was based on the terms of the contract, production, irrespective of pensions. The arguments against acceptance were based upon: 1. The right to strike, 2. The work standards. Reuther's speech took the following line: "It is the best contract possible under the circumstances. If you doubt it, look at the other unions, the steel, coal, electrical workers, etc. The question as posed is insoluble. What the men want is no contract at all." Reuther knows this and told them so. In this discussion and the ones that followed, Reuther's main opponent was a worker, an enemy of the Communist Party but a revolutionary socialist. He is widely known in Detroit as a revolutionary and militant unionist and is a committeeman in his plant. Except as a good union man, his influence is very small, although Reuther and the powerful union bureaucracy know him. 192. Well, he now became the leader of the opposition. Reuther told the men, and these are almost his exact words: "I am for a disciplined union. Z's for wildcats. I am for the company setting standards with the union having the right to challenge. X wants the men to set the standards. X is for workers' councils. I am not for that yet. Workers' councils mean complete control of the plant by the workers. This was the program of the industrial workers of the world, the semi-anarchist union of the early 20th century. Ruther referred to it sympathetically. Then, X is for that type of union. They are doomed to failure. They do not believe in compromising the class struggle, they do not believe in any restriction on the worker. X on the other hand saw. The heart of the contract is production standards, the right to strike and the company's right to disciplinary measures. The company would concede anything and everything but this. It is a waste of time to talk about anything but this. X had no organization to speak of. He was practically a lone figure, but he and Ruther were the leading figures as the debate continued in various meetings, including a meeting where the huge River Rouge plant discussed the terms. Here are parts of the speeches. Every sentence should be closely studied, Ruther. This is the best possible settlement in conditions. There are 2 points of view, mine and X's. Mine involves an orderly settlement of work standards disputes and X's involves class conflict. I am for authorized strikes and X's for using the strike weapon recklessly. X. Ruther tries to improve time study in workers' interests, whereas workers are opposed to time study as such. He wants to set production. The worker wants some leisure time to himself. In all of society, the production worker has the hardest, the most monotonous, the lowest paid, etc. job. He sees everyone around him with the opportunity to sit down and chat, etc., yet the company wants him to work all the time. I'm a committeeman and I have a good job. I enjoy my job, yet I want to be able once in a while to go into the lunchroom and sit down and smoke, etc. The struggle for happy's S193. X at another meeting. The history of the union shows this. In the beginning you take the right to strike, etc. into your own hands. Gradually the leadership assumes this right, saying it can get more for you. You cede it? The facts show that they have done poorly. Now in order to solve the basic questions, etc., it is necessary to retrieve this right. X at another meeting. I agree with Ruther. We'll never be satisfied with conditions under capitalism. That's why I'm against capitalism and am a revolutionary. We want the right to strike and we also want the right to set standards and to take the men out of the iron grip of discipline that the company has them in. Ruther preaches the theory of gradual improvement, whereas in reality living standards and working conditions have worsened under this philosophy and the trend will continue. The problems in the shop can't be solved by the contract, it can only be solved by the men in the shops themselves. Ruther's way is helping the boss to put us in chains. Ruther was forced to admit that the contract was no good, but that the only alternative was a long strike. All through the discussions he never dared to call X a red. The president of one big local, a Rutherite, told X, if he dares to red bait you, I'll call him down. Ruther's proposals were finally accepted. 1. Because the bureaucracy and its supporters knew that it would precipitate what all are trying to avoid if Ruther had been forced to go back to the company and call off the settlement. 2. The men had no confidence that this leadership fighting so hard for the proposals would lead what would inevitably have been a terrific struggle. Furthermore, they were caught before the public with company proposals for a pension which was being trumpeted everywhere as a great gain for American workers, triumph of democracy, etc. But there was not a plant in the whole country where the majority of workers of the rank and file did not know what was involved and that the fundamental conflict had been sharpened, not assuaged. It is common talk all over the country among the automobile workers that Ruther's prestige had received the most damaging blow it had ever had at the very moment when the press and the country as a whole are full of news of the great pensions victory. The political result will be a burst of frantic activity by Ruther on behalf of better housing, higher social security, more civil rights, denunciation of reactionaries, conferences with friends off labor, warnings to reactionaries in the Truman government, intense activity to get out the vote in 1950 to assure repudiation of Taft-Hartley, etc. That is the central fulcrum of United States politics, serious politics. The big industrialists are for the most part Republicans, but they too understand the situation perfectly. Periodically, as in the last steel strike, they will 194. Have a test of strength with the Union. Can they weaken it or even break it? But as they push at it a certain distance, the Union, more or less indifferent on the specific proposals, pulls itself together and rallies to its defense. The industrialists cannot afford to push Murray too far. Some say openly, "What would we do without him?" Once they feel the resisting strength of the Union, they retreat. But how long is this to continue? There is obviously gathering among the workers a tornado of anger and determination to bend production to their will, which will put the formation of the C.1.0 to shame. This explains the maneuvering around the Taft-Hartley Act. Industrialists, union bureaucracy, and government, workers, all are aware of the unstable relationship. No one wishes to push these to an extreme. Hence in the United States we have a great deal of talk about the traditional American system, etc., while this is in reality only a facade below which the basic realities of modern politics as they have been expressed in Western Europe exist, and in certain ways more acutely and with more explosive force than anywhere else in the world. The motive force which will explode this extremely unstable equilibrium is the working class itself. But the American workers will not play at politics. In 1932 they made the switch from the Republican Party to the Roosevelt government. That was a political move in the European sense. Their real independent move was the C.1.0. In 1936. It seems apparent over the past years, and particularly with the election in 1948, that the industrial workers have made in their minds the kind of decision which excludes for the future any voting for the Republican Party. Win or lose, as labor movements in Europe, they are going to support the Democratic Party as against the Republican Party. And to the astonishment of the whole world, they ignored the barrage of suggestive propaganda which filled the press and the radio and turned out to give victory to President Truman. But as their vote in 1932 was merely a preliminary to their attempt to settle their own industrial problems by the organization of the CIO, so at present it is the grossest illusion to believe that the vote for Truman in 1948 or maybe again in 1952 is their final word. The whole history, particularly of the post-war period, shows that forces are gathering below the surface, and if we can judge at all by the past, forces of a power of which we have had so far only indications. That is why John L. Lewis and his miners are of such great importance in the United States today. This extraordinary man is the exact opposite of the new type of labor leader whom Walter Reuther represents. But the first thing that is to be said of him is that his activities over the years and their recent climax in the 3-day week, the 5-day week, the no-day week, are concerned with control over the industry. Thus the New York Times, as recently as January 22, 1950, writes as follows. Thus far the Union is standing pat in the belief that it must stabilize the industry. 195. To save it from itself. If the Union relinquishes its ability to enforce a share the work program through the able and willing clause, many mines will work only 1 or 2 days a week while others put in 5 or 6 days, the Union maintains. How far a union can go in regulating an industry is the big question before the courts. The ruling on the Benham injunction plea may have a significant effect on the whole economic history of our time. We trust that it is clear by now that important as this control of the industry is, it is not the type of control that we have been discussing so extensively above. Lewis has shown that he accepts the fact that modern industry in America must grind up the flesh and bones of millions of men to accomplish its purposes. All that he proposes to do is to see to it that the workers are adequately paid and get regular work. To that extent he is, as the above quotation shows, determined to control industry as far as he can against the will of the mine owners. And limited as this is, limited in relation to what we have shown above, it is clear that this too is a constituent part of the movement of the workers in the United States. Lewis, however, is at the exact opposite of Ruther, Carey, Emil Reeve, and the other labor leaders who are tied up with the Democratic Party and the government. He is an old-type labor leader who detests the idea of the government in industry. His conception is that the workers and the industrialists must fight out these problems themselves without government interference. Politics he sees as they were during the late 19th century. He is a Republican by practice but was not unwilling to go over to Roosevelt for a period and then to change back to the Republicans again. But precisely because of this hostility to the new combination of Fair Deal, New Deal, and labor leaders, Lewis and the mine workers represent the real touchstone of the development of the American workers. During the war with the whole state machine and the general sentiment of the public against him, after a spontaneous walkout of the anthracite miners in the dead of winter, Lewis brought the miners out, sent them back again, brought them out, sent them back again, etc. in a series of audacious challenges to the government in the face of which a man like Roosevelt, commanding a nation at war, was quite powerless. Despite the barrage of propaganda against him, it is equally clear that in 1943 when he was calling these strikes, the large majority of organized labor was sympathetic to him. That is his strength and his significance. Despite his limited political views, the temper of the miners, their defiance of the new combination of labor leaders and government bureaucracy, their readiness to defy public opinion, their instinct for direct action, as when 145,000 miners greeted the Taft-Hartley Act by going spontaneously on strike and saying let the senators dig coal. All this is a very much more representative sentiment of the temper of the American workers than the constant maneuvers of Philip Murray. 196 The struggle. For happiness. Walter Reuther and the others. That is why Lewis is so cordially hated on all sides. His actions constantly provoke the unstable equilibrium that we have described above into violent oscillations. What he gains for his workers are a constant threat to the need for mocoration which besets Murray and the others. The miners are among the best paid workers in the United States. And yet at the same time, anyone who has visited the mine area and paid any attention to the actual conditions of labor in the mines knows that in the misery, the poverty, the backwardness of the social conditions in which they live and in the conditions of their life and labor, the great masses of the mine workers are among the most miserable of the industrial workers. So that here with the most successful labor leader of them all, the gains amount to nothing else but a few dollars more. It is obvious that the most militant trade unionism as such has little to offer in the face of the basic realities of modern conditions of production. Lewis himself and the mine industry and the miners from which he grew, is a very characteristic American. In strength of character, boldness of strategy, tactical skill, he is far and away the most remarkable American of his time. His backward political ideas are bound to be left behind. The iron grip that he holds upon his organization which he runs like a military unit, that too is bound to go. But the spirit, the solidarity, and the defiance of society as a whole which characterize both him and his union, that is American to the core. And it is this spirit which exists right through the American working class movement. Here it will solve the fundamental problems we have posed, or the force which will be needed to suppress it will wreck the nation. Such views as these are kept out for the most part of the general political life of the country. People speak of the depression in terms of markets and higher wages. There is a great deal of talk about government intervention, etc. to save the country from a depression. But every political figure in the United States, including the late President Roosevelt, on many occasions, has always made it clear that the great masses of the people in the United States would not stand for a repetition of the previous depression. President Roosevelt and many others seemed to think that the result of an upheaval would be fascism. Many of them considered that the New Deal was the only possible attempt to hold this off. President Truman has made it perfectly clear that he considers his government is the only safeguard against predatory interests, etc. All these public men speak with a certain amount of caution and phrase what they have to say very carefully. But there is not the slightest shadow of doubt that the great majority of Americans in any positions of responsibility are aware of the strength of the antagonisms which have been described here, and know that upon their resolution rests the future of the nation. Any attempt to present another picture of America to the rest of the world is either hypocrisy or a refusal to face reality. 197. I have concentrated above upon the industrial workers. There are 15 million of them organized. It should not be forgotten that in some industries where the workers do not work on the assembly line, the machine creates conditions sometimes worse than those on the line. Then there are the vast millions of unorganized workers who in one way or another are subjected to the same pressure. As a matter of fact, the Steel Workers Union has to intervene in some of the smaller industries to modify union conditions so as to allow them to survive. I cannot go here into any details except to say that I have lived in America now for 12 years, have crossed the continent to the coast 4 times and have lived for periods amounting to months at a time in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Washington. I have visited New Orleans and traveled from New Orleans up to Washington. The outstanding feature of my observations has been the pressures on the workers and their violent reaction against these. That will have to wait for more intensive investigation, and much of the material on which the above has been based is hidden away in union records, union files, and books by participants in the great struggles of the CIO, etc. To complete our rough presentation here, only a few more notes are needed. 1. There are perhaps about 9 million farmers in the United States. 1/3 of these live under splendid conditions. The remainder are small farmers struggling for an existence. The thing to be noted about them, however, is that they are modern and they know exactly what they want. In the American farmers and the agricultural laborers, there is no hint of that kind of sentimentality and backwardness which one finds, for instance, in a bell for Ottino or in Silone's Fontamara. The American worker wants no bells because they have been in existence in his village for 600 years, nor does he love land for the sake of tradition or for the love of land, which characterizes more backward communities. He wants a good education for his children, a good house to live in, vitamins, a car, television set, and roads not only for his products but so that he can move around freely. He is an industrial worker except for the fact that he works in the country. 2. The middle classes are to a large extent industrialized and suffer from the same pressures, though very often in different form. As I write, I notice in the morning newspaper that 250,000 telephone girls are threatening to strike, and the emergence of these middle-class elements with no labor tradition as militant unionists is one of the most remarkable phenomena of the day. They are symptomatic of the millions of department store workers and others who 20 years ago would have considered themselves as completely separate from the labor movement. Still more striking is the following quotation from an article by Dorothy Thompson with which I shall close. The article is headed "Our Fear-Ridden Middle Classes." 198. Recently, at a party, I ran into an acquaintance I had not seen for several years. I knew him as a graduate of a distinguished university, an editor on a small but established publication, and an occasional writer. I came in, a friend, nodding toward him, said, "Do you know what Jack is doing now? He's just been telling us. He is studying lithography. He's going to be a printer." Later Jack confirmed this, a bit grimly. 2 times in the last 5 years I have been kicked out of my job without any reason being given for it, he explained, and each time it meant several months without a job. In one case 2 other men were hired to do what I had previously been doing, and since then they have been fired too. As a salaried editor the most I ever earned was $125 a week, and I regularly took a briefcase of material home to work on nights. I can earn that much, without homework, in the working man's end of the publication business, and there I can't be kicked out because of a boss's change of policy. I will have more time to write, my family will have more security, and I will have more respect. I am resigning, once and for all, from the most kicked around class in America, the salaried middle class. How does your wife take the news? I asked. My wife is for it. She wants the rent paid, 3 meals a day for the kids, and thank God, she's not a snob. To repeat, tiresome as it may be by now, A full and complete study would integrate all this with the proper proportions and balance and such a recognition of the complexities as is possible in an essay of 5,000 words. Enough, however, has been said to show the general tendencies among the workers who, with their wives and children, constitute over 2/3 of the nation. One more chapter remains, and in this I propose to take certain sections of the population, not as industrial units, women, Negroes, and intellectuals. This will be sufficient to draw the whole to a conclusion. 7. We come now to the last chapter of this sketch. It will have to do two things. It will have to fill up certain gaps in what after all will be an essay, in which at the best only certain important aspects can be treated. At the same time as we are filling up gaps, we have to attempt to make some integration of the whole so that a total impression of society in movement will be left with the reader. We have so far made clear above all two things. We refuse to treat men as statistics, more wages, more leisure, less unemployment, more goods for consumption, etc. For large numbers of the population these things are still necessary, 1/3 of the nation, but men have in the past suffered from far greater privations with less sense of frustration, social crisis, and doom. It is how they work every day, the material circumstances of their lives, that shape their consciousness. The things by which they live are their sense of perspective, confidence, belief in a social order, its politics, its ethics, etc. We have tried to establish that in principle. We have tried secondly to show how the general frustrations and bitterness can express themselves where they are least likely to be looked for. If these 2 points have been made somewhat abstractly, it is because first in an essay, abstraction is imperative, and secondly, the concrete is precisely a finished book and not quotations establishing a general line. Now, however, we must try to get a little closer to the actual and intimate lives of the population. To do this, we select 3 elements: Negroes, women, and intellectuals. Under the heading of Negroes we deal with what is another major problem in the modern world, the problem of minorities. We shall show why the Negro problem in the United States is the minority problem in the whole world. Under the heading of women we can attempt to see how far the basic 200 conditions we have described affect the most intimate lives of the community: sexual relations, individual personal relations of one human being to another, children, home life, and certain related aspects of social culture. It is a social problem of the first magnitude in every country in the world. Under the heading of intellectuals we shall deal with the relations of the educated classes to the less educated, the mass, and the relation of the intellectuals to the problems of society as a whole. Between these 3 we shall within our limits get closer to a more complete presentation of the American civilization. If previously we dealt with fundamental social relations such as individuality from 1776 to 1865, and what it is today, with labor relations and the politics that spring from them, we are now dealing with fundamental social barriers which are so deeply rooted in civilization so far that to many they seem incurable: the prejudice of the sexes for each other, the inferior situation of women in society, the inferior position of racial minorities, the inferior position of the uneducated. I have not the slightest sympathy and in fact nothing but hostility to all those who preach a doctrine of steady improvement by more education, more democracy, usually by legislation in Congress, higher ideals, etc. This sort of thinking has as much relation to reality as the pre-1914 belief in perpetual progress, increasing rationalism of the human mind, and all that rotten pile of falsehoods which dominated the thinking of Western civilization for over a century and is now in irreparable ruin over half the world and an empty shell in the other half. We have made progress in a certain sense, and the most important aspect is that we have progressed far enough to have to face these questions without illusion, without cant, and in full recognition of the fact that a breaking point in human relations has been reached here as elsewhere. Never before in human history has the antagonism between the sexes, the antagonism between racial minorities and national minorities, antagonism between the educated and the non-educated been so great as it is today. It is precisely because this is so after a century of progress that modern man is so bewildered. The Negroes in the United States. Through an examination of the Negro question in the United States, we shall accomplish many things. We shall see the relation of racial prejudice to the actual economy of the United States, we shall see it in relation to the political system of the United States, thus giving the economic system more actuality than it has had so far and bringing the political system before us. But to say that the Negro question is an economic or that it is a political problem is at this stage of general political awareness in the United States not to say anything very important and something that may be, in fact often is, very. / 7. We come now to the last chapter of this sketch. It will have to do two things. It will have to fill up certain gaps in what after all will be an essay, in which at the best only certain important aspects can be treated. At the same time as we are filling up gaps, we have to attempt to make some integration of the whole so that a total impression of society in movement will be left with the reader. We have so far made clear above all two things. We refuse to treat men as statistics, more wages, more leisure, less unemployment, more goods for consumption, etc. For large numbers of the population these things are still necessary, a third of the nation, but men have in the past suffered from far greater privations with less sense of frustration, social crisis, and doom. It is how they work every day, the material circumstances of their lives, that shape their consciousness, the things by which they live are their sense of perspective, confidence, belief in a social order, its politics, its ethics, etc. We have tried to establish that in principle. We have tried secondly to show how the general frustrations and bitterness can express themselves where they are least likely to be looked for. If these 2 points have been made somewhat abstractly, it is because first in an essay, abstraction is imperative, and secondly, the concrete is precisely a finished book and not quotations establishing a general line. Now, however, we must try to get a little closer to the actual and intimate lives of the population. To do this, we select 3 elements: Negroes, women and intellectuals. Under the heading of Negroes we deal with what is another major problem in the modern world, the problem of minorities. We shall show why the Negro problem in the United States is the #1 minority problem in the whole world. Under the heading of women we can attempt to see how far the basic 201. Misleading. The Negro question forms a part of that basic social structure and its development which we have analyzed so far. Without some such conception, the Negro question remains a mystery, but at the same time the Negro question will help to make that conception real and alive as few other detached elements or phenomena can do. Thus, in addition to its own basic importance, it is important for us who are following this. The Negro question in the United States is the #1 minority problem in the modern world. It is #1 because if this cannot be solved, then there is no possibility of solution of any minority problem anywhere. The fate of 6 million Jews in Europe, of perhaps twice or 3 times that number of individuals in the prison camps of Russia, of Poles enslaved by Germans as a subordinate nation, of millions of Germans and other nationalities uprooted and transported like cattle over wide expanses of territory, the fierce conflict in India, in the United States the uprooting of the Japanese during the war, all this shows that here the world is not moving towards the peaceful enlightened solution of minority or national problems. It is doing the opposite. The Negro problem becomes therefore a sort of touchstone. America is the wealthiest nation in the world, and stands as the representative banker, armorer and political mentor of one political system in opposition to another which contends with it for worldwide domination. The Negroes are Americans. There never was a minority which was so much flesh of the flesh and blood of the majority. In language, religion, social culture, education, training, perspectives, the Negroes are Americans and nothing else but Americans. To raise the problem of color alone as a barrier to Americanism is to alienate the greater part of the population of the world, some of whom as in India and China wield important power directly in their own part of the world and not so indirectly in the struggle for world domination. The Negroes do not seek any special privileges, constitution, or statehood. All they demand is freedom and equality. The world watches this extraordinary situation. When an American labor publicist visited England some years ago, two questions exceeded all other in the queries made to him: the position of Negroes and John L. Lewis. The American government sent segregated Negroes in the army all over the world, civilized and uncivilized, and thus placed the Negro question squarely before the people of all nations. The whole world and the common people everywhere talk about it. For example, in India it is front-page news. But it is also a question eating at the heart of the American people, not only at its morale and its confidence, adding to the sense of frustration and impotence. It is one of the crucial pivots of the American political system. Abroad it is a symbol, at home it is not merely a symbol, but a vivid and potent actuality. Now progress has been made, but as with the women question, it is 202. Primarily a progress of realization. Years ago the Negroes had still to struggle to establish themselves as not congenitally inferior to whites. It is instructive to read the old monographs, articles, volumes, disputes on Negro intelligence, tests, the shape of the head, the weight of the brain, etc. Today all that is dead. Those who are intimately acquainted with white Southerners say that even they no longer use the argument of congenital inferiority. The idea that white women in the South are in danger from Negro rapists is also exploded, and it was exploded chiefly by pointing out that of the thousands of recorded lynchings in the South, only 20% of them involved Negroes accused, far less convicted, of rape. Negroes have established themselves in all fundamental spheres of American life and one distinction in many. The question now stands naked as one of economic, social, racial domination and now can be seen for what it is, on a par with the labor question and the women question. Like the workers and the women, the great majority of Negroes are at bottom quite hopeless of seeing within their lifetime any equality for Negroes. First let us face what the Negro question is. It is an economic question, it is a political question, yes, so it is, but it is primarily a question of human relations but not in the common sense of those words. These relations remain a sealed book to the large majority of the nation above the Mason and Dixon line. I know only one book, and that appeared in 1949 and was not widely read, which makes any attempt to express these relations. To put them briefly, in the greater part of the southern states where 10 million Negroes live, the vast majority of the Negroes are outside the law. They have no personal rights which a white man must respect. A Negro, whatever his status, must be prepared to be insulted, beaten up, and if it is found necessary, shot down by white men without possibility of redress by law. A Negro who raises his hand against a white man, whatever the provocation, takes his life in his hands by so doing. The Negroes in the South often refer to the Mason and Dixon line as the Smith and Wesson line. The revolver rules. Regulations about buses, separate accommodations for Negro and whites, etc. are governed in theory by legal procedures. A Negro who breaks them knows that he runs the risk of their being settled on the spot. This is in substantial respects much worse than fascism, for under fascism it is the police, the Gestapo, the G.P. The state which terrorizes the whole population. In the South it is not the state but the mass of the white population, civilians, any group which knows that it has power of life or death over 10 millions of its citizens. The occasional lynching is merely the means by which this power of intimidation is maintained. There is not a normal existence, mere segregation, with an occasional flare-up in a lynching or violence. That is not the South at all. There is at all times, every day, the consciousness in the minds of both white and black, of the fact that a revolver can be brought in to settle all disputes. That it is not brought in more often is because the Negroes are 203. Disciplined to accept, the consequences of non-acceptance are too serious to encourage risks. Many whites also in certain areas strive to prevent the use of power. But it exists, it is the dominant fact in Southern life, and has been for generations. The writer of this, as all readers of this outline know, is a Negro, and if it is thought advisable, could give examples of his own direct, personal experiences, extending from New Orleans to Memphis. To anyone who has grasped this stupendous reality, one of the most astonishing in the history of modern civilized nations, all the agitation and excitement about civil rights, a national F.E.P.C. with teeth in it, a federal anti-lynching bill, abolition of the poll tax, etc., all legislation of this kind to be passed in Congress, all this hullabaloo can be seen for what it is, a body of legislation which, even if it is all passed, will not alter the fundamental situation. It cannot. The local populations, the local rural administrations, the local municipalities, the local police, the local magistrates, the local state administrations, local juries, will have to be altered, and no legislation passed in any Congress will alter these. No federal administration will hurl itself into a civil war with the states and vast numbers of the population of the South, in a vain and costly attempt to change a situation such as we have described. Let it be said before we go any further that this does not mean that these struggles are vain. Not at all. And the resistance that the South has mobilized against them is clear evidence that something important is involved. The protagonists know that what is really involved is a declaration of position, a statement at least of intention by Congress and the federal government. It is an attempt to throw the moral weight of the Congress on the side of the Negroes. It is a lever in the struggle, a very important lever, but it is that and nothing more. That is where we must begin. There is involved here a revolution in relations comparable only to the revolution which will emancipate labor and the revolution which will emancipate women. What is it that this system protects? What is it safeguarding? This system protects some of the most precious material interests in the country. 1. The Negro sharecroppers and Negro agricultural laborers are at the mercy of white landlords and merchants, and by this intimidation they not only maintain that domination but extend it over whites as well. 2. Negro labor in industry, and inevitably white labor as well, where the two work together, until the spread of unionism was at the mercy of industry. 3. Public funds, mainly, though not exclusively for education, are deflected from Negroes to whites, sometimes in the ratio of 5 to 1. 4. Probably well over 1 million white-collar and skilled labor jobs which in an equal society would be held by Negroes remain the exclusive preserve of whites. 204. 5. The political oligarchy wield their power in the states, and a power infinitely beyond their real social force in Washington and in the nation as a whole, through domination over the Negroes and domination over the poorer whites which this Negro domination gives. 6. Banking and investment interests of the North with large investments in the South know that this system protects the status quo and do not wish it destroyed. 7. The political representatives of industrial management in the North are dependent upon the political oligarchy of the South for holding in check and defeating the measures of the welfare state which they consider extreme, such as, for example, the repeal of the Taft-Hartley Act. 8. The whole mighty apparatus of government which has now governed the United States for nearly 20 years can be completely upset by the freedom of the popular masses in the South. Now, does anyone believe that so vast and complicated and powerful a system of interrelated interests, safeguarded by the readiness for direct action of millions of whites in the South, protected by their local governments at all levels, can anyone in his senses believe that bills passed, in Congress, anti-lynching, federal FEBC, etc. will change what we have outlined above? People note the terrific struggles of the Negroes, the manner in which they have forced the issues before the public and forced them into the programs of both parties. They note the mass of information that has been publicized so widely, the wide sympathy that has been aroused, and the fact that the Negro question was a central issue in the 81st Congress, and the struggle over FEPC dominates this Congress so far. They presume that in time the Southern Bloc will be defeated and some legislation passed, the whole constituting some sort of progress. Some slight consideration of what has been written above will show the immense illusions contained in the above perspective. To begin with the present. Why have not the bills been passed despite the clear mandate of the electorate? For the mandate of the electorate is clear. How definitive a change has been reached in the country as a whole was shown nowhere so clearly as by the prompt reaction of the mercurial movie makers. Sensitive to public opinion, they sensed that now they could afford to exploit the Negro question in their own limited fashion for profit and prestige, not only without offending but actually pleasing the public. The only concrete political result so far has been the strengthening of the rules by which the Southern congressmen can filibuster on anti-Jim Crow bills. Why? It is because the parliamentary process and the political system are absolutely powerless against the system we have described, its ramifications throughout the nation and the gaping holes and cracks it will open in the 205 whole American structure if there were any serious attempt to reverse it. That is why the bills are not passed. It is not a question of some reactionary Southern congressman. From this we can take the next and far more important step. Even if all the legislation were passed, 1. It would be passed in such a mangled, truncated form and so tied about with legalistic obstacles, so riddled with loopholes, that it would be useless as a means of changing what it is supposed to change. That a vote of 270 against and 240 for is changed into 270 for and 240 against does not alter the basic relations described above. 2. And if even, for the sake of discussion, we assume that reasonably sharp legislation is passed, there does not exist in the United States any governmental force to put them into force. What will happen is exactly the opposite of what the light-minded and superficial expect. There will then be created a huge barrier to any serious emancipation. Let us watch this well, for it is a characteristic example of the process by which the modern world is rushing to its doom. The federal government is not an abstraction. It is a huge bureaucratic administration now spending 40% of the national income. In it are represented directly and indirectly vast nationwide interests. These interests have to be maintained in some sort of equilibrium to carry out the main tasks which face it. 1. Carry on the Cold War against Russia and mobilize the nation and Western Europe. 2. Struggle to maintain the economy in some sort of equilibrium. Under these circumstances the federal government 1. Organized a military force of 15 millions on Jim Crow lines, bringing Jim Crow forcibly to the attention of the whole nation and the whole world, refuses to make any serious alteration in the status of Negroes in the armed forces and is obviously preparing to organize the nation in a future war upon the same basis. 2. Refuses to make any serious alteration in the Jim Crow regulations of the Federal Housing Authority. 3. Refuses to take any step to put an end to Jim Crow in Washington. 4. Refuses to get into conflict with the state of Tennessee and builds and maintains its atomic project, a project new from the ground up, on strictly Jim Crow lines. 206. These are the acts of the federal government and its reasons for them are as clear as daylight. In the present crisis, national and international, it sees not the slightest reason for, and very solid reasons against, undertaking the disruption of the nation which a serious attempt to eliminate Jim Crow from the South will undoubtedly cause. Any legislation that is passed therefore as far as government is concerned, will result in merely adding organizational bureaus, investigators, fact-finders, commissions, etc. With a liberal sprinkling of Negroes, who become inevitably part of the whole gigantic apparatus of government with all its strains and stresses, its major national and international problems. Its primary function is not to disrupt the economic and social foundations of the country but to perpetuate itself and govern. The goodwill or ill will, the good intentions or bad intentions of the president mean absolutely nothing here. The inevitable result of legislation being handed over to the administration will be that those in charge of it, Negroes or not, with their first loyalty to the administration and its primary tasks, will become adjusters, manipulators, fixers, propagandists, educators, but the safest and most dependable preservers and protectors of the essentials of the system. The process of adjustment is already in progress. The Negro intelligentsia is being combed and groomed to play precisely the role of the labor bureaucracy in its relation to the fundamental problems of the labor process. Not only is this taking place in the government itself. The majority of the very greatest industrial firms in the country, acting through the Urban League, are now carefully selecting a limited number of well-educated Negroes for white-collar posts in industry in the North, where the Negroes as voters have an important political power, and have led the struggles which have brought the Negro question where it is. It would not be too difficult to prove that some of these interests, while taking these steps on the one hand, are on the other supporting the maintenance of the status quo in the South. Today Vanderbilts and Rockefellers serve actively on the committees of the Urban League, symptomatic of the changes in popular sentiment over the Negro question. But every accession to the cause of elements of this type means inevitably adjustments at the top and further nails in the coffin of Negro emancipation. For these elements only add weight to the conservative elements in the general propaganda, legislation, and bureaucratic conservative administration of whatever legislation may ultimately be passed. Continuing with the rigid selectivity, we touch upon certain aspects which illuminate the fundamental relation between this minority question and the basic social structure and development of the nation as a whole. We have sought to emphasize fundamental relations, the great efforts that are made to correct them, and the fact above all which so demoralizes the modern world, that the greater the efforts made, the more terrible are the new forms in which the old social problems reappear. This in fact is the cause of the 207. Demoralization and the hopelessness, for if effort produced amelioration and opened out perspectives of hope, there obviously would not be demoralization and certainly not hopelessness. The Negro question is a very typical example of this. The Negroes struggle against segregation and separation. But every effort that they make results in minor adjustments and greater segregation and separation. This was brought to public notice by Gunnar Myrdal in his American Dilemma, the result of a $2.5 million investigation. But Myrdal did not understand it as a fundamental pattern of the modem crisis. Negroes in the North in particular live in segregated areas, in the great cities, 10, sometimes hundreds of thousands. These communities grow and spread constantly, adding to themselves new territories from which the whites move out. Thus, as Myrdal notes, all Negro communities who have little to do with whites are on the increase. The government passes legislation prohibiting restrictive covenants for housing. A few wealthy Negroes can thereby move to other neighborhoods. But city municipalities, real estate owners and interests, these are the ones who decide how and where Negroes on the whole should live. They on the one hand and the automatically expanding Negro communities on the other, make nonsense of racial covenants. Negro pressure for living space, for freedom, does not result in their being admitted freely to live where they wish, it results in the pressure being carefully directed towards certain specified areas, now thrown open to colored, and an increase in segregation. The larger these areas get and the more carefully they are manipulated, the more intense becomes the segregation. The Negroes and the labor movement and the general liberal forces by pressures and agitation demand equality. Repeatedly, as the Negro leaders themselves confess, they are offered increased facilities on a segregated basis, and as they confess, they succumb to the temptation. The greater the extent of the segregated areas, the simpler it is to build schools, to open parks, community centers, etc. for the Negroes among the Negroes, staffed to some degree by Negroes. Thus is created one of the scandalous but inevitable developments in such relations known all over the colored world. There is created a constantly growing vested interest in segregation itself. Negro universities, Negro social workers, Negro institutes, funds for the benefit of Negroes, Negro school systems, Negro representatives in white institutions, Negro representatives on administrative boards, and now representative Negroes in white business offices and on technical staffs, Negro war correspondents. We cannot go into details here, but the pattern is now well established. And with the growing bureaucratization of all aspects of modem life, the joint pattern of agitation for equality and the resultant increase of facilities by the increase of segregation grows steadily. The analysis of the role the federal government will and must play in the administration of anti-Jim Crow legislation is only the 208th fundamental exemplar of what is taking place north and south. One more question remains, and that is to show how deeply embedded in the whole American structure is what on the surface and to foreigners in particular can appear as a racial question to be solved by education, etc. We shall divide this into two parts, the physical facts, so to speak, and secondly the psychological. 1. The C.1.0 is the most powerful social organization in the nation. Along with the United Mine Workers, it can paralyze the economic and political system of the country. All dynamic social progress depends primarily on this. There are over 1 million Negroes in these two organizations. 2. There are, as we have said, about 9 million farmers in the United States, of whom about 2 to 3 million are prosperous, some rich. The vast majority of the others are tenant farmers or small farmers, millions of them being in the most miserable situation. Millions of Negroes in the South are among the most miserable of the farming community. 3. The urban Negroes, North and South, live for the most part in overcrowded ghettos, most often in conditions of unbelievable squalor. Here the Negro question is rooted in the all-important housing question. 4. The most striking phenomenon in American politics is the alliance within the Democratic Party of the C.1.0 and the Southern oligarchy, the two extreme poles of American society. It is certain that this alliance is nearing its end. It is equally certain that the Northern Negroes, by their political activity and the political power they wield in many states, where they hold the balance of power, will have contributed as much as, or more than any other single factor in breaking this alliance, one of the strangest in the whole history of politics. 1. Thus, on all the basic economic and political problems of the day, the Negro, segregated as he is an integral part of American life. And it is the contradiction between this fundamental need for complete and total integration demanded by the whole modem development in conflict with the powerful interests which demand and perpetuate segregation that lies the sharpness and the intolerable strains of the whole Negro question. Finally, to complete the general picture, to make some effort to arrive at some totality, it will be useful to look at certain aspects of the sociology and psychology of the Negroes taken as a whole. They are selected here because they are symptomatic of the nation as a whole. The Negroes are Americans, and in them, in their combined segregation and integration, can be seen indications of the national crisis, strains, capabilities, needs and hopes, as in no other section of the population. It is possible merely to list and not to develop them. 209. 1. The great unsatisfied desire of the American population is for social organization, free association, for common social ends. It is the only means whereby the powerful and self-destroying individualism can find fulfillment. The Americans are the most highly self-organized people on earth. Every city, every suburb, every hamlet, has organizations of some sort, Elks, Shriners, Rotarians, clubs for everything under the sun. But the Negroes are the most highly organized of Americans. Government statistics show that of some 14 million Negroes in the United States, over 1 million are listed as belonging to some organization. Whatever the variety of these organizations, every one has openly or implicitly as part of its program the emancipation of the Negro people. Chief of these is the Negro Church. A Negro of oratorical or fluent gifts which, if he were a white man, would give him a good position as a salesman, politician, etc., becomes a preacher. He opens in some small room in a northern city and gathers a few of the faithful, domestic servants, common laborers, the poorest of the poor, seeking some social organization, some collective life. In 15 or 20 years, they have built a church, they have property worth $20,000. Choir, Sunday schools, clubs, classes, excursions, national contacts, local chapters, all are flourishing on a basis of self-government and built on the pennies and dimes of the congregation. Here the Negro is free free to work out his own purposes and pursuits, free from the unceasing humiliations and domination of the white world. Few aspects of American life are more symbolically significant than this creative social power, excluded from the general world, expressing itself so powerfully within its own narrow environment. It is not religion. It is far more an outlet for the spirit which has made the country and is now frustrated in so many spheres of American life. 2. The American people as a whole are frustrated in their most essential being and seek release from these frustrations in the ways we have described. No greater torture for an American could be devised than that which the American Negroes suffer, to see others know better than they have elementary rights of which they are deprived. The twisted bitterness of the Negro people is an index of the suppressed angers which permeate the vast majority of the nation. In the passion of the church services and singing of the very poor, in the responses to the great Negro bands in dance halls and sometimes in theaters in the Negro districts, can be felt a passion, a tremendous elemental social force, which many who note it, like to fancy is primitive, of the jungle. It is nothing of the kind. It is modern Americanism, a profoundly social passion of frustration and violence, characteristic of the nation as a whole, as can be seen in the gangster films, radio dramas and comic strips. 3. The American people are remarkable for political outbursts such as Jacksonian democracy, the early years of the formation of the Republican 210 Party, populism, the IWW, outbursts which sought by mass mobilization to rid society of encumbrances at one mighty blow. The Garvey movement, despite all its surface extravagances and absurdities, was in essence a movement in America, an American movement, with the sweep and the temper and the passion of the American masses when they move. 4. The American people today and over the past 20 years have been gradually awakened to the necessity of political struggles of a kind they had forgotten. The Negroes are in this foremost. They concentrate on the Negro problem, but individually, in small groups, in organizations, with or without allies, handicapped by the whole actual and traditional barriers against them, they have brought their cause before the nation and the world, won allies, and now threaten to give the final blows to the traditional political mechanism by breaking up the Democratic Party. This is not Negro. It is a symbol of the temper of the American people. The Negroes have their cause simply and clearly posed before them, and the nation, and their segregation forces them and facilitates easier mobilization. But the whole history of America shows that political activity of this kind on their part heralds, is an advance notice of the whole nation in movement. 5. The American Negroes are today symptomatic of the changed relations in social forces and an index of the basic forces now molding the United States. It was their segregation, their lowly dispersed station that forced them into mining, the steel industry, the automobile industry, cooks and stewards on board ship, etc. Now after 30 years these industries have developed to such a degree that the unions which spring out of them hold in their hands the keys to the American industrial process. The Negroes thus find themselves in the forefront of the social forces contending for mastery in the nation. There are perhaps 100,000 Negro miners in the United Mine Workers. They are unnoticed, the miners move as one. 6. In more strictly differentiated organizations and in representative individuals the pattern continues. A basic feature of the modern democracy is a grouping like the labor bureaucracy whose functions so far in labor relations we have analyzed. The NAACP in Negro relations plays in all essential features within its own environment the same role. If American intellectuals were attracted into the Communist Party, more Negro intellectuals were drawn to it in proportion. If few have remained, towering among them are Paul Robeson and W.E.B. Du Bois. Robeson is in fact on a world scale far and away the most important artist intellectual associated with the Cominform. But whereas white intellectuals and writers broke away and sought retirement or a refuge with traditional democracy. 211. Richard Wright and Chester Himes attacked Russian communism and its satellite parties from the left, condemning it not merely for corruption but because it was not revolutionary and betrayed Negro revolutionism. With all their limitations they held up a banner, groping pioneers for a Native American radicalism. Most remarkable of all is the case of Lawrence Dennis. Known for years as the only serious theorist for an American fascism, his career was cut short by the publicity given to the fact that he is a man of Negro ancestry. The popular writer who in his books has most expressed the modern American feeling for violent, uninhibited direct action and individualistic self-expression is Frank Yerby, a Negro writer. Richard Wright and Chester Himes first brought to public attention the fact that the Negro in the North suffered not only from physical and legal limitations and humiliations. His intellectual and emotional life were torn and twisted and possessed so that he did not know a moment's peace at any time. Wright and the French existentialists, products of the extreme literary and artistic sophistication, centuries old, of Paris, the artistic center of European civilization, have discovered the closest affinity with each other, and the emotions they describe, despite the fact that Wright's work is exclusively concerned with American Negroes in their own limited environment. The Negro writer represents the extreme peak of American revolt against the intolerable psychological burdens placed upon individuals in every part of the modern world. Such is a brief attempt to present in broad strokes an outline of the concrete totality, economic, political, psychological, and the contradictory antagonistic movement of the relations of one section of the population. Under the heading of minority problems can be seen the intolerable strains and stresses to which the whole nation is subjected. The next section, on women, cannot attempt to do the same. But it will supplement the foregoing, by trying to represent the manner in which intimate personal relations, beyond the attempts of all legislation and government, are affected and determined by the essential relations which we outlined earlier. Women. We have to exclude certain substantial elements in the population and choose. We do not propose to take up the women question so far as it relates to the great mass of working women. We shall later make a few observations about them, but that is all. Nor shall we take up those who are wealthy and have domestic servants. We propose to concentrate upon those who are intermediate between these, first, because in 2 chapters at least, we dealt 212 with the problems of industrial labor, and we are aiming to embrace as far as possible the great majority of the nation in this study. Secondly, because in studying these, we are not so far from the great millions as might appear on the surface. Before 1789 in France, the people who were vocal about equality were not the artisans, the merchants, the small j urban intelligentsia. They listened, or often seemed to be indifferent, while the radical aristocrats and the famous encyclopedists, philosophers, etc., friends of the aristocracy and the aristocratic bourgeoisie attacked what they called the excesses of the monarchical and aristocratic system. In the day of crisis, however, it turned out that the most ardent, the most determined, the most self-rifacing advocates of equality were precisely those who before 1789 had had very little, practically nothing to say. It is quite certain that the ferment and the ideas about the relations of men and women which were stirring in that section of society I have selected do not represent but are symptomatic of vast stirrings which exist among the tens of millions of the laboring and lower middle class women. This section of American women is the envy of its counterparts in all parts of the world who see it glamorized in the movies and in the fashion and women's magazines and novels which between them set the tone in style and manners wherever the English language is read and wherever movies are seen. And the American woman is undoubtedly the freest, the most advanced, with the greatest opportunities for self-development in the world. De Tocqueville and Bryce have drawn attention to the exceptional advantages she has enjoyed throughout the history of the United States. American industry has offered her opportunities, not equal to men's but sufficient to save her from the total economic dependence upon her husband which, in more backward countries, constitutes an intolerable barrier to any pretense of equality. Divorce in many states is easy and for the class we are considering a trip to Reno for 6 weeks, though difficult, is not impossible. They are familiar with men, having had the advantage of co-education on campuses, or if they were not fortunate enough to go to college, have shared in that freedom and easy relationship between the young people of both sexes which is so characteristic of American life. Reasonably good clothes, shoes, cosmetics, the beauty parlor, bathroom, hot water, good medical attention in childhood enable them to make the best of themselves in a way that they can only appreciate if they go abroad. And see what their sisters of similar status have to put up with. Vacuum cleaners, Frigidaires, the telephone, diaper service, innumerable gadgets and conveniences ease women's traditional burden. Their life is not paradise nor yet the new millennium, but in comparison with that of women in the past and women in other countries this stratum is exceptionally well placed. They are great readers of books and magazines, and as far as the position of women is concerned, their minds are turned forward, and yet these women are the most unhappy, the most torn. 213. The most dissatisfied, the most antagonistic in their relations with men that it is possible to find in history or as far as can be gathered, in other parts of the world. Equality they have in theory. They can and do embark on careers and win places for themselves in teaching, in the professions, in business. They are severely handicapped by the masculine prejudices, traditions, etc., but they are pushing ahead. If economic crises hit them harder and quicker than they do men, yet crises seem to be in the nature of things. It is not that which disrupts them. The thing that tears them to pieces is that when they examine their equality, they find that it is a spurious thing. This generation more than any other can and does face up to the fact that equal rights with men is not what it appeared to be 2 generations or even a generation ago. A baby means in modern civilization 3 years or more out of a woman's life. If she has money for maids and nurses, she need not go through this period of abstention from her ordinary pursuits. The wife of the ordinary working man knows from the start that she must accept this. She is not necessarily reconciled to it, not at all. But so it has been and so it is, so for the time being she accepts it. But the girl who has gone to college or otherwise had an opportunity to develop her abilities and ambitions is suddenly transformed into a wife, dependent upon her husband, dropping behind in the race, where formerly she had gone side by side with him through high school and college or in the early stages of a business career. For the woman, for an active woman, is posed the question of the home versus the career, and the career does not necessarily mean a world-shaking one but simply being active in the world, earning some money and not waiting at home as an appendage to a man. No such basic choices ever face an active man. Whether basic biological urges impel women to need babies is excluded here. I cannot go into THT. The fact remains that if the couple or the woman or the man, particularly want children, and biological urge or not, that is a natural and normal instinct, equality vanishes. We are here at the very roots of the modern dilemma. Our parents and still more our grandparents neither expected nor wanted equality. They grew up in a different world. Today, however, equality is not an individual need or the subjective passion of a few intense or rebellious people. From every point of view it is a social necessity. In the modern world, industry when, as during the war, it has to make a special effort, calls for labor in general without specification, whatever it can get. Education, primary and secondary, reduces the distinction between the sexes. Mass political activity, such as it is, embraces the whole population without distinction of sex. The centralization of modern life, industry, communications, press, radio, all drag individuals from a position of social ossification. To accept a priori a subordinate inactive or restricted position in life among our associates, that is today what calls for effort, not vice versa. The husband who goes forth and the little woman. 214. At home, the public life and the life of the home, these old distinctions have been shattered among all who have had opportunities, by the blows of modern civilization. The middle-aged women who preoccupy themselves with clubs and lectures, etc. are a pathetic spectacle because 15 vital years of their lives have gone into bringing up the children. Hence on the whole a poor showing of women in politics. Hence the sense of bitterness and the frustration and a feeling of the burdens placed immediately upon women. Many women who are indifferent to civil rights burn with rage and impotence at this antagonism between theoretical and practical life which touches them so nearly. This elementary question of children merely highlights the whole increasing clashing and rasping between the theoretical concept of equality and its actuality. A modern man has grown up in an environment of a man-dominated civilization, education, books, movies, his parents, even the experience of his very early infancy. Margaret Mead has written on this. These have gone to make him what he is. He has as a rule little except the most abstract sense of equality. He and his wife may both work, but almost inevitably the responsibilities of the home fall upon the woman, not only in the material sense of cooking and cleaning but in the sense that except in rare cases, the responsibility for adjustments to differences of personality fall almost automatically upon her. The moment a child comes, or there is any serious disruption of the routine, the steady adaptation of her personality to his can assume a burdensome, oppressive and wearing quality which can express itself in forms far removed from the original cause. Of late years the women in this group have been on the defensive. They are ready to retreat, and in fact it appears that they are retreating all along the line. The women's magazines which serve them, such as Ladies' Home Journal, McCall's, Good Housekeeping, Cosmopolitan, Women's Day, are filled with advice as to how to hold the man, a proposition the mere statement of which is revealing enough in itself. Still more revealing is the advice given to play up to him, listen to him, read this or that about his work in order to hold his interest. When the baby comes, be careful to let him see that he is not now a neglected or subordinate factor. Nowhere is converse advice given to the man. These magazines and presumably the women who read them have accepted frankly the fact that man is the dominant sex. But it is impossible for women to grow up in the modern world, be educated in the concepts of liberty and equality, go to modern schools and universities, enter into marriage without using the word obey, and then find that they have to spend the rest of their lives accommodating their personality to their husbands on grounds that are strictly a priori. This is the immediate elementary antagonism of the relationship. It is made even worse than it is at first sight because the whole of the past, so living in the present, conditions the woman to feeling within her own personality. 215. The pressures of submissiveness. This too is in direct opposition to the ideas of freedom and equality for women which she has imbibed from childhood as an individual and from the social environment. The final result is a permanent underlying bitterness and sense of frustration. It is the direct counterpart of the sense of hopelessness and frustration felt by the masses of workers in modern industrial production. To make the point clear, it would be useful to use the method employed earlier and pose theoretically in rough and ready fashion the only alternative, a revolution in individual relationships as great as the revolution pointed at in the labor process. Men and women will be equal when from the very start, cooking, washing and other household duties, childcare, personal adornment, games, sports, etc. are taught to children by a world which makes no distinction at all between the sexes. The age of chivalry must go and go finally and irrevocably. The world in which a man's brute force was a necessary part of life no longer exists. When a man had to chop wood or be a blacksmith, or saddle a horse, or go hunting for food, women naturally did the cooking, cleaning, embroidering and took over the graces as well as the routine chores of life. It was a division of labor. Today in an advanced civilized household, a woman does the actual heavy work, if any. Only when men by upbringing not so much in words but by social practice can thumb their hands to every single social and domestic necessity in the home and not feel it a disruption of their personality pattern to do so, will there be any possibility of equality. Under these circumstances, even a baby in the home does not become automatically the woman's sphere, except for a very few months at least. Now it is obvious that what is envisioned here is a revolution indeed. And no modern man who observes society at all objectively could deny that on such a basis, if universally admitted and not so much admitted as practiced, man as a social being has everything to gain and nothing at all to lose. The perpetual friction and dissatisfaction are as wearing and deleterious to character development and free and happy association in the man as in the woman. but it is equally obvious that so drastic an overturn in contemporary domestic relations is conditioned upon an equally drastic overturn in economic relations. Man will have to lose his place as the traditional breadwinner. As long as he is this, all talk of equality is a burdensome fiction. And there is no absolute necessity whatever for men to continue as the breadwinner or the provider. At present there are many types of rough work which men do more easily than women. We shall take this up before we are finished, but the ultimate tendency in modern industry is knowledge, skill, mental alertness, flexibility. There are vast branches of modern industry in which women are fully able to take their equal place with men. In the tremendous social test of cities subjected to mass bombing, it is nowhere suggested that women were less able to stand it than men. The revolution in the home rests upon a revolution outside of it. The last war, as great wars always do, shows 216. A clear indication of a future society by the role women played in industry, and willingly. For many millions of women, especially younger women all over the world, work in factories and in farms was an introduction to a new world of freedom, independence, and common social experience. In one of the many neglected passages of Capital, which is so largely concerned with the human relations of industrial man, Karl Marx states that in the factory of the future, men, women, and children will take part in the work, and thus lay the basis for totally new relations of the family. Modern experiences in the factory show quite clearly that left to themselves a group of workers made allowances for older men, men not physically strong, etc., and it is a very peculiar conception of human nature which does not understand that men, women, and children can work together and adjust the work to physical capacities and needs, education and recreation of children, etc., without the slightest difficulty. If this is so for industrial labor, it is obviously much more true of all kinds of labor. Today it is done without strain on many modern farms. But it is obvious that for the personalities of men and women to be altered to permit a genuinely equal relationship requires a total reorganization of all kinds of labor relations in the world at large. Before we go any further, it would be useful to establish that many observers have come to the conclusion that some drastic change in society is necessary before the perpetual frustration of modern women, and to a substantial degree of men also, can have any possibility of relief, and that energy be turned to more creative purposes, though it is equally true to say that numbers of thinking women look upon the situation as hopeless. As I write January 30, 1950, I see in the New York Times Book Review of January 29 an article by J. Donald Adams which expresses perfectly one of the reasons for the hopelessness which clutches at the vitals of so many millions in the United States. I shall as usual quote extensively from it so that its positive and negative side may illuminate the central point. Adams says of a book by Haniel Long, "Its chief concern, I suppose, is with the maintenance of a free society, and its chief value its emphasis on the fact of individual responsibility." The passage which I quote touches upon a matter no less central to our time than is the survival of freedom. It is one about which far less has been written, about which not nearly enough has been written, the relationship between the sexes in the modern world. This is absolutely correct. While much has been written, most of it is of the type which deals with more education, restraint, consideration, lengthy and not hasty preliminaries to the sex act, and such like. Adams knows this. He continues. That may seem like a strange and questionable statement. A great deal has been 217 written on the fringes of this subject, on the obvious results to date of what we refer to as women's emancipation. We have been made more acutely aware, through the drawings of Mr. Thurber, and through occasional plays and stories, of the heightened tension in the relationship between men and women, so that we have come to speak of the war between the sexes. But there has been little writing of a creative kind which has really come to grips with the matter of how important this changing relationship is, almost no writing which can be described as constructive. Perhaps I am blind or unaware, but there seems to me to be little general comprehension among our writers of the fact that women, in their struggle toward readjustment, a struggle which men forced upon them when they brought the industrial age into being, have now arrived at a crucial point, beyond which they cannot go without men's understanding and help. Woman, as Long observes, is being born again, is delivering herself of herself. And the strain and stress of that experience is, I am sure, the basic reason why women are drinking as much as they are today. It is, too, the explanation of many of the divorces initiated by wives. Through many centuries it has been difficult for men to see women otherwise than as creatures existing on earth for their comfort, pleasure, and convenience. One evidence of this was pointed out recently by Edith Hamilton in her Spokesman of God, when she remarked that the Bible is the only literature in the world up to our own century which looks at women as human beings, no better and no worse than men. The Old Testament writers considered them just as impartially as they did men, free from prejudice and even from condescension. The quotation is long, but it is so complete and so adequate, it poses the question in terms that have full significance for us who are following this sketch, the individual personality, that it must appear here is someone who grasps the subject. In reality it is typical of modem thinkers of the less superficial kind. He sees the problem but is totally bankrupt in front of it, and it is precisely this recognition of vital problems and the utter hopelessness and helplessness in front of them that characterizes our world. The article continues. The subject upon which Mr. Long touches, and I am sorry to present his observations out of their context, must, it seems to me, be one of the great themes which writers will approach during the remainder of this century. It is practically virgin territory. The only creative writing that has been done in it has been of a most superficial kind. The seeds for such writing were sown nearly 50 years ago by Rainer Maria Rilke in the letters subsequently published as Letters to a Young Poet. In one of them he remarked that we were only just beginning to look upon the relation of one individual to a second individual without prejudice and realistically. This is fantastic. Adams thinks that creative writers will approach this. 218. Theme during the next half-century. The fatuity of these thinkers is beyond belief. Joyce, Proust, Lawrence, T.S. Eliot, during the last 30 years approached many other serious problems very creatively. And what is the result? They have increased the sense of demoralization, bankruptcy, and hopelessness. What in the name of heaven can creative writers do in the face of what we have been describing? Adams then quotes the letter from Rilke of which we give only one section. Some day, and of this, particularly in the northern provinces, reliable signs already speak, some day there will be girls and women whose names will no longer signify merely an opposite of the masculine, but something in itself, something that makes one think, not of any complement and limit, but of life and existence, the female human being. This advance will, at first much against the will of the men who have been outstripped, change the experiencing of love, which is now full of error, will alter it from the ground up, reshape it into a relation that is meant to be of one human being to another, no longer of man to woman. And this more human love, that will fulfill itself, infinitely considerate and gentle and good and clear in binding and releasing, will resemble that which we are with struggle and endeavor preparing, the love that consists in this, that two solitudes protect and touch and greet each other. This indeed is the limit of foolishness. Women, it seems, have outstripped men. Love will be more human, etc., etc. This is mysticism, no less. It is excusable in Rilke, in fact, it is highly creditable to him 50 years ago to have made these observations. To a man who writes about the Cold War between the sexes and recognizes that today the whole situation is crucial, to have nothing more to say than this is to confess that for him the situation is insoluble. In the same issue of the Times is an advertisement for a new book by Margaret Mead which uses the same phrase Cold War in referring to the relations between the sexes. I have not read the book, but I take a chance and prophesy that it contains admirable and profound analyses by a very able and conscientious mind, but that it will leave the intelligent and experienced reader more hopeless than ever before. It must be so, because of the simple fact that in all these books the individual is somehow made responsible by his or her own individual efforts to make adjustments to dislocations and antagonisms whose whole roots are in forces totally beyond their individual powers. The changes that are needed are so far-reaching that the writers either dare not or are unable to face them. The changes necessary appear to be, as Elton Mayo said of another sphere, fantastic and utopian. And so they do, undoubtedly, until one looks at what has been happening to the world in the past 40 years and realizes that no piddling little reforms and efforts of creative writers during the next 50 years can halt the descent and the abyss. And people on the whole know this. 219. They know it very well. It is precisely because they no longer believe in any of the little nostrums and medicines that their outlook is so gloomy. To return to the middle-class women. There is, as we have said, the primary relation in which one personality is compelled day in and day out without let up to adjust itself to another, to subordinate itself, to accept. And exacerbating this primary antagonism are the physical circumstances of existence. Americans boast with justice of the high material content of the civilization which can be embodied in the one word plumbing. In reality, future generations will, and in fact many in this generation recognize already, that for modern man the 2 or 3 rooms with kitchen and bath are not a dwelling house at all but a cage. These interminable blocks of apartments are not related to the needs of the people who live in them. They are related to certain necessities of the economy, first of which is the need to have as many millions of people packed together as closely as possible to get them to work in the huge industrial concentrations as quickly as possible. This is the first and fundamental motivation in modem building, and there is no escape from it, because under the present circumstances those who would protest loudest at any change would be the people who suffer most from it. Secondly, there is the question of squeezing the utmost value out of every square inch of land, which follows from the first necessity. Thirdly, there is the question of transportation bound up with the first two. Just as today governments deal with food more and more in terms of vitamins and calories necessary for life, i.e., to be able to work, so for generations regulations deal with how many windows, distances between houses, etc. The result is that the modem individual, or the modem couple, of moderate means faces the physical conditions of existence worked out to a degree which gives no faculty of self-determination or choice whatever. The circumstances of work, of transport, of home and life, are determined. The individual must fit into them. To recall de Tocqueville, this modem individual's grandfather or great-grandfather did not live this way. Life was a heroic adventure for anyone who wanted to act. For the modem individual it is a deadly routine. And for the woman, whether she stays at home or goes to work, the personal frustration and anxiety never ceases. For the responsibility of making something tolerable and interesting out of this formidable apparatus of mechanized, routinized living devolves by social tradition and practice upon her. Society constructs a huge apparatus whose determinant force is getting masses of people to work and back with the utmost convenience and dispatch, for the sake of industry. Into this structure, with every square inch mapped, the woman is thrown with a man and given the impossible task of overcoming the handicaps inherent in the whole structure. Both herself and her husband are people sensitized by modern civilization. 220. To social and psychological needs far beyond men and women of previous generations. Yet they are subjected to the remorseless discipline of the society. The personalities, stimulated and at the same time cheated, can only express themselves in violent clashes or suppress ions within the 2 rooms, kitchen and bath. Hitler, who understood much of the frustrations of modern life, did not like to see modern apartments built because, as he said, they bred communists. So that the modern middle-class woman, with all the needs of free self-expression which her upbringing and social education have fostered, finds the whole burden of modern civilization brought to bear within the narrowly limited confines of 2 rooms, kitchen and bath, expressed in her handicapped relation with a man who bears in every atom of his physical and emotional life the stamp of the antagonism, contradictions and anachronisms of the society around him. Children, which are often conceived in order to help cement the marriage, can be a source of added anxiety and conflict. With all the advantages of modern science in childbirth, prevention of diseases, etc., there is the fact that within the modern home in the modern world, the demands of rearing one child unfit the mother for doing much else. The bringing up of children in a modern city means that merely for the child to get fresh air demands what amounts to a daily expedition. The child of a few years must play on the pavement. Privacy for the individual in the home, almost impossible before, now becomes quite impossible. For the woman in particular, self-development comes to a halt. You do not need statistics for this. Simply sitting in the park and watching the harried faces and manners of young married women is enough. Thousands upon thousands refuse to have children altogether, which does not in the least mean that they have solved any fundamental problem, for the wife or the husband frequently want children. Many women fight a constant, never for a moment forgotten battle against their husbands, and themselves also, on this question of children. In the middle of the 19th century only exceptionally gifted, bold, adventurous women had these problems. Women married and settled down to bear children and be complementary, to their husbands. Today that is over. Modern society has created modern woman, and now a stage has been reached where a reckoning is being made. It must have come as a shock to many to read Mrs. Roosevelt's autobiography and realize that fortunately placed as she was and successful a woman as she appears to have been, she too felt and resented the pressures outlined above. Of the great millions of working women whom I have omitted from this analysis, it is sufficient to say this: there is nothing of the highly publicized conflicts and difficulties of middle-class women, and the basic problems described here which do not apply with tenfold force to the vast majority of the working women or wives of working men in the United States. From the stimulations of the modern world they are not excluded, nor for that matter are farmers in remote areas. The film, the daily paper, the radio, the diesel. 221. Engine subjects them to the same pressures as their college-educated sisters. They are less vocal, protest less. History has repeatedly shown that this is not because they feel less but because they see no way out. It is impossible here to treat the question of sexual relations. Yet to write of a civilization and avoid it is impossible. What I propose to do is to take up certain related aspects which together will convey a total impression. I take it for granted that in the modern world the only possible solution of the basic relation between the sexes is that women must become human beings first and women afterwards. The whole of modern civilization is driving towards this. The modern woman feels it at every stage. Greece of the Great Age, it may be noted, did not give full equality to women, but the highly cultivated Greeks of that age sought adequate companionship in two ways: homosexuality and a peculiar group of women, the most famous of whom was Aspasia, the friend of Pericles. These women broke openly with the restrictions upon their sex and gave up all advantages of a protected domesticity. They studied philosophy and politics and educated themselves like men and became the companions of the distinguished Greek citizens. Aspasia in particular was famous for her political skill. Pericles worshipped her, Socrates visited her. Some Greek citizens even brought their wives to her salon, and yet at the same time her house was a center for young women who followed her profession. We shall take up the question of homosexuality later, for it is a critical question in American sexual relations. For the time being, and here it is sufficient to reassert that modern society has now reached a stage where it must either turn backwards or women must become free independent human beings, in every way, and the whole sexual relation recreated upon this basis. But nowhere in the world is there so powerful a subjective onslaught upon this conception as in the United States, the country where women have reached so far in the pursuit of equality. There is a cult of women as women in the United States which must be stated before any attempt can be made to draw any conclusions, however tentative. Its most obvious manifestation is in the field of advertisement and public relations. Women, their legs and their breasts, are called into service to sell everything from insecticides to aeroplanes. No political meeting, convention, or public meeting or display is complete without stars, starlets, models. No magazine can do without its cheesecake. In all the really popular novels, and in many of the best of the crime stories, a man sees a woman once, and her shape at one glance is sufficient to send him on a career of crime or its analog. It is the correct thing, the expected thing, to whistle or otherwise express open admiration at the shape. Love, but love in the form of the shape, and the sweater rules all. Saint-Exupéry has noted that on the radio in the United States 75% of the songs are about love, while in France he claims 75% of the songs are about politics. This extraordinary. 222. Glorification of the shape, the sweater, and romance is completely removed from the preoccupation with women which distinguishes or up to recently distinguished the Latin countries. Their women as such were discussed frequently by men in terms of the elemental function, but by men who did not believe for 1 second in any theory of equality either abstract or concrete, and by women who did not believe it either. This cult of women as women in the United States is of another order. Its origin I may discuss later, but its consequence to progressively minded women of the middle class in particular, with whom we have been concerned, is ruinous. The very thing that they want, to establish themselves as individual human beings with rights to independence and self-development as human personalities, and upon that basis to build an intimate relationship in which their total personalities as women are no more or less special than the total personality of the man, that is being assaulted day in and day out, every hour of the day, by all the mechanical means of communication at the disposal of a powerful industrial civilization. As usual, with any powerful social manifestation, even those who see it for what it is, are affected by it within themselves. It is one of the most powerful barriers to any attempt to build a genuinely human relation. What is its origin, whence it draws its strength, it is impossible to discuss adequately here and now. But it is so all-pervading that it would be a mistake to presume that it is due purely to advertisers, etc. As we said earlier, there is a great deal of Whitman in this, and Whitman cannot ever be ignored in any consideration of the modern American people. It can also be approached from the angle that it is a violent reaction against the absurdities and exaggerations of 19th-century Romanticism which produced some rare specimens in the United States. It is a reaction, in all probability, also against Puritanism. But this writer, with all due caution, leans strongly to the belief that it is of the same type as the welfare state, Voice of America paeans to democracy, labor bureaucracy, gangster films, film stars, etc. All these, varied as they are very real but synthetic constructions, projections from a harsh reality and an attempt to overcome that reality without touching fundamental relations. It is a substitute, but a substitute that does not fall from the sky but springs organically from below, from the reality itself. It finally ends in becoming an iron barrier to the very needs it sought to satisfy, if even partially. This specious adoration of romance in the shape of sweaters and legs seems to evidence a recognition by the people of America of the role of sexual relations in life, a consciousness of great need, and at the same time a consciousness of a complete inability to satisfy that need. Not only the heavy drinking of women but divorce statistics, the marriages that are holding together because of the children or because another marriage will probably only be the same, men are like that, and the cult of psychoanalysis, all these are some of the considerations within which the statistics of Kinsey must be 223 examined. Finally, there is the question of homosexuality, and it is brought in here for convenience as much as for the fact that it occupies a special place in the intimate relations of American life. Gorer in his book on the American character has some interesting pages on this as an American phenomenon. It is not that more Americans are homosexual than people of other nations. It is, as he reports, that Americans have a unique attitude to it. They hate it, they denounce it, they are on guard against it. The American army, he states, excluded avowed homosexuals, and he claims this was the only army to do so. Private conversations and inquiries have also yielded the information that men are beaten, pushed away, exposed on charges of homosexuality among Americans, where the average European would express his distaste by shrugging his shoulders and turning aside. There are other considerations. Melville relates a homosexual episode at the beginning of Moby Dick with an ease and lack of self-consciousness which is amazing in a writer of that period writing for his public. But even more strange is the case of Whitman. Whitman's poems at first glance seem to be full of a defiant homosexuality, and he has been widely accused of this. Yet there is another view. John Arlington Simons, a homosexual himself, wrote to Whitman as one friend to another. Whitman, an old man then, wrote back in horrified terms, denying any imputation of sexual irregularity of that kind. It is not at all to be excluded that Whitman had a conception of intimate relationships between men, which he might have considered extravagant or adventurous or revolutionary or an integral part of a fully developed human being, but which he did not consider to be sexual irregularity. This kind of friendship, appearing in these two writers, and the peculiar attitude of American officialdom and the American people as a whole to homosexuality, seems to indicate some unusual attitude characteristic and a specific product of the United States. I have been careful to write around the sexual relation, for I am aware of the difficulties involved. The difficulties in regard to homosexuality are even greater. By the time this sketch is developed into a finished book, I shall be more in a position to decide what to write, how far to go, and whether to write on it at all. But so far at least, I have a line of investigation consonant with the whole method of which this book will be an expression. It is this. Women have always had a special place in the United States, respected as women have been in no other modern country. But the American male has had a passion for human relationships, social and personal, general and intimate, and it is this which above all constitutes the high civilization of the United States. He has not been able to create or establish this relationship with women. Whitman, Melville, Poe in their writings present a picture of relationships with women which is worth a chapter in itself. Poe in particular, in story after story, killing them and then bringing them back to life again. 224. Under these developing social circumstances there has been a powerful impulse to intimate friendships with men, but hedged around by a safeguard of stern prohibition against this intimacy becoming perversion. There should be considered in this connection one of the outstanding features of World War I and World War II, the development of what has been called comradeship among the men. Also at times in reading or listening to the few who will talk about it, it appears that all the squalor, the blood, the inhumanity, were recompensed by the consciousness of the relation, unknown it seems among modern men in times of peace. Also to be taken into consideration is the Greek attitude toward friendship between men. A Greek did not think it possible between a man and a woman, except a woman who had broken with all respectable ties. This is sufficient for the time being. The writer believes that hidden here are avenues of investigation to new relationships among men and new relationships between men and women, both sexual and otherwise. And here for the time being, the matter will have to stay. This has been a difficult section. More than ever here it has been a question of indicating ideas. Some may, in fact, will be developed farther, others excluded, new ones embodied. But certain fundamentals remain. First, there is no question of the organic connection between what has been discussed in previous chapters and the most intimate private lives and personal relations of the American people. There can be no separation of them. The life of modern man has been split into separate fragments and his whole life and personality need to be integrated. Secondly, there is nothing specifically American about this. All that is American about it is that in the United States these worldwide tendencies and developments have reached their sharpest expression. Finally, though there is no special need to develop this point, the reader will go badly astray if he does not bear it in mind. We have treated this question as a question of the home. We have emphasized its roots in the whole social environment, but it is not only rooted there. From the home it returns to the economy. Hitler and the modern totalitarians in general seek to solve the frustrations by boldly denying equality. It is the business of women to bear children and serve as recreation for the tired warrior. That is the first stage. The totalitarian propaganda machine gets to work to drive this into the minds of men and women alike. But it does not stop there. War and production for war is the main motive force of world economy as a whole. The women are driven to produce children. And more children. But as the war becomes urgent, they are once more dragged out of their homes and shoved into industry wherever they are needed. In unemployment crises they can be sent home again to lessen the unemployment figures. Thus in Russia we have the combination of women in industry and the most reactionary laws in relation to divorce, abortion, etc. Thus the totalitarian solution is a double exploitation of women, far surpassing the exploitation of previous civilization. 225. Here as elsewhere the cruelty of modern civilization for objective reasons surpasses all others. Nor does this apply only to working women. It the contrary. There is evidence to show that at critical periods both Russia and Germany lined up the women of the middle class and drove them into industry wherever the war machine needed them. Britain, it must be repeated, has the laws on the statute books, but while all the experts say that the economy can never be planned without their enforcement, the Labour government in time of peace has not dared to enforce them. The American intellectuals. This section of this final chapter is the section before the last pages of this sketch. Those last pages will be entitled, The American People and the Next Stage, for I do not by any means intend to shirk some tentative prognosis of the next stage of development. This section on the intellectuals belongs to the first two, because there can be no real picture of the American civilization without some picture of the more or less purely intellectual processes at work and the alignments, actual and developing, among these. At the same time this section forms a natural bridge to the last one, the American people and the next stage. Because I propose to draw to a very sharp contrast one of the decisive contrasts of the ideas presented here. In fact, this is the most important from a theoretical point of view. It is this: the American intellectuals have nothing to say that is new. They will make no special contribution to the future of American society, they formulate no new doctrine, reactionary, progressive or otherwise. So far as they are matters of intellectual organization and theoretical expression, the basic doctrines of today are already formulated in Europe: the communism of Marx and Engels, fascism, Catholic humanism, the socialism of the British Labour Party, the doctrines that come from the Moscow regime and its satellite parties all over the world, and recently existentialism. The American intellectuals follow. Since Woodrow Wilson enunciated the doctrines of intellectual cooperation, America neither among its ruling classes nor its intellectuals has had anything to say. At this very moment, despite the enormous power of the American government, its spokesman, the man on whom it depends and has depended for years to give some dignity and color to its international politics, is an Englishman, Winston Churchill. On the other hand, in the section on film, popular music, etc., we showed the creative power inherent in the masses of the American people, which does not exclude at all the fact that gifted individuals have to produce individual works. From the war there came two works of really nationwide significance, the drawings of Malden and the journalism of File. Somewhere within their commonplace exterior, these two caught some of the war, as it was to the ordinary soldier and as the ordinary civilian wanted to know. 226. About it? Yet both these men are in style and content absolutely of the people. By intellectuals I do not mean them. Jean-Paul Sartre, Louis Mumford, Walter Lippmann, H.G. Wells, Hemingway, Norman Mailer, Senator Douglas of Illinois, Hutchins of Chicago, John Dewey, Beatrice and Sidney Webb, Einstein, Picasso, Ramsay MacDonald, all these are intellectuals. But Ernie File and the Malden who drew the war cartoons were not. They were men of the people, doing a job, an ordinary everyday job which the people wanted done. I have to make this distinction clear because it is the whole thesis of this book that the intellectuals as such, as they have expressed themselves in Europe, and as every sign shows they will express themselves in America, have and will have nothing to say to stop the pattern I have described here, the crises, mass upheavals and struggles, and then the erection of huge bureaucratic concentrations which bring an intensification of the evils which they sought to correct. Not only are they powerless before the process, the intellectuals contribute to it, and then either drown themselves and their doubts and hesitations in it or desperately seek a retreat in their own individual psyches, existentialists in France or psychoanalysis in the United States. Opposite to this I shall pose as an elemental sociological force the instinctive rebelliousness and creative force of the modern masses. We have seen its forerunners in the United States in the middle of the 19th century, slave revolts, Underground Railroad, abolitionist movement, Harper's Ferry, rescues of slaves and of escaped slaves, reforms of every kind, bloody Kansas, the formation of the Republican Party and the first national mobilization for the Civil War. By 1862 as an organized mass movement it was practically over. In 1858 the force of this movement dragged Lincoln into it and made him a national hero. Wendell Phillips once said that every single argument used by the parliamentary and respectable official opponents of slavery had been worked out originally by the band of outcast abolitionists. The intellectuals had a role to play, as I have tried to show in Chapter 2. The question, the vital question, is whether some such movement today, and the modem masses have an inherent power infinitely greater than those who worked between 1830 and 1860, whether this movement is bound to end in the vast oppressive bureaucratic militarist structures which mean without a doubt the end of civilization. So that I pose the two, the intellectuals, the men who are the guardians of the traditional ideas and develop new ones, who do not necessarily wield power but who express in scientific, artistic, and political form the ideas which spring from new economic and social developments. And on the other hand, instinctive mass movements such as Jacksonian democracy, 1830-62, the C.1.0, movements which have leaders and sometimes distinguished intellectuals, but which are best exemplified by the formation, to be seen within the period, of the Republican Party, which was an example of free 227 association if ever there was one, born exactly no one knows where, springing up out of the ground with not one single national politician or leader of any status having anything to do with it, until after it was formed and people saw its power. Finally this must sink in. Up to say 1852, only 9 years before the final crisis, no one of any political stature knew that a new party was on the order of the day, that the Civil War would be the greatest war the modern world had yet seen, and that at the end of the war a new America would have been born. The premises and logical consequences of this view I shall develop later. It is enough that I state it, so that here and for these purposes we know where we are going. And here an interjection: if some who are reading this ms are startled at this, I would like to remind them. 1. That I am not asking them to join anything or do anything. 2. There must be at least some alternative ways of thinking to a. The type of ideas which build the New Deal, the Square Deal, the Fair Deal, the United Nations, atom bombs, hydrogen bombs, all of which solve nothing, or the opposition of the Republican Party which is torn by whether to oppose the Truman policies or to say that it can carry them out better, in other words no real opposition except in the struggle for place and power. B. Joining up with the Stalinists as so many tens of thousands of intellectuals in Europe and all over the world have done. C. Turning the back on both and seeking to find some way out in Catholicism or probing one's own private unconscious. But although this ms may merely chart ideas, life itself is somewhat more demanding. Most of the readers of this ms, which is not at all intended for any publication whatever, are members, more or less, of the intellectual classification. The alternative courses of action, and choices portrayed here will inevitably be their own, as intellectuals in Russia, Eastern Europe, Germany, Spain, Portugal, China, Indochina, Indonesia, have had to choose, and in France and Italy have either chosen or are trying to decide. The intellectuals today from one point of view have not been so important in the world for 500 years certainly, and perhaps never in the world before. The reason lies in the structure of society. The tremendous mechanization and socialization of production, distribution, and all aspects of consumption, the reduction of the mass to an immense accumulation of units, concentrates at one end of society knowledge, organization, power to organize and control the immense mechanism. The less the intelligence, initiative, knowledge required from the mass, the greater the concentration of scientific knowledge required from those who guide, control, organize. The division between manual mechanistic labor and scientific intellectual labor was never so great as now. But if the mass is deprived, not only in industry but in 228 politics, of any initiative, its need for intellectual guidance, education, knowledge, etc. is not lessened. We have dealt with that earlier. In addition to the actual organization of socio-economic processes, there has arisen the necessity for a gigantic organization, the production and dissemination of ideas. The immense mechanization and socialization of things has lifted ideas to a new importance. The war of propaganda is the contemporary barbarism which corrupts and destroys and poisons what in reality is a very high stage in the development of man. The function of supplying this becomes the function of intellectuals. Thus the development of society itself has created a situation where on the one hand is the increasingly undifferentiated mass, and on the other, the organization of science, technology, social, political and administrative management which becomes the preserve of the intellectual worker. Free enterprise, socialism, Stalinist communism, this is the social reality today. In the 19th century it was not so. To repeat what I said earlier, although this section is headed American intellectuals, for the most part it will have to trace European conditions and movements, for there, as is characteristic of Europe, the tendencies have reached full maturity. The best way, here, is to treat fully the European developments and then show their American counterparts which are at present embryonic and clear enough, but not fully enough developed to be easily analyzed in themselves. In fact, except in the light of European developments, they make little sense. Now if we for the moment use the empirical method and look at the world around us, cautiously, and as far as that is possible, without preconceived ideas, we shall see that in Russia, the constitution defines the population, workers, peasants, intelligentsia, but in Britain where there is private property and capitalists, the organizers are the immense body of labor leaders and intelligentsia who form the Labour Party and the administration. In all the satellite states of Europe an immense bureaucracy of intellectuals under the guidance of the party rules. The same is rapidly developing in China. It is one of the two most striking features of America since 1932, the gigantically developing bureaucratic organization of government which now spends about 40% of the national income. The second is of course the labor movement, and the two are inescapably tied together. The ruling bureaucratic organizations can be divided roughly according to function: politics and government, industrial administration, propaganda and information, entertainment, and the labor bureaucracy. Every year sees them automatically growing larger and extending their functions. They compete within themselves as the newspaper chain competes against another, they compete with one another, as for example, in the United States, the organization of the press as a whole competes with, opposes the bureaucratic organization of the Truman administration, but it is to be noted that 229. The Republican Party proposes only that instead of spending 40% of the national income, a Republican government would spend only 39%. This from the bitter opponents of statism. When the Republicans are asked, "What will you change?" they have no answer. You have complicated relations such as the relation between the labor bureaucracy carrying out the function of disciplining the workers for industry, while representing the workers in their conflicts with the industrial administration, the same labor bureaucracy united with the political administration, etc. But the whole modern tendency is towards integration, and under pressure of civil war, inside the country or international war, the tendency toward integration is accelerated. Its ultimate point is where the government bureaucracy, the administration of industry, the organization of ideas, propaganda and entertainment, and the labor bureaucracy are fused and disciplined under one central leadership. That is the totalitarian state. Its distinguishing political feature is the totalitarian party, and the totalitarian party is in essence the state of the various bureaucracies coalesced into a forced unity. The world is a very complex place, and ideas, least of all ideas stated here with so much concentration, cannot encompass reality. But without general ideas everything is chaos, and the above is the modern development. It can take place as it did in Germany by completely reactionary elements destroying the traditional labor movement, but immediately restoring a labor bureaucracy of its own. It can be the result as in Russia of a genuinely proletarian communist revolution in the original sense of those words. This revolution accomplished tasks which needed to be accomplished in feudal Russia for centuries, but was crushed by the growth of the bureaucratic tendencies. In Britain we have the labor bureaucracy taking over the government and a fusion between the labor and administrative bureaucracies which then proceeded to nationalize certain industries, which includes substitution of the labor and government administrative bureaucracy for the traditional industrial bureaucracy. This is done under the impetus of the mass labor movement. In France today we have two basic types facing each other and paralyzing the state, on the one hand, the de Gaullists, on the other, the Stalinists. The Gaullists in power will defend in words traditional capitalism, private property, etc. The Stalinists in power will undoubtedly destroy private property. There are immense differences between them, but this much unites them: their distinguishing ultimate destiny and very conscious aim is the completely bureaucratized, militarized totalitarian state and the population enslaved. Undoubtedly the old individualistic capitalists retain some of their power in Germany, they have none in Yugoslavia, Poland, or Czechoslovakia. But to call these men as they were in Germany examples of free enterprise is not very intelligent. The outstanding change in the social structure is the centralization, the bureaucratization, the incorporation of the great mass of intelligentsia into the unit which governs, manages, instructs. 230. Organizes the great undifferentiated mass. As we have seen it, the power of this governing body can be taken over from the old industrial class, the landowners, the military. Without destroying these, it can come from the labor leaders who have the power over the mass. The new governing force is in itself powerless, but with the help of one or the other of these fundamental forces, it can gain power and embody in itself the directive forces in the state. This group is of course a body of conflicting forces. Sometimes it is divided into two, each half following one of the two camps of the United States or Russia. It can purge itself of its outstanding enemies with extreme violence. But in its essence as a social composite, by the time it reaches any maturity, it represents a fairly well-defined section of the nation. In Czechoslovakia, once it was clear that the communists were in power to stay, hundreds of thousands, in all nearly 2 millions joined the Communist Party. A social democrat like Ninzi in Italy, where at one time it looked as if the Communist Party would win, led a huge mass party into an alliance with them. At the height of the communist power in France, the old social democratic leadership like Jourho went along with them. Communist decline and the Marshall Plan funds have detached them for a while, but with a swing in the pendulum, they will go back again. And in fact the whole ECA program and the program for the armament of Western Europe is based upon this simple reality: the intellectuals, the political leaders and educated opinion in Western Europe have made it quite clear that if in a coming war they are to be overrun and then liberated afterwards, the people or enough of them will prefer to go with Stalin. Given arms, etc., they may fight to preserve themselves, but democracy as they have known it for 30 years does not mean that much to them. The only ones the United States can really depend upon to fight on its side are the real militarists and fascists who see red at Russia because they seek to destroy the working class movement at home. Very little publicized is the letter Churchill wrote to Roosevelt after he had sworn that we would die on the beaches, in the streets and in the hills. There he told him clearly that Britain had to be defended, because if it was defeated, those who would form a government would have to give Hitler the fleet, etc. That the admitted leaders of the old regime, some tens of thousands or even more, would be liquidated, that the leaders of the war effort in Britain expected, and, there is no need to doubt, many were ready to face it. But a nation consists of 40 million people and it would have had to accommodate itself to a Hitlerism dominant in Western Europe. It will accommodate itself to Stalinism similarly placed. And the great mass of intellectuals go with the power. When every allowance is made for the immense different origins of Hitlerism and Stalinism, in fact the more these different origins are emphasized, the more remarkable becomes the astonishing similarity of the matured state form, the bureaucratic centralization, the totalitarian regime, the power of the secret police, the attempted dehumanization of the mass of the backslash, 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 231. People. This is a brief, rough, brutal, but for our purposes entirely adequate, outline of the movement and direction of the world in which we live. And it is this that creates the hopelessness, for the great majority of the people do not want that world, and we can agree in advance that most of the intellectuals do not want it either. Now to look at America. The basic social forces outlined above are here. We have on the one hand, the tremendous industrial and financial concentration, the great farmers and plantation owners, etc. But although they own and draw profits, their industries, etc. are run by vast social concentrations of managers, scientists, technologists, administrators, etc. 30 years ago if Henry Ford had disappeared, his business might have disappeared with him. Today Henry Ford II could be expropriated and it would make no difference to the actual running of the plant. No one knows this better than the industrialists themselves. Hence their frantic appeals to the public against socialism, communism, regimentation, etc. Max Lerner, in a quotation we gave in the chapter, talks about the paranoid sense the conservatives have of living surrounded by dangers. The conservatives are infinitely more intelligent than he. This mis has been written in vain if it is not clear that they with their daily experiences, the relationship with workers and labor leaders, know that they are in danger, that an economic or war crisis can unloose a flood which will end in their elimination. They know the workers. Lerner does not. Turn again and read the debates between Ruther and X in Chapter 6, and also Chapter 4. The slave owners were for 30 years filled with reassurances from their northern commercial friends and government colleagues from the president down, that their slave property was safe. They saw that it was not and they were right. To the great industrialists it seems that they may go and the huge bureaucratic organizations which remain and must remain will have new masters, and this they see as the beginning of a terrible tyranny. Equally present is the already huge and growing governmental bureaucracy with its enormous power. Government is not a few hundred men in Congress. Ambitious intellectuals, scientists, technicians, organizers, administrators of all kinds swarm in the government. They rule and are driven by an irresistible momentum, more power is impelled in their hands every day. More significant than all of these is the growing power of the labor leaders. If a critical situation were to force the unity of the C.1.0 and AF of L, and create the United Labor Movement as it is known in Europe and elsewhere, American society will feel an impact such as it has never known before. These labor leaders are now active in politics and Roosevelt's "Clear it with Sydney" is evidence of the power they held as far back as 1944. There are still some old hands like Lewis and Hutchison who are Republicans. The new type is a political type of whom Ruther is the preeminent representative. 2. And Life. 232. Did not err when in reporting his victory at a UAW convention. It said that he and his friends had other victories in prospect at a convention of the Democratic Party or of their own Labor Party. This is gospel truth. The AF of L has recently undergone a political transformation. Its leaders are not only in national politics. They, along with men from the C.I.0, are the last active enemies of the Communist Party in Europe where their agents work tirelessly. They now dominate an international trade union movement comprising millions. They hold the whip hand in the Democratic Party. A split in the Democratic Party would not only throw the Southerners out. It would do far more. It would release the Southern masses for the first time to have politics of their own, and this politics would undoubtedly be the politics of the labor movement. The next logical step is political power and the fusion of the labor bureaucracy with the government bureaucracy. It would throw America into mortal crisis. The American intellectuals are caught within these inexorable forces. Numbers of them are already within the bureaucracies. Some of the new labor leaders are indistinguishable from the intellectuals, and this tendency will grow. At present the intellectuals or political types like Justice Douglas, Senator Humphrey, Senator Douglas, young Roosevelt of New York, the younger economists, professors, writers, historians, David Lilienthal, Stuart Chase, Harry Hansen, Arthur Schlesinger Jr., journals like The New Republic and The Nation, gravitate between the labor leadership and the administration. The great press, loose publications, etc. are politically outdistanced. The combination, not fusion as yet, of labor leadership and the administration has them beaten. These conservatives are all united with their labor enemies for the Cold War, but they have nothing to say of any importance on fundamental issues except Voice of America and vote Republican. Whereas in Europe, the issues are clear to the extent that great political organizations with doctrines offer some road. In America everything is in chaos except, get out the vote, prepare to win the war, though we doubt if we shall survive it, and we doubt that the war, even if one, will get us anything, though perhaps it is better to win than to lose. The confusion, the strictly intellectual confusion, is immense. Important public figures, not philosophers but active public men whose words carry weight, constantly strike great blows at the shreds of internal peace and confidence that remains. I shall give only two examples. One is by General Eisenhower who, speaking with his immense authority on war, informs the public that to defeat Russia would be one thing and asks, where are we to get 30 million men to hold the country down afterwards? At the same time a man almost equally authoritative in his own sphere, Bernard Baruch, in an article published in the Millions in the Saturday Evening Post, declared flatly that there is no longer any clear border between peace and war, and America must make up its mind to lose its liberties and be regimented in peace so as to be ready for war. At the same 233 time, not a soul knows if within a year a tremendous depression will not fall upon the country. To plan or not to plan, to acquiesce in the militarization of the state and the tremendous growth in the power of the FBI or not, is all the steady encroachment upon civil liberties necessary for protection against a few thousand communists. This new power of government, dominating all spheres, the ceaseless conflicts between capital and labor, the inadequacy of Congress to handle a simple obvious necessity like civil rights for Negroes, the great victory of communism in China. Is the world going communist? Is American money sufficient to counteract what communism has to offer? What is our democracy that we can offer it? To plan or not to plan? Without plan, are we headed for a mighty depression? And isn't it clear that planning means the final blow to all concepts of liberty and individualism as we have known it? This is what faces American intellectuals, the more liberal-minded ones, and the great mass of the American people are in general of what may loosely be called a genuinely liberal turn of mind. The American intellectuals do not know, they do not even know what they want, and they are drifting. But they are drifting in a pattern. Europe during the last 30 years faced the same crisis, and to see the American patterns that are emerging we shall have to examine rather closely the European patterns as they have developed. They are of the very structure of the mind of the modem intellectual, they exist in the United States as in Europe, and the period ahead of us will see their growing maturity. The European intellectuals developed out of the crisis in roughly 3 directions. We shall take them one by one with the American counterpart of each. We shall then sum them up as a whole. The first, which has developed very powerfully in France, that great center of literary movements, is existentialism. Existentialism is not in essence a literary movement. It is the expression of the complete impossibility of the intellectual being able to associate himself fully with any social or political grouping in society. He turns in upon himself, what he does, the state of his own soul, the morality of his own actions, his suffering, his pain, his nausea, his grief, his indecision, these are the fundamental reality of life. He will know ultimately what his life has been at his death. Meanwhile, what matters is the decision that he takes at every stage. This has been growing for years in Europe among the intellectuals. In so brief and concise a summary as this, we select one statement by Sartre as most characteristic: we were never so happy as under German occupation. Here is the whole concentrated. Then, most intellectuals knew what to do: join the resistance, and so they did, and coming out of the libraries and cafes, performed heroically. They knew what to do. But facing de Gaulle and the communists, American domination, or Russian, the old suicidal doubts, the 234 incapacity to decide has overwhelmed them again. And in America? America is a country whose chief expression of itself is active, purposeful intervention, for the purpose of accomplishing. Hence the refuge of modern American intellectuals is psychoanalysis and the examination of themselves as individuals, their internal conflicts, the unplumbed depths of their consciousness where they hope to find peace of mind. Unlike the French, they propose to cure themselves, but the sickness is the same, a sickness in face of society. Psychoanalysis is one of the great scientific discoveries in the 20th century and an integral part of modern man. It is a preliminary to the integration of the human personality, without which modern man's society will go from catastrophe to catastrophe. It is part of that process of mastery of the mind which is one of the signs that man has reached the stage where he must live a truly human existence. But it is impossible to believe, and the writer has nowhere seen any hint that Freud and the men who made the science, believed it to be the refuge from social ills and the football that American intellectuals have made of it. The will, the intelligence, the faculty of decision, endurance, fortitude, these are repeatedly abstracted from the personality in its social environment and placed at the door of the psychoanalyst. To which must be added the following, that judging from conversations and popular articles the drastic conceptions of, for example, Freud as he repeated them in the last book he wrote, these are not taken seriously by those who live in an atmosphere composed of their neuroses and the neuroses of their friends. It is an emasculated body of ideas within which they live. It is not a scientific consideration at all. It is essentially a social counterpart of what in France has taken the form of existentialism. It is for this reason that the work of Wright in particular, and to a lesser degree, Lonely Crusade of Himes is so important. Wright claims that he had been thinking and feeling like the existentialists long before their work appeared. Lonely Crusade, a portrait of a militant Negro labor organizer, is completely existentialist in sentiment. Neither Wright nor Himes are existentialists. The motive force of their work is the social emancipation of the Negro people. But they show that within Negroes, and not merely intellectuals, the apparent hopelessness of their situation engenders sentiments akin to those the existentialists make their main concern. This has far-reaching implications for modern society as a whole and American society in particular, but I cannot go into that here. The second European tendency, ignored at first, but now after the war, seen to be of extreme importance, is Catholic humanism. This must be observed carefully, for what it signifies goes far beyond the more blatantly reactionary aspects of the Catholic Church. Roschning, the German who joined Nazism and left it, has told us his own development in the early days of Nazism with the utmost candor and insight. It is particularly valuable because he describes the process when the German intellectual was at much 235. The same stage that the American intellectual is today. The people whom he represented had up to the time of the Great Crisis not participated in public life. The Great Crises brought into the political arena elements that had shown no inclination until then of playing any active part in political life. Just as the masses of the lower middle class suddenly became interested in politics and crowded into Nazism, so sections of the educated classes felt compelled to play their part in public life. It was not Nazism but necessity that made these classes politically minded and brought them into action, the necessity born of the inadequacy of the political leaders and the failure of essential problems to find a solution. The ideas of these men, and the undeniable energy and vitality and devotion of some of them, carried away not a few of those who had their doubts of the movement. One had the feeling that may perhaps be described as revolutionary par excellence, the feeling that the opportunity had come for creative work to which it was worthwhile to devote one's whole life and strength. There was a sudden awareness that they lived in a period when leadership was needed. Now note what tore them from their intellectual pursuits. See how it corresponds to the situation we have been following. There were the disturbing signs of a new time: the masses, the growing collectivism, the growing primitiveness, the decline in spiritual standards, the sequelae of the more and more radical technical revolution, the change in men, the mechanization of life, the growth of gigantic industrial organizations. There were also the material changes, the efficacy of the new instruments of power, the senselessness of small territorial systems, the dwindling of space and time. There were the new means of amusement and edification, permitting and undreamed of influencing of the subconscious mind of the masses. These means of amusement, wireless, cinema, sport, and so on, turned into means of domination for those who could manipulate them. All fixed standards had disappeared. It was particularly visible for them in the youth. Now note here the rejection of the old individuality, the rejection of the old social and ethical standards, and the need for new ones. These young people are no longer content with the relativity of all standards. They no longer feel it to be an enrichment of their lives to have access even to the remotest stimuli and truths. They demand fixed standards, unambiguous judgments. They demand a faith. They are different, too, in another critical point from us old people, for whom the individual personality was the central element in the passage through life. Compared with our sophistication, these young people are primitive. On the other hand, they are more definite and more active. We have had in Germany for a long time a sort of striving after superpersonal realities. The individualist age. 236. Is a despised one. These young people live, in a growing and growingly extreme measure, in reaction against intellectualism and sophistication. At first the movement was romantically pantheist. Then it went over to ideas of a new organic or rational association with the superpersonal realities of state, society, people, stock, race, or class. Today all these ideological crutches are thrown aside, and the individual acknowledges the duty of absorption into the existing superpersonal reality of the new community of party, collectivity, state. The intellectuals had discovered that the rationalism of the 19th century by which America lives today, science, industrial progress, individuality, opportunity, democracy, everything constantly getting better and better, they had discovered that this was finished. There was the need for a Christian basis instead of the enlightenment of rationalism. A new political and intellectual elite, a body of leaders who would throw down the frontier posts of the past party formations, this was needed. Thereby there would be restored the idea of human imperfection to replace the idea of human perfectibility, which is the real utopianism. Place and status, accepted loyalties, established standards would be restored. Equilibrium and measure, the judge rather than the legislator would be the ruler. The movement towards totalitarianism, either in the form of the state of social services and totalitarian democracy with an integral social and economic planning, or in that of the state of total mobilization with an unlimited imperialism, this movement would be supplanted by independent sectional spheres with the functions of order. This would mean the legitimizing, as it were, of the indirect powers that are burdensome to the state and lead it astray, in other words, making them joint holders of sovereignty. This might lead to a new equilibrium. It would be a pluralist community, decentralized corporations of mutual help and self-administration. All that stood in the way of this ideal was the masses. The masses refused to be led by these educated people. We were simply forced by an elemental natural compulsion, to look about for a mass basis. They found it in the Nazi Party. As Rochning tells us, they reached the point of judging virtue by necessity. He asks. Can you place yourself in that situation? What would have been your feelings, in such circumstances, in regard to the Nazi movement? You have certainly heard all sorts of objectionable things about it. You let them pass, you say to yourself, they are young men, we will teach them. Not everything is as hot in the eating as in the cooking. Young birds of this sort learn to molt, to tum over a new leaf. You will add, a very unsavory set of leaders, rowdies en masse among the old party. 237. Comrades, and then that appalling program with its stupid paragraphs. But there is energy at the back of it, rhythm and new life. There are hundreds of thousands full of goodwill, of passionate devotion. That is political capital, it must not be squandered, it must be got into the right hands. They felt that they had to unite with the revolutionary element in order to attain the opposite of a revolution. They were determined to get through this period of revolutionary Nazism as quickly as possible. Many things could be achieved through the party's strong disciplining which without it might have ended disastrously. Again he gives us the key. There was also the phenomenon of the masses. How was it to be got rid of as a political force and a menace to any political order? We hoped for help from Nazism in this. We proceeded from the reflection that the masses can only be overcome through themselves. They must be made non-political by a mass movement, and then set limits to themselves, or, rather, give themselves a new form, in which they are no longer masses, but an articulated, ordered community, with a public function, though a restricted one. I cannot stay to emphasize the points. But it is clear that the general picture he paints, the new social developments, are as like modern America as it could be. A Catholic humanist tendency is one of the most active intellectual currents in the United States today. It centers around Robert Hutchins at Chicago University. It is not their neo-Thomism that is important, though no doubt it nourishes them. Hutchins and Adler are Americans. They have organized a militant humanism and they have taken it to the public in activities symbolized by their 100 best books. They have had an immense influence on university education and they have fought the liberal rationalism of Dewey wherever they have met it. Hutchins proposes to restore human dignity to the person. The latest step of the Chicago University Press is a series of publications, reissues of Kant, early theological writings of Hegel, Cicero, On Duty, etc., Leibniz. It is to be noted that Kant was no Catholic. From Neo-Thomism, through Cicero and Kant to their courses on the 100 best books, the intellectual attack is comprehensive and vigorous and goes far beyond the bounds of a narrow doctrinal Catholicism. Hutchins has recently issued the first number of a quarterly journal called Measure, whose essence may be summed up in the comment of one of the contributors, John Uneff, a professor of economic history and chairman of the Committee on Social Thought at the University of Chicago. It is the task of intellectual leadership to impress on the peoples of the earth a sense. 238. Of their common humanity. By their nature, scientific inquiry, engineering, and surgery are inadequate means to such an end. Intellectual leadership is a function of the thinker, the artist, and the man of letters. Authority cannot perform this function, it can only suppress it. We are not gods but men. Let us conform to our measure. Only by recognizing that human experience is by nature tragic, can we hope to make the overwhelmingly powerful engine science has given us instruments fit for human use. Measure is published in cooperation with the Henry Regnery Publishing Co. and Regnery himself is a member of its board of editors. Since 1945 this publishing house has issued monthly pamphlets. The series was initiated by a pamphlet of Hutchins, and is also the sponsor of the Humanist Library, which includes studies of Ortega y Gasset, best known for his work The Revolt of the Masses, and T.S. Eliot, best known of the lost generation intellectuals who found their way to the Catholic Church. They have international ties. Raymond Aron, who represents this tendency in France, has written a pamphlet for them. Many of the educated class which emigrated from Germany write for them. While most of the works noted above are written for the intellectual aristocracy, The same ideas are published in popular form through the Signet and Mentor pocket books. Among these are Whitehead's 3. The Aims of Education, J.W.N. Sullivan, The Limitations of Science, 2 Symposia on the Christian Interpretation of World Problems, edited by William Scarlett, Bishop of Missouri, Protestant Episcopal Church, contributors to which include, among others, Victor Reuther, Sumner Wells, Anna Eleanor Roosevelt and Paul Hoffman. The bestseller among the nonfiction titles of this press appears to be Human Destiny by the biophysicist, Lecompte du Noyer. Du Noyer continues the tradition of the famous scientists, Eddington and Jeans, in using the limitations of science to prove religion. But whereas the work of the latter was mainly cosmological or limited to a metaphysical interpretation of the natural world, Du Noyer has extended this to a popular propaganda for the Christian solution to social problems. Moreover, he has pursued the Christian humanist conception of moral education to the political conclusion of the need for leaders. He writes, "The task of correcting the deformations he has observed and of seeking the way to avoid them in the future devolves on the educated, moral and evolving man, no matter what his profession. We are obliged to fashion leaders, and, as intellectual qualities are not distributed equally, we must prepare 2 different methods for gaining access to consciences. The first must rest on the most plausible interpretation of scientific facts and on a precise knowledge of the goal to be attained. The second, on the knowledge of human psychology and on the preponderance of sentimental ideas. The first must be employed to prepare the teachers who will be responsible for the orientation of Negroes, women and the intellectuals 239 the coming generations. The second, less intellectual and more emotional, will enable the leaders to reach the very heart of the masses. It must be noted that this book, after its first publication by Longmans Green in 1947, was on the nation's bestseller lists for 18 months. It was enthusiastically reviewed by the religious and secular press, by philosophers, scientists, and educators. Since its appearance in pocketbook form, it has been sold in hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of copies. But the most significant member of this school for us is no less a person than Peter Drucker. Yes, Peter Drucker. As indictment it is difficult to exceed his detailed and comprehensive indictment of capitalist production. The propagandist's strength of this current is that modem rationalism cannot stand up against it at all. As Rochning said, looking at the rough, brutal Nazi youth. Are they not, then, nearer, even in their error, to the real truth of a superpersonal order in human life, than we old and hard-boiled individualists and liberalists with all our lives centered in democratic freedom and in the arrogant assumption that we alone can represent democracy? Now I have not the slightest intention of imputing a neo-fascism or future fascism to Hutchins, Drucker, and the others I have mentioned. In fact, I propose to impute to them, as far as I impute, the opposite, a great belief in democracy. The proposals of Drucker, in fact, in his book of 1943, were for decentralization and self-government, etc. What is important is that their German counterparts joined the Nazi movement because they were looking for a mass basis to carry out their ideas which were absolutely useless otherwise. The masses, and above all, the workers, wanted a superpersonal ideology. The Catholic humanists would give it to them but from above by means of the Nazi Party. Who wishes to assert the sincerity of these Catholic and humanistic intellectuals can have it. What we should look at is the poverty, the miserable poverty of this humanistic conception which did not come in immediate revolt from the barbarous inhuman evil that Nazism showed from its beginning. No, this doctrine offers nothing. The current in America is, however, worth watching. America is not Germany nor France nor Italy. The appeal here will be not only to Catholic intellectuals but to many intellectuals, Protestant or atheistic, seeking some doctrine by which to shake themselves from the bankrupt 19th century rationalism. In Europe, where some parties that base themselves on some such doctrine have appeared and even won power as in Italy, they do nothing. They come out to be just another of the old makeshift democratic parties that brought Europe to ruin. They live positively by American aid and negatively by anti-communism. Neither of these can be looked upon as 240 permanent commodities. In America this intellectual current is flourishing and vigorous, which means it feels some nourishment in the social subsoils. In a period of rapid social and political realignments it could be the rallying point of sizable political groupings. But it means nothing, is getting nowhere. It has to join something. And in his article in Collier's, Drucker made it clear where his fine theories end, in the camp of the labor bureaucracy, and the labor bureaucracy because it is the only force in America so far which commands a social movement that does more than voting. But that is not the only road for Catholic humanism. In 1948 there was published by this very Chicago press a book called Ideas Have Consequences, written by Richard Weaver, who teaches in the College of the University. The jacket of the book, unlike the usual dignified blue and gray which distinguish the publications of this press, was a garish montage of such newspaper headlines as Leap Kill Steal Sion, Riot Tom India Free Today, Guns Roar in Palestine, Jail 1,000 Strikers, Holy War Cry Grows, 100,000 Idle as Strikes Sweep U.S., Peace Jams Divorce Courts as War Marriages Explode. The jacket of the book also carries favorable comments by such intellectuals as Reinhold Niebuhr, John Crow Ransom, Paul Tillich, Cleanth Brooks, Norman Forrester. The latter's comment is particularly striking. For thoughtful persons who do not know what to think, for those who are lost and are aware that they are lost, this is a book that will suggest some new anchorages. The book itself is as serious a counter-revolutionary manifesto as I have seen in the United States. Its counter-revolutionary philosophy is exceedingly profound and consistent in its attack on nominalism, the philosophic basis of 19th-century rationalism, empiricism, and materialism. It embodies a method of thought with deep historical roots in the most reactionary aspects of all the idealist philosophers, and is as penetrating a summation of the conclusions of idealism as I have seen in the modern world. The author knows his subject and writes with a counter-revolutionary drive which draws all those who hate the masses together into a theoretical center. All that we have deduced from analyzing the logical course of Mayo, Hutchins, Drucker, Mumford, and the others, is here made explicit and removed from the realm of speculation. Weaver begins with the modern world. First, one must take into account the deep psychic anxiety, the extraordinary prevalence of neurosis, which makes our age unique. The typical modern has a look of the hunted. He senses that we have lost our grip upon reality. This, in turn, produces disintegration, and disintegration leaves impossible that kind of reasonable. 241. Prediction by which men, in eras of sanity, are able to order their lives. And the fear accompanying it unlooses the great disorganizing force of hatred, so that states are threatened and wars ensue. Few men today feel certain that war will not wipe out their children's inheritance, and even if this evil is held in abeyance, the individual does not rest easy, for he knows that the juggernaut technology may twist or destroy the pattern of life he has made for himself. Added to this is another deprivation. Man is constantly being assured today that he has more power than ever before in history, but his daily experience is one of powerlessness. Look at him today somewhere in the warren of a great city. If he is with a business organization, the odds are great that he has sacrificed every other kind of independence in return for that dubious one known as financial. Modern social and corporate organization makes independence an expensive thing. In fact, it may make common integrity a prohibitive luxury for the ordinary man, as Stuart Chase has shown. Not only is this man likely to be a slave at his place of daily toil, but he is cribbed, cabined, and confined in countless ways, many of which are merely devices to make possible physically the living together of the masses. Because these are deprivations of what is rightful, the end is frustration, and hence the look upon the faces of those whose souls have not already become minuscule, of hunger and unhappiness. The quotation, again, is long, but it is necessary to realize how passionately Weaver views the actuality, in order to appreciate how all-embracing are his conclusions. Starting from this actuality, Weaver has made an analysis of its philosophical roots in nominalism, William of Ockham, and the rejection of the Platonic conception of the reality of ideas. He repudiates even Aristotle's conceptualism, which attributes reality to both matter and form. He calls for a return to the one from the many, the totalitarian doctrine of the German philosopher, Schelling. He seeks to restore dualism, or a wedge between the material and the transcendental, with the latter dominant. Upon these methodological conceptions, he bases his more popular philosophy of a need to return to a confession of guilt, a recognition of obscenity, a restoration of piety. His hostility to the workers as seeking to emerge from their difficulties is absolute, although framed in the ideology of hostility to their fragmentation in modern industry. Labor, he says, is a prayer, it is therapeutic. The trouble with the modern world is that it bases itself on the idea that the world owes the worker a living, it worships comfort, it promises security, it does not enforce discipline. We have to return to the idea that strikes are conspiracies. Demagogic leaders have told the common man that he is entitled to much more than he is getting. They have not told him the less pleasant truth that, unless there is expropriation, which in any case is only a temporary resource, the increase must. 242. Come out of greater productivity. Now all productivity requires discipline and subordination, the simple endurance of toil requires control of passing desire. He hates the middle classes and makes them responsible for the materialism and utilitarianism which dominate modern life. With this is coupled an attack on finance capital, liberalism, civil liberties, the modem press, radio, and movies. He shows every sign of hostility to Negroes. Throughout his book, as he propagandizes for a return to hierarchy, he employs the words discrimination and measure, not specifically against the Negroes but as a means of enforcing superiority rather than equality. He attacks jazz, linking it with the Negro's spontaneity, with formally repudiating restraint by intellect and by expressing contempt and hostility towards our traditional society. Jazz sounds often as if in a rage to divest itself of anything that suggests structure or confinement. His hostility to jazz extends even to Beethoven because of the latter's sympathy for the French Revolution and because of his introduction of dynamism and strains of individualism into music. Weaver is against an equalitarian in society as a whole or between the sexes. He is opposed to democracy and calls for an aristocracy, of the hero, of the soldier and the priest, and of a caste like the old Southern aristocracy. He calls for woman's return to the home and family while praising her superior closeness to nature, her intuitive realism, her unfailing ability to detect the sophistry in mere intellectuality. His dislike for democracy extends to the American frontiersmen because they threw off restraints. He attacks Mark Twain for his anti-conventionalism and admires the Founding Fathers insofar as they resisted too great democratization. His heroes are Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Guy, Spengler, Rochning, Ortega y Gasset, Milton, insofar as the latter was for an elite, and Cromwell, for the same reason. Fraternity, according to Weaver, must supplant equality. The ancient feeling of brotherhood carries obligations of which equality knows nothing. It calls for respect and protection, for brotherhood is status in family, and family is by nature hierarchical. The essence of cooperation is congeniality, the feeling of having been born together. Weaver is not writing for the sake of analysis only. He says, because we are now committed to a program which has practical applications, we must look for some rallying point about which to organize. We face the fact that our side has been in retreat for 400 years without, however, having been entirely driven from the field. 243. The central slogan of this program. One corner is yet left. When we survey the scene to find something which the rancorous leveling wind of utilitarianism has not brought down, we discover one institution, shaken somewhat but still strong and perfectly clear in its implication. This is the right of private property, which is, in fact, the last metaphysical right remaining to us. The ordinances of religion, the prerogatives of sex and of vocation, all have been swept away by materialism, but the relationship of a man to his own has until the present largely escaped attack. How fleeting would be such a program for the restoration of private property we have seen under Hitler. The conception, closely linked to regionalism and decentralization, is also aimed at inspiring the agricultural middle classes. What stands out in Weaver's book is rather his appeal for some passionate reaction, the deadly seriousness of his statement. We have to inform the multitude that restoration comes at a price. The aim of this restoration is discipline and hierarchy, political authority regularly into the hands of the wise, some source of authority, some center, the virtue of subordinating self to communal enterprise. Weaver's hostility to Russia is based, not upon its totalitarianism, its discipline, and its elite, which he praises, but his conviction that it too caters to the principles of comfort and freedom from want, whereas for Weaver freedom from want and fear would reduce man to an invertebrate. I have gone into Weaver's book in such detail because, 1. He begins where every serious thinker must begin today, with the alienation in society, 2. Takes a consistent philosophical position and calls for a passionate reaction based upon this position, 3. Is evidently a rallying point for such intellectuals as Niebuhr, Ransom, and Brooks who have given favorable notice to his book, and finally, 4. Because he is clearly an American Roshning who would have no hesitation in linking himself up with any mass movement which promises to discipline the masses whom he hates so violently. It is absolute blindness not to see that with America as it is, as we have described it, any serious dislocation of the unstable existing system would result in the unleashing here of the passions of which this book is a philosophical presentation. The third intellectual current in Europe is the most important of the three. It is the movement which we know today as the Cominform. It is the most important not only for Europe and the rest of the world, but for the United States. But here we must be careful. The United States at present and in the foreseeable future is not in any danger from the Cominform or its American representatives. It is not only that the F.B.I. and the labor bureaucracy have 244 purged them from the labor movement and instituted a reign of terror over them. In unions like the UAW and the NMU the workers saw them go gladly, being sick of their gangsterism, their manipulation of the union for their own purposes, their duplicity, their shamelessness. Stalinism in the shape of a party of the Cominform is no serious contender for power in the United States. But what Stalinism represents in the world is not dead in the United States, and only the analysis of Stalinism in Europe will help us. What is this monstrous apparition now ruling or controlling some 800 million people, and so powerful in key countries like Italy and France? The answers do not come pat. The Russian Revolution and the parties of the Communist International in the early days were a great revolutionary upheaval and social manifestation that sought to reorganize the world along the lines, economic and social humanistic, of traditional communism. By 1929 the Russian Revolution had been radically transformed, and capitalism from 1924 to 9 seemed to have embarked upon a new prosperity. But the crisis of 1929 coming after the war and the revolutions of 1917 to 23 hit the world like a thunderbolt. The perspective of a satisfactory system under capitalism collapsed in Europe and today is kept alive only because of American injections. But the failures in 1917 to 21, the transformation of the Russian Revolution, the brutal nature of the dictatorship, posed the social question in a new form. What exactly was the future of Europe? What did the proletariat have to offer in economic development? The first Russian 5-year plan awakened enormous interest, and side by side with the collapse of Europe, the well-propagandized successes of the plan turned the minds of masses and intellectuals alike towards Russia. The dictatorship was excused on account of the economic successes. The political issue for Europe hung on Germany, where the Communist Party with at one time nearly 450,000 members seemed on the verge of seizing power and opening the victory of communism on a continental scale. Vast millions in Europe on the whole, workers and intellectuals alike, were ready to follow a victory in Germany. Then came the catastrophe, collapse before Hitler, the rise and spread of fascism and the threat of war. Few writers on Europe have grasped what then took place in Europe, the climax of the terrible experiences of the 20 years from 1914 to 1933. The conception of proletarian dictatorship as an uprising of the masses, workers' councils, societes, socialism as a form of democracy deeper and more extensive than capitalism, this began to disappear from the minds of writers and theorists everywhere except for small political minorities. Planned economy became the synonym for socialism, and the struggle between Russia and Germany became the symbol of the political struggle for Europe. Soviet Communism by Sidney and Beatrice Webb, 1934, symbolized the new stage, both in its conception and its reception. The plan was the thing. Freedom would come after. 245. From that time through all the twists and turns of policy, Popular Front, Stalin-Hitler Pact, it became more and more clear that there were new social types emerging in Europe and the world. The most characteristic was the Stalinist party man, functionary or labor leader. It is perfectly obvious today that he was no repetition of the old social democracy. He was and is the mortal enemy of private capitalism and the outstanding representatives of the old bourgeois class. He sought above all to influence the workers and he spent his life among them. He knew where the sources of his power lay. He was ready to nationalize the capitalist property when he could do so safely. But he was no revolutionary of the school of Marx and Lenin and Trotsky. He did not believe in the mass uprising, in socialism or communism as an expression of the release of vast creative social energies in the great mass of the population. For him the masses were rank and file soldiers, workers to be led and disciplined and planned. He did not depend upon them to seize power, not in Europe. His source of real power was the Stalinist regime and the Red Army. He depended upon them for victory. Not even in America do the communists believe in any uprising by the American workers. They depend solely on the idea of defeat of America by the Red Army, and then aided by the Red Army, the tremendous prestige of communism victorious over the world, to seek communist allies and impose their domination on the American people. This European communist joined with the bourgeoisie or opposed the bourgeoisie as was convenient and necessary for Russia, for without Russia he conceived himself as lost. He was not and is not a venal person. He is a man animated by a doctrine, the abolition of private property, the creation of a world state, beginning with Europe, planning the economy, disciplining the workers, totalitarian. That is his summation of the experiences of 30 years. He lives for this and dies for it. There is no duplicity, cruelty, assassination of character or person, betrayal of a nation, looking forward to winning it back after, which he will not commit. That is precisely what happened in Spain. The great masses of the workers and peasants in Spain in 1936 revolted with the most violent social upheaval the world has yet seen. Workers, peasants, and many middle-class elements simply took over everything in at least two-thirds of Spain. But the communists invaded Spain in force, and in accordance with their larger plan of supporting the democratic countries, i.e. whoever would ally with Russia, against fascism, at that time Germany, Italy, and Japan, they devoted their main efforts to the destruction of the Spanish Revolution. This is the type of labor leader and party functionary or party man who was destined to become the new leadership of the decisive elements among the workers. We did not know then, but we have no excuse for not knowing now that great numbers of labor leaders, technicians, administrative types, and intellectuals who seemed devoted to democracy, faced with a serious 246 crisis, would go with them, accepting their monstrous doctrine as the next stage of human society. The analysis we have made in early chapters of the crisis in American society applies, with all the necessary historical complexity, to Europe with added problems of long historical origin. Europe has been crying for years for organization, nationally and internationally. A society creates, i.e. by the very fact of its existence, shapes certain types of personalities to its needs. The technicians, sick at the chaos in industry, the administrative supervising types, all those who could see that capitalism in Europe had nothing more to offer, knew the corruption and bankruptcy of the old ruling classes, and feared or hated or despised fascism, looked upon the Stalinists sympathetically and in the crisis of 1944 rushed to join them in France and Italy, and it must be insisted upon, the social democracy and the vast majority of the Union leaders were prepared to go along. The European intellectuals in France and Italy poured into and around the Stalinist party. Americans who have any illusions about this should cease shouting at Stalinism as if it were some loathsome disease that educated people caught by accident. The intellectuals, for whom existentialism and Catholic humanism are the only alternatives to Gaullism, accept Stalinism, and Stalinism in power will win over, intimidate and bludgeon the majority into acceptance. From their base in the working class, we shall take this up in a moment. These men of plan and totalitarian power offer the intellectuals today posts in their vast party and union apparatus, tomorrow they promise places in the bureaucracy and power. They know the existentialist tendency and the helplessness of these intellectuals well. They know that they are caught between the bureaucratic organizations which run society and the bureaucratically dominated workers' organizations below. They know their feeling of impotence, their need to do something, to make contact with some reality that is effective. The Stalinists tell them, either link your fate to the working class and especially to its vanguard, or face personal disintegration. Roger Garaudy, member of the French National Assembly and Stalinist leader, has written a pamphlet Literature of the Graveyard with this as its main thesis. He tells the intellectuals, you need a faith, we give you one in the common man. You feel the need for creative construction? We give you Stalinist Russia where everybody is engaged in developing the productive forces. You need a chain into which your personal action can fit? We give you the party. You need to get out of your study. Our program is activism for all the progressive forces. Break with us and there is nowhere you can go, except to the existentialists, confessing that your personality has disintegrated, or to another movement like the Gaullists. They do not hide their totalitarian aims and methods at all. In France in 247, 1948 there was an open discussion about the freedom of discussion which the intellectuals can enjoy in the party. Casanova, a French Stalinist, writing about the responsibilities of the communist intellectuals, says, 5. To remain modest before the party, that is not to debase yourself. Personal recognition of the party for all that it gives and makes of each one, this very simple sentiment cultivated by the thousands of militants, can be avowed shamelessly before the others. Self-respect is naturally contained therein. He concludes. Rally around all the ideological and political positions of the working class, defend under all circumstances and with the utmost resolution all the positions of the party, safeguard our sense of sufficiency, cultivate in ourselves the love of the party in its most conscious form, the spirit of the party, and give to the proletariat the supplementary reasons and the new justifications which you can lend it by your more probing work. Then an immense field of free initiative and of free creation will open before all those who can master these prerequisites to all science, all art, in this stage of social development. This is the doctrine plain and straight. Look again at the words emphasized. They mean, shut up, do not question, accept the Moscow line, use your knowledge to go and find supplementary reasons and new justifications why what we tell you is correct, go and look in art, literature, history, science, for proof that we are right, the we being the party men. And this they say before they have the power. The French intellectuals know what they are in for and take it. This brazen but absolutely confident doctrine answers very powerful needs in these intellectuals, needs which the party expresses and consciously cultivates. The intellectuals feel accumulated in themselves tremendous knowledge, science, technique, means. They have to fasten onto certain social purposes and ends. The rationalistic premises of their scientific method make them hostile to the Catholic humanists. And in the party they find all the vulgar materialist ends of power over nature, social relations, and a science of man. Bergam, author, The Novel and the World's Dilemma, an American intellectual who helps edit Science and Society, expresses it very simply. There are pessimist writers like Hemingway, Joyce, Kafka, and then there are optimists like Whitman. What must distinguish modem optimism, however, is the stress on the need to achieve democracy, not by easy and assured triumph but by a struggle between liberalism and reaction, between the majority and the minority. Isolation and the quest for quixotic perfection must be supplanted by warm contact and immediate activity. 248. The Stalinists offer these intellectuals energy, violence, and a humanitarian conviction, the complete sense of security of the man who has made a decisive acquisition, the validity of which is guaranteed each day in practice, guarantee. The alternative, they never fail to point out, is the unhappy and dual conscience of a Radek or a Bukharin. If my joining the Communist Party is the beginning of my freedom, my betrayal would be the beginning of my agony. Through adherence and creation, through positivism as contrasted with scepticism, by joining with the martyrs who die for a cause, by link to a collective workshop, by losing yourself in social enthusiasm, you will find yourself. The terrible thing about this doctrine is that, philosophically, there is not the slightest thing that is new about it. It is the old rationalism with which Descartes ushered in the age of individualism, control by man over nature, inevitable progress, etc., though in his day and for centuries, especially against feudal and aristocratic obscurantism, it played a great role. But it placed body and mind in separate compartments, i.e. the mass of ordinary men on one side and intellect, knowledge, science, method, on the other. It heralded the division of the human personality by the industrial processes of capitalism, which has now reached the extraordinary stage that it has all over the world. The Stalinists have not the slightest use for totally integrated social man as the unit, economic and political, of a completely new reorganization of society. They, without pretense, seek to join the intellectual as intellectual to the worker as worker. They consciously set out to build a party and a mighty bureaucratic structure in which intellectuals and intelligentsia and leaders of labor and official propagandists will use science, knowledge, etc. to plan. This huge structure will rest upon the backs of the workers who will be moved here, there, or wherever necessary according to plan. They do not pretend that there will be anything democratic about this regime. They know that it will be held together by iron bands, the bands of the army and the secret police. In country after country, when they have entered, it has been noticed that they find some of their best cadres among the fascists, iron guardists, police, and army of authoritarian or fascist regimes. These regimes will collapse ultimately. They solve neither economic, social, nor psychological problems. They integrate the personality by destroying it altogether. They destroy the very basis of progress in the productivity of labor. The police state is an economic burden and a psychological cancer. But before they are destroyed, they will cost humanity much, for they are not accidents, they are the desperate attempt to resolve antagonisms which have matured and for generations now are tearing at each other in every sphere of society. To understand the Stalinists as a social manifestation, we must exclude the idea that they are leaders of the proletarian masses in revolution. They will fight civil war in China, in Indochina, in the Malay states, i.e. after a 249 great war in peasant countries, when they are certain that there is no possibility of intervention by any great power such as America. But in 1923 they refused to lead the German workers. They had nothing to do with the general strikes in England where they had little power. In 1933 they collapsed before Hitler, and in Germany they had mighty forces. They played no part in the initial uprising in Spain which took place against their wishes and they joined it only to suppress it. They played no part in the fighting of February 17, 1934, when Paris was saved from the fascists by workers in the streets. They were taken by surprise in the sit-down strikes in France in 1936 and were active in bringing it to an end. Despite the great forces at their command in 1927 they capitulated to Chiang Kai-shek. Revolution as Cromwell, the French revolutionaries of 1789, Marx, Lenin, etc. understood it, that is entirely foreign to them. They are men of a resistance movement in war, but they and the Red Army massacred the Warsaw Resistance Movement in 1944 because Polish workers and peasants had made it entirely clear that they aimed at a socialist Poland, independent of Anglo-American influence and of Russia. They seized power in Eastern Europe under the protection of the Red Army. Elsewhere, as in Italy and France, they have lost influence because workers are sick and tired of their perpetual chatter about revolution when they obviously don't mean it. Their peace policy is in reality a war policy, a preparation for a war they believe inevitable. They will seize Paris and Rome, but the Red Army must be there. In Czechoslovakia, when they did move into action, they carefully handpicked action committees, sent them out on tasks, and when they came back, dismissed them. The great masses they led in Italy and France in the immense parties and in the unions find in them an obstacle and a source of tremendous confusion. For a vast revolutionary concentration like 2.5 millions of people in Italy are a natural outcome of modern society and the collapse of fascism. If there had not been a single communist in Italy, it would have taken place just the same, in the same way as it took place in Spain in 1936. The communists are on the alert to place themselves always at the head of these tremendous social upheavals. But their long record shows exactly what they represent: men who have been educated and trained in a collapsing capitalist world and have broken with it, but, after the experience of 1914-34, no longer believe in mass uprisings, workers' rule, etc., which they consider utopian. They are prepared to create order out of chaos, plan economy, rule and discipline workers, and for this they understand that they need Russia and the Red Army. Hence their blind obedience to the Kremlin. They are the fully conscious men of the centralized, bureaucratized totalitarian solution to the fundamental problems of the day. The above is a rough analysis based upon many years of observation of Stalinists of various types in different parts of the world and a reasonably close study of their writings. I wish to repeat here that we are dealing with 250 intellectual currents, and we are seeking intellectual currents in Europe to understand intellectual currents in the United States and also the social forces they represent, although these intellectual currents have not fully appeared as yet in the United States. The reader must bear in mind what we have written about the Catholic humanists, how vigorous they are in the United States and what they did in Europe. Here there has very recently been published a book by A. Rossi, A Communist Party in Action. This book has been written by an ex-Stalinist in France who has observed them very closely both from the inside and from the outside. Now as you read, note whom the Communist Party appeals to and why. Rossi makes it clear that the working class does not form the nucleus of the Communist Party in France. The party agitates the workers. It does midwife working class demands. It does, in backing up those demands, vigorously play the championship role that the other parties fail to claim for themselves. It does in this way maintain close contact with the workers. But this is not the aspect of the party's strategy that wins it the hardcore of militants who are notoriously drawn from elements who do not need to have their interests defended in the manner which is described. The men whom the Stalinists attract are men who, in large part because of the relatively high standard of living they enjoy, have developed a high degree of awareness vis-à-vis the social and economic situation in which they are caught up. They are men who have come to realize the alienation of the working class from French society, i.e. the fact that the workers under the French capitalist system are treated as a commodity. They are men who have gained insight into the necessity of escaping from the position of inferiority that alienation implies, have sensed the central importance of the question of property and the question of power, and have caught a glimpse of the values that may one day restore men to a French life. The party knows how to play upon the hopes and anticipations concerning the future dignity of men, and while it puts these anticipations to work for ends that are not really theirs, it keeps them convinced that their fidelity to it is their fidelity to what is best in themselves. Rossi has observed closely the dilemma of the French intellectuals. The French intellectual of our time is, for one thing, weary of not being able to take sides on the big problems of modern society. he is for another thing eager to shake off his feelings of inferiority in the presence of the men of action. The role he has been trained to play is that of doubt, that of constant readiness to reopen any question, that of never permitting oneself any but the most tentative conclusions. Taking orders from the party leaders, knuckling under to party discipline gives him a 251. Welcome sense of certainty. What apparently strikes his fancy in Marxism is its emphasis upon offering simple explanations for everything. The predilections of the intellectual is for general ideas, and he has a fondness for schematization which he finds in the Stalinist doctrines. The intellectual feels isolated. The party caters to its members' primitive, or if you like, basic need to belong. Hence the party tends to thrive in societies whose members are no longer held together by the bonds of moral principle and purpose. Where unity can be had on no other terms, men finally seek it in some political movement that is able and willing to impose it. The party does not ask the intellectuals, as party men, to give up their professions. In fact, they are encouraged to retain academic positions which lend prestige to the party. But it gives these intellectuals a feeling of contact with the mass. As a party dignitary, he discovers in himself an orator capable of evoking wild applause at great party meetings. Rossi goes into detail about the organization of the party nuclei to go to the masses and become the mouthpiece of the popular dissatisfaction, the tribunes of the people. Using these militants as a core, it seeks to mobilize the masses into committees in all quarters and in every sphere. It makes inseparable French politics and Soviet politics, uses the Red Army and the Soviet Union as a vital center, combines immediate agitation against profiteers and capitalists, emphasizing the betrayal of France by these elements, together with promises of a march to world revolution by the Soviet Union and the Red Army. It has taken over the French tradition of Descartes, and appeals to the intellectuals to play the same role for France today as the intellectuals of the Enlightenment did for the French Revolution. Rossi describes how the French Communist Party, scorned by the Comintern before 1930, became a mass force after the Depression hit France about 1930, and with its Popular Front policy in 1935 acquired a base in the petty bourgeoisie. Rossi has observed the French Stalinist intellectuals well, but his conclusion reveals that the French intellectual who repudiates Stalinism is in imminent danger of falling into the camp of de Gaullism. He calls upon the workers to put less emphasis on the class struggle, emphasize the community interest, and adapt this general interest as their program, and accept the building of the community as a responsibility that they share with all. 252. Their fellow men. His final words. This means first of all attacking that sickness in the minds and hearts of its sons, who must relearn the human values that are France's most precious possession and the gauge of its greatness. The translation of Rossi's book into English was made by a former functionary of the American State Department, Wilmore Kendall, who also writes an introduction to the text. Kendall praises Rossi for his insights into the compulsions which push the French intellectuals towards the Stalinists. Above all, his point is never how wicked they are, how inconsistent, how shamelessly they are willing to follow the latest shifts in party line. From his study of Rossi he advises the Americans. We are very wide of the mark indeed when in planning the means for combating the growth of the communist movement, we fix attention more than incidentally upon the data of the economists, the size of the national income, the distribution of that income, the ownership of property, or rely more than incidentally upon the skills of the economist. What alternatives does he offer? He refers to Weaver, whom we have quoted so extensively above, because the latter has recognized the need for a moral purpose in society. The character of the existing political communities that renders necessary their transformation, because it creates the strategic opportunities that the communists exploit, is their purposelessness, their failure to make demands upon their members, i.e. their inability to infuse meaning into their members' lives. And finally, he comes to the same conclusion in politics that Mayo came to in industry. The skills we need in the struggle against the communist movement are clearly those of which Plato and Rousseau called the legislator, i.e. those of the political theorists whose business we should define with them of building the political community whose members willingly accept a single belief system. Here is an American intellectual who has observed Stalinism in Europe, studied it, is not unaware of its barbarities and its corruption, and to combat it, he proposes precisely that conception of an intellectual elite which the Stalinists have cultivated and express, and a single belief system admin. 253. Is stirred by that elite. This member of the American administrative hierarchy, repudiating the concept of economic man, is immediately tempted by its complementary opposite, the totalitarianism of modern idealism. The American intellectual does not today face the temptations of Stalinism in its outer form, in the historical dress it has so far assumed. And the reason is not far to seek. The decisive cauders of Stalinism have appeared in Western Europe in countries which, in the Stalinist view, are unable to stand by themselves. They guide all their politics by the needs of Russia, the power strong enough to dominate Europe, suppress the masses and fight off a rival imperialism. In the colonial countries of the Far East, similarly, Stalinism is powerful for the same reason, the leaders of native revolutions fear isolation. But now that there are no longer many illusions about Russia and the arena is being cleared for the world struggle between Russia and America, labor leaders and intellectuals in America, above all places, have no need for the Cominform. For they have no need for the protection or assistance of Russia. They live in a country fully able to take care of itself and initiate world policy, not submit to it. There was a time when some were attracted to Stalinism because they saw it as a revolutionary force in Europe and the enemy of Hitlerism. That is not so any longer. But, it is necessary to repeat, these intellectuals face the same basic social problems, and the existentialists and the Catholic humanists are in the United States, the Stalinist type labor leader and intellectual is here also. Begin with today. As labor leaders, Murray and Lewis are at opposite poles. John L. Lewis rules his union and his immediate subordinates with an iron hand. But it is not generally known that Murray has the same authoritarian grip upon his own union. He addresses his wage committee of hundreds of men like a little Führer. NMU rank and filers fought a desperate battle to defeat the Stalinists, but on installing Curran as leader, he immediately turned around and aided by police and goon squads made a shambles of his opponents high and low, in a way the Stalinists had never dared to do. Dave Beck, a labor czar on the West Coast and second to Tobin in the Teamsters Union, has no truck with democracy at all, but is liked by many industrialists for the iron discipline he maintains over the workers. Reuther spares no pains and ceaselessly cuts away at the splendid democratic traditions of the UAW. In the C.1.0 as a whole, we repeat, the brutality and the ruthlessness of the purge of the Stalinists is unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented, in the history of labor except in Stalinist countries. These American labor leaders, as far as the workers are concerned, today already show every sign that, given the necessary circumstances, they will control the workers with as iron a discipline as the Stalinists. In fact, as far as discipline and authoritarian control are concerned, this writer would like to know exactly what are the differences between Curran, Dave Beck, on the one hand, and the Stalinists on the other. 254. But the American labor leaders are now only at the beginning of their career. At present, Reuther, for example, is always bowing and scraping before Justice Douglas, young Roosevelt, and others like these who come down and address the Union on ceremonial occasions, gaining political prestige for themselves and helping Reuther to keep the restless workers quiet in the Democratic Party. We repeat, nobody today wants to rock the boat for no one knows what lies around the bend. But Reuther, for example, is no Samuel Gompers, nor is he any Sidney Hillman. If, as is likely, he succeeds Murray as president of the C.1.0, his career will only then be really beginning. Given economic crisis, or an intense social dislocation, the stratum that Reuther represents will not perpetually hand around cap in hand to liberal politicians who are today dependent upon labor. The next stage is political power. There is no need for any great argument here. The simple way to approach it is negatively. Who believes that the present political alignments will continue indefinitely? No one. For if people believed that, there would be no crisis or sense of crisis. America is now vulnerable from economic crisis, the conflict between capital and labor, and the whole quivering world situation. Labor has emerged in every part of the world as a political force. It is not possible to believe that the most powerful labor force in the world, surrounded to the eyes by crises of all types and entangled in one politics, national and international, will not have to act. Unlike Life in its analysis of Reuther, I am not speaking of his personal plans, though he and numerous others, labor leaders and liberals, have repeatedly declared that they favor a labor party, when the time is ripe. The basis of my conclusions is the objective situation. They will act only when impelled, but act they will or forfeit their leadership of the workers, and that they will not do. But the more they are projected into political action, the more necessary it will be, for them to discipline the workers in industry, to purge the unions of opponents like X, to control the right to strike, to build the bureaucratic machine and to rule. In Britain, a workers' movement long disciplined by unions and a political party, has been handled with extreme skill, and yet, without American aid, Britain today would be in chaos. But the basic tensions in American life, the temper, the passions, the violence, have never been disciplined at all. The C.1.0 was formed to give the workers mastery in the shops. As we saw, the strikes are chiefly periodical explosions of intolerable rage and anger. The labor leadership has no alternative but, on the one hand, to lead labor and the Negroes, small farmers, youth, old people, and the middle class who will go with it, and at the same time, in the face of a total social crisis and international disorder, discipline a turbulent force in its rear. That discipline is the condition of any success it can have with the rest of the population. What of the intellectuals? They have to go alone. They have no analysis, no perspective. They fastened on to Roosevelt, they believed that here. 255. America would perhaps show a way to the rest of the world. They know better now. But the terror they are in was shown by the crisis which broke out among them before the 1948 elections, not only when reading but believing the big press, which it was clear the masses of the people did not do. They screamed for General Eisenhower, not party men like Jimmy Roosevelt who think in terms of power, but liberal intellectuals, economists, publicists, thinkers. These men did not know the general's politics nor his ideas on anything. The general said nothing, and there was no need for him to say anything because he said he was not a candidate. As far as I can remember, his only statement on public issues was made in his capacity as a soldier, that he was opposed to equality in the army for Negroes. But the liberal intellectuals chased after him until he brushed them and all other importunities aside. Today the man they were hoping would save them from the Republican Party is the most effective proponent of Republican politics. Contrast this with the manner in which the great mass of the population, battered by press, radio, and pollsters, kept its mouth shut, went its way and gave a victory to the party which in its eyes represented the people. Nothing new, no new doctrine is coming from these intellectuals. They are destined for a parallel fate to that of the intellectuals, organizers, and administrative elements in Europe in relation to the Communist Party. They will attach themselves to the labor bureaucracy and bring all their science, knowledge, etc. to assist the labor leadership in building a mighty bureaucratic centralized apparatus, to resist extreme reactionaries and diehards, on the one hand, and above all, on behalf of the interests of labor, to discipline labor, so as to organize and to plan. This is not a concrete prophecy. But it is a line of direction. By the complicated ways history works, with all the unpredictable complexity of actual events, with all the differences between the traditions of Stalinism and the United States, with the great conflicts which would retard the movement here, only to project it violently forward there, and vice versa, despite all this, the inevitable direction of society as it is towards the vast centralized bureaucratic state in which labor leaders and intellectuals of all types will form a solid governmental mass, controlling labor in the factories, administering the state, with vast resources and power to influence press and radio, controlling the armed forces and the FBI. The reader who doubts this should spend a few minutes comparing the federal government in 1932 with what it is today. There is of course another alternative. Republicans and the great industrialists may attempt to impose themselves and their conceptions upon the government and the people, either by electoral means or by force. Electorally they seem unlikely to succeed. If they attempt it by force, it means civil war. But whatever the outcome, the end will be a massive centralized bureaucratic state directing the national life. Many liberal intellectuals will make their peace with and join such a state of the most authoritarian type. James. 256. Burnham, a former active Trotskyite, now preaches a doctrine of suppressing Russian communism and its satellites by force and imposing the American way on the world. Their ideas are not important. But Burnham visited Malraux, de Gaulle's right-hand man, had conversations with him, in which Burnham found a surprising lot to agree with, which is particularly strange, for few people in France know what are de Gaulle's policies except that this fascist aims at power and disciplining the French people. But Burnham published these conversations in the Partisan Review, a magazine of the literary left, was mildly rebuked by one of the editors, and continues to write in the Review and be one of its editorial directors. So the majority of the intellectuals drift along, knocking from pillar to post and finding themselves in the strangest places. They can tell no one anything, for they have no coherent ideas on anything. Let us conclude with a glimpse at one of the best of them. He is Robert Lind, a deservedly world-famous sociologist, note this, obviously very able, passionate, sincere, and courageous. He attended an education conference of the UAW and made an address which has attracted attention. Here are some extracts to give some idea of its tone and content. Note the prefatory remarks by Victor Reuther. It has stimulated discussion throughout the union and has given an increasing number of wage earners in the shops where our union is organized an insight into the workings of government and economics that has enabled them to make connections and to acquire understandings of events which they believe to be fruitful. Lind begins. What all of us who are interested in labor are after is to make our economy deliver all of those goods and social securities that a 20th century economy can deliver, and that a democratic nation's economy must deliver if the nation is to pretend to call itself a democracy. The difference between a generation ago and now is that today we know that national planning will work, that it can give us high-level full employment year after year in peacetime, and social security for all our people at all of the exposed points in life, and that we can plan democratically. The United States can do these things now provided it is willing to do what it takes to plan democratically. The question we all face is, will it do what it takes? Now note where he sees the main danger. In respect of the handling of both organized labor and government, it is highly probable that American business leaders learned directly from what they saw their German opposite numbers do. Big industry in Germany brought Hitler and his Nazis in power in order to break the power of German labor and to free German. 257. Industry from the rising burdens of regulation by a democratic government and of taxation for social legislation. German capitalism in trouble was showing the way which capitalism, in trouble all over the world, was to take. This involved the recognition that, in the tightening pressures of the 20th century, between nations internationally, and internally within each nation between industry and labor, the economic and political systems of a nation have got to work together. National states cannot afford anything less than maximum efficiency in their economic affairs, while national economies require strong and continuous backing from the state apparatus. For the economic and political systems to try to coerce, and thus frustrate each other step by step, has become too inefficient, unreliable, and nationally dangerous. And, once a big advanced industrial nation like Germany had shown the way to ease its pressures by linking up industry and government, the business leaders in other nations began to follow. Either democracy will move in on our private economy, socialize it and run it for the purposes of democracy, or big business will move in on the democratic state, take it over, and run the whole works for the profit of big business. What has organized labor got to put up against this? Mark you, these men who are doing this thing are not fascists yet. They're patriotic Americans, and the Nazis and the big German manufacturers were patriotic Germans. William Allen White, the well-known Kansas editor who died 5 or 6 years ago, said of these same men as he watched them clawing and jockeying for war contracts in Washington in 1943. For the most part, these managerial magnates are decent, patriotic Americans. If you touch them in 9 relations of life out of 10, they are kindly, courteous, Christian gentlemen. But in the 10th relation, where it touches their own organization, they are stark mad, ruthless, unchecked by God or man, paranoics, in fact, as evil in their design as Hitler. What does Lind propose? If labor is to seize the initiative, I am convinced that it has got to go political. And I don't mean reward your friends and punish your enemies. I mean go political all out and through and through. I mean a labor party. National planning is a powerful democratic weapon lying open to your hands. Business won't touch democratic planning, for that is the thing it is fighting and the last thing it wants. And he concludes. I believe liberal democracy, the 19th century straddle between political democracy and capitalism, is finished, and that from here on we are either going to have a lot more democracy, or a good deal less. And labor looks to me like the only force in contemporary society big enough and strong enough to save democracy for us Americans. 258. Lind is a 19th century rationalist still. He, a sociologist, does not hint at, nowhere shows any sign of the worldwide conflict between the workers and the bureaucratic administrative supervising castes. He shows no sign of understanding that the elementary problem of modern life is to unite once more in the human being labor and intelligence, knowledge, science, etc. instead of continuing to separate them into the undifferentiated mass, on the one hand, and the concentration of all intellectual, scientific, and organizing power on the other. He was applauded, but if he had spoken of what was nearest to the men, from their point of view, the roof would have come down, his name would have spread from one end of the country to the other, in the shops he would have earned the permanent hatred of the bureaucracy. Lind is no Stalinist, but his speech could have been written by one. If the whole speech is read, it can be seen that here is an intellectual conscious of his isolation and burning to make contact with some social force, the labor movement. But he conceives the whole process philosophically, exactly like the Stalinists. Here is the typical intellectual joining the workers. He will place all he has at the disposal of the workers, i.e. of the labor bureaucracy, and thereby he reinforces the very barriers which keep the workers down. It is necessary to point out that Lind has made a great step forward. He has posed the question in terms of socialism. He has warned against fascism, and it is obvious that he is ready to go to the end as he sees it. But it is equally obvious that he does not pose the real crisis. He does not see it. It is noticeable, I repeat, that a Stalinist could say precisely what Lind is saying, and at the same time be preparing to clamp the iron vice upon the workers. It should also be noted that one of Lind's colleagues, F0. A. Matthiessen, an author of a very fine and liberal-minded study of American literature of the 19th century, has stated in print that if he were in France, he would join the French Communist Party. Caught in the rationalist past of America and unable to break through to the fundamental relations of production and all that is involved therein, the whole philosophical ideology underlying an intellectual so ready to work with labor as Lind leads him straight to the type of social change which is represented by the Stalinists in Europe, and which is inherent in the whole situation of the labor leadership in the United States. The sense of hopelessness among the intellectuals exists because they are hopeless. At the beginning of this section I made it clear that nothing was coming from them and nothing can. And the American intellectual is worse off than all the others. The absence of a mass political labor party which all modern developed countries have had for 2 or very often 3 generations, this America has not got. In France the non-fascist intellectuals can revolve around the communists or go back, for the time being, to the third force, in Britain they circulate in and around the Labour Party. In America there is nothing. They are lost absolutely. 259. As I write these pages, I read in today's, February 6, 1950, New York Herald Tribune Walter Lippmann's column commenting on the universal fear and despair that the atom bomb and America's plan for the hydrogen bomb is generating all over the world. He writes, "It is not too much to say that the reason why so little has been published abroad about this strategical revolution is that the people who understand it have been stunned by it. Again and again I was told when I asked about it in Britain, in France, and in Germany, that they did not dare to think out loud about a problem which was at once so terrifying and so insoluble." And then he says, "But that paralysis will surely pass. The human instinct to survive will impel men to think their way out of this predicament." In the same issue of the paper is printed the Republican platform for 1950. The Republicans base their appeal to the American people on the issue of human liberty and dignity of the individual as follows: "We shall not passively defend the principles stated here, but shall fight for them with all the vigor with which our forefathers fought to establish what we now seek to advance and perpetuate, human liberty and individual dignity. We pledge that in all we will advocate and in all that we will perform the first test shall be, does this conduct enlarge and strengthen or does it undermine and lessen human liberty and individual dignity? The American intellectuals can make neither head nor tail of this." The very same issue of the paper is filled with defiance of Truman and the Taft-Hartley Act by the miners. The American liberal intellectuals are pledged to the repeal of this act but yet are absolutely bankrupt before the determination of 500,000 miners not to be coerced by an act which the country voted to repeal in the last elections. After 15 years of John L. Lewis and the miners, the American intellectuals do not know what to think or say. And finally, so far as Europe is concerned, the Daily News columnist John O'Donnell, in the most widely read paper in the United States, taunts the American intellectuals with the following quotation from the New Statesman and Nation, telling them that this is the way the leftist intellectuals in the present Labor government are thinking. "So far as we know there is no feverish demand in this country for bigger or better bombs. The British people know perfectly well that, even if America and Russia might survive an atomic war, Britain and Western Europe would not. Morality and 260. Self-interest alike should compel us to mediate in this fatalist rearmament race. So that these intellectuals face the fact, as we have pointed out in this sketch, that their solitary allies, the intellectuals of Western Europe, have no such fundamental belief in democracy as these Americans would like to believe, to strengthen their own doubts. The New Statesman statement is only another indication of the fact that the Western European intellectuals are prepared to let American democracy and Stalinist totalitarianism fight it out and join up with whatever side is victorious. These are the ones who are supposed to give leadership to the masses. 8. Transition, because as soon as we explore what is meant by the complete bankruptcy of the intellectuals, in the very course of exploring it, we shall arrive at final conclusions. The total failure, inadequacy, gloom, despair, subservience of the intellectuals, is the philosophical and social complement to the total rejection, by the workers and the mass, of being merely automata, mechanized units. Society in the shape of labor, production, in its comprehensive sense, on the one hand, and science, organization, art, intellect, on the other, has broken down in both halves. The duality of modern rationalism which Descartes began is no longer viable in any sphere. That formidable we, the party, which Casanova told the French intellectuals to obey, that rules, and it rules because either as fascism of Stalinism, I repeat, the differences between them are great and have immense political consequences, the we who rule are the men who control and discipline the great working mass of the population. The intellectuals as such can join these, work for them, do the work they want done, but freedom, free speculation, the primary condition of intellectual work, that they have no longer. In America, free America, the pronouncements which matter are by the President, the Atomic Energy Commission, Philip Murray, John L. Lewis. The intellectuals have plenty to say, but chiefly, as we have shown, of how hopeless the whole situation is. To do anything, they must join something and serve it. And this something is a mighty centralized bureaucratic organization which from its internal structure and the similar organizations at home and abroad with which it is in conflict, pursues an almost impersonal policy. The pitiable plight we have analyzed in the last section is not accidental or due to deficiency of intellect or character. It is the plight of a social grouping for which the world no longer has any use. It was one of the finest products of the age of rationalism. In the Middle Ages the intellectuals served an organization, the Church. But the rise of 262. Capitalism and with it bourgeois rationalism gave them their ideological freedom, printing gave them a mass audience. The first was Dante, and then century after century, there followed a magnificent roll call: Petrarch, Erasmus, Calvin, Rabelais, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Hobbes, Bacon, Descartes, Molière, Leibniz, Rousseau, Jefferson, Montesquieu, Kant, Hegel, Marx and Engels, Adam Smith, Ricardo, Comte, Shelley and Beethoven, Goethe, Whitman and Melville, Garrison and Phillips, Victor Hugo, Darwin, Dostoevsky, Freud. The list chosen at random merely indicates the role played by intellectuals. They came from all classes, they functioned in all spheres, they went sometimes into politics, some like Marx and Engels created new philosophical systems and acted on them. It is absolutely false to consider the intellectuals merely as great individual men. They were all, each and every one, the product of a great intellectual ferment, of social conditions, the high peak of thousands of lesser men and connected by 1,000 threads with the active life of their time. Even the superb Pascal, priest and religious maniac as he was, took religious controversy from the cloisters of the church and carried it to the people. They explained society to itself, were its conscience, the organizers of its ideas, they charted the new discoveries, they resisted and endured, were heroic or subservient, but they filled a role, and an independent role within the social limitations of their particular time. Today, they are as we have described them. The most miserable of all are the scientists. They are slaves if ever there were any, mutinous and rebellious sometimes in words, but slaves. They make atomic discoveries and bombs and then go home and cry. When Germany was defeated, the contending powers each captured where he could, some of the most highly developed and trained scientists, the most highly developed and trained minds the world has ever known, and put them to work in Moscow or Washington. They work, do as they are told, find what they are told to find, like any laborer at $1 an hour. And in free America, if any one of them dared to defy the authorities and declare he would have nothing to do with a bomb which would kill 250,000 people, the whole machinery of politics and propaganda would set to roll and leave him utterly crushed. He would probably find it impossible to continue scientific work at all. And yet, the real dilemma is in his own mind, he does not know whether he ought to or not. The Journal of the Atomic Scientists is one of the most pathetic publications in the world. The intellectuals, as a group, of course, many individuals can see, do not know what has happened to them. If they did, they would not be as they are. What is to take their place? They cannot conceive of a world in which they, as intellectuals, do not play an intellectual role, so powerful are the social practices and established patterns of over 5 centuries of European civilization. But such a bankruptcy cuts them off from seeing the changes that are taking, that have already taken place. The world as they know it has changed. 263. But they are blind to it. In the chapter I quoted a review by Max Lerner of Brogan's book on America. The blindness of the old and the emergence of the new, unknown to the writer, Lerner, are there. Lerner says that the serious writer on America will have to answer why we Americans who have built up such mighty power structures fear power. There speaks a typical American intellectual. Who is this we who fear power? The great industrialists, the men of finance, etc. Lerner believes that they as Americans fear power, today, 1950. Was there ever such a gross illusion? It is possible to say that up to the late 19th century, American individualistic capitalism, with its vast opportunities, did fear power which would hamper it. It made use of the traditions of 1776 to 1865. But today big industrialists know the need for power, their own power, political power. They are trying for it at home and abroad. But bad as that is, it is the lesser half. The great masses of the American people no longer fear power. They are ready to allocate today power to anyone who seems ready to do their bidding. They defied all the barrage of propaganda about statism and regimentation and collectivism and voted for the government in 1948. They want Truman to have not less but more power, so long as they think he will use it to do what they want. The old America is gone at both ends of society, but Lerner still lives in it. Again he says that we Americans have a way with machines, but flee from the psychic realities. Again, utterly untrue. In the violent development of industrial, mechanical, and technical skill, under the banner of democracy, Americans had neither time nor energy to investigate psychic realities. The constant fluidity of classes, the splendid physical achievements, prevented the crystallizations and needs of Europe which faced the writers with the task of probing deeply. Some few individuals, baffled by the whole business, did tragic and interior writing but could not relate this to the society, and therefore, as we said earlier, the writing itself suffered. But today, running away from psychic realities? No intellectuals in the world run so much after the psychic realities of their own souls as Americans. The concern of the great mass with what their work does to them as human beings, that is the greatest psychic reality of all. The total bankruptcy of the dominant rationalist mode of thought is here seen in all its purity. Lerner believes that the miners have continually challenged official society in war and peace for 50 cents a day more. He is wrong. The great mass of the people are preoccupied with psychic realities but in the closest relation to social realities, and the Republican Party with its flamboyant pledge to judge everything by human liberty and the dignity of the individual understands that much. He says again that we are at once idealistic and tough, moralists and pragmatists. This phrasing shows that he is referring to that duality which has been so often noted in American life, the grand phrasing, the idealistic aims, and the rapid disregard of these when faced with a concrete opportunity. 264. 90, there were so many. It was a very real characteristic of America, and many have commented on it, very often with amusement and cynicism. That duality, however, is on its way out among the large masses of the American people. Tough and pragmatist they still are in that they wish to accomplish and brush aside or resolutely tackle obstacles. But the vast majority of them take social idealism and social morale seriously. They believe in social equality, in economic justice, in a genuine freedom, in governments doing what they promise, in assistance for the poor and underprivileged. And they believe in action for these things. That was the secret of the hold Franklin Roosevelt had in the minds of the masses of the American people. They believed in his idealism and that he had a moral approach to society while at the same time he was a good politician and tough. All the power of the press could not break the Roosevelt hold. In the minds of the American people that old duality is over. Lerner asks why with our genius for organization we have such a contempt for intellect. How blind can a man be? The American masses, it is true, have the national genius for organization. It is part of the historical development of the nation and they cannot lose it. But contempt for intellect? Today the millions in America have a passionate desire for knowledge, for historical knowledge, for library knowledge, for political knowledge, for everything which will help them to understand. Where does Lerner live? The great barons of the 19th century up to Henry Ford, with the vast physical opportunities before them set the tone, and the millions who lived so tumultuously, both found empiricism enough. But that is over. The America of today, the workers, the farmers, the middle classes, the men who were in the army, have no contempt at all for intellect. For personal culture in the European sense, yes, but for intellect? No. Finally, Lerner asks, what inner strength is there in Americans and their culture which will prevent them from completing the trajectory of Rome and its collapse? See the Philistinism, not of Lerner as an individual, but of the whole worn-out, useless group of intellectuals to whom he belongs. To compare the American people to Romans. The great mass of the Romans were in the days of the decline slaves, backward agriculturists, or a city mob. The splendid peasants and artisans of the early city-state were gone. Now look at the people in America today who work. Forget for a moment the rulers, the owners, the enormously wealthy, and the great body who are always attached to these. Take the industrial workers, the unorganized workers, the farmers, the clerical assistants, the small functionaries, the vast majority of the nation which has nothing but lives from day to day. When or where was there ever such a powerful body of men and women, when and where was there such inner strength in a nation? It is not their weakness that is ruining civilization. It is conflict that is ruining us. It is the consciousness of strength in the mass and the need for full self-expression that in 265. Seeking to burst the traditional limits of society can bring society to ruin. Lerner, a characteristic representative of the American liberalistic rationalist tradition, is totally blind to all this. He writes books like It Is Later Than You Think, he is aggressively liberal, progressive, etc. But in this brief analysis of what he thinks of his own country, we can see why the intellectuals are as they are. For men who are so lost to contemporary society, what is there to do but to run to existentialism or bow their heads to authority and place their talents at its disposal? Lerner lives in a kind of hothouse of his own. But even when the intellectuals see what is happening, they are more baffled than ever. Their solution, more welfare, higher social security, 2 weeks free vacation instead of 1, and so on. We have to make it clear that their intelligence as such is not in question. Nothing could be more ruinous than to believe that they are not intelligent enough to see, or as Julian Bender wrote 20 years ago, that the intellectuals have committed treason. Nothing is wrong with their intelligence. What is wrong with them can be stated thus. They are unable to conceive of the workers as anything else but workers, and therefore are unable to conceive of themselves as anything else but intellectuals. No intelligence in the world can enable a social grouping to think of itself as something which must be abolished. In fact, up to a point, the more intelligent they are, the worse for them. When an intellectual seriously envisages modern production, what it takes in science and organization to produce atomic energy, it seems to him that you can promise workers and fight for full employment and better education, and sometimes after the crisis, more leisure and preserve his voting rights and everything under the sun, except the one thing the worker wants, not to have vast changes in the productive system, every single one of which reduces him more and more to a mechanism. But alas! The more you try to satisfy him outside production, the less amenable he is to what takes place inside production. And worse still, it is becoming clear that not only the daily struggles but the very size and weight of the mighty productive machine, and all the complications it brings with it, impose intolerable burdens upon the economy itself, as an economy and education and housing have to be stinted. We now have to show, difficult as that is, how these very conditions, 1. Limit not the intelligence but the creative imagination and artistic powers of the modern intellectual, and, 2. How those who manage, however partially, to break through them, find their powers extended beyond all the possibilities that can be conceived by the rationalistic method. This is extremely difficult to do, but at this stage, we have a certain background, and by sticking rigidly to the concrete, the actual, we shall be able to enter upon the conclusion in a few pages. Now for the artistic imagination, and I leave aside the undoubted relation between this and intelligence. During the last 30 years, literature all over the world is dead. Joyce. 266. Proust, Lawrence, T.S. Eliot, all were mature before 1914. Some believe that there have been such periods in the past, and this desolate gap will be filled sometime. That is as true as the idea that there will be real peace sometime. The great writers I have mentioned all describe decadence. They point to the decline of a civilization. But unlike Dante, Balzac, Shakespeare, they have no glimpse of what is new, they see nothing emerging except further decay and disorder. I am speaking here not of Eliot's Catholicism, monarchy, etc. I am speaking of his writing, as Shakespeare saw the new individualist man of bourgeois society, however much he dressed him up in feudal trappings. Now some writers did have a tremendous sympathy for the mass, and out of it came some remarkable books, e.g. Cylon's Fontamara and Men from Nowhere by Malaquais. Some other intellectuals like Malraux and Kestler wrote books that apparently dealt with revolutionary ideas and social movements. But a careful reading of Man's Fate shows that Malraux is primarily concerned with his own soul, and brilliant a book as Darkness at Noon is, it is perfectly clear that for the writer, the masses are not seen very differently from the way the Stalinist bureaucrats he describes see them. Malraux and Kestler are organically individualistic, and from their failure as intellectual typists find the solution of their problems. By turning to the mass movement, there is an easy transition to authoritarianism. Let us merely note here that in the breast of every modern intellectual exist powerful tendencies to existentialist emotions and ideas. But equally present are the authoritarian complement. Both are inherent in the history of modern production and the rationalism which has sprung from it, particularly since Rousseau. And they will swing between these forces, often combining both, until they have mastered an integrated humanism in which man as producer becomes the center of human theory and practice. The Audens, the Spencers, all turn to the mass movement, but without any integrated philosophy, they turn away. As writers, as creative artists, all of these find themselves limited, baffled, they do not develop, they shrivel. And, as usual, the most fruitful example to take is one of the best of them, a man already referred to, Norman Mailer. Here is a young man, 25 years of age when he wrote his book, who has enormous gifts and the very best characteristics of the American writer. He sees the limitations of parliamentary democracy, he strives to see each individual life as a life. He describes in the best tradition of Melville the daily ordinary activities of men in their different social spheres, before they join the army and in the army. Nothing is finer than his description of how the men have to march and pull and labor and get tired and have to go on and on. It is the military parallel to the labor in the factory. In his writing, it is clear that Japanese are ordinary men like the Americans. His description of them expresses a genuine internationalism. He sees modern war for what it 267 is. He is realistic, but he has vision and imagination. The whole conception and execution of the attempt to climb the mountain shows an unusual artistic instinct. All this in a young man of 25. Why then does the book not sweep the reader away and open a new vision for its reader, excite trained and sensitive critics with the feeling that a new artistic personality has arrived, as Chopin's music did, or Montaigne's essays, or Balzac after the early apprenticeship, or even the early Kipling or Joyce's A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man? With every reservation, due to a very difficult subject, I submit the following: this gifted writer works within the intellectual limitations of his time. The spaces and urges which give dynamism to an artistic consciousness are lacking. The opposition that he sees to democratic decline and democratic decay are the fascistic Croft, and the artistic force with which he describes him shows that this evil man has fascinated the imagination of the writer. Croft he knows will not open any new perspectives for mankind. But Croft he sees as the new power. And it is for this reason that he pours such bitter scorn on the uncertain liberal Marxist intellectual, and for this reason that he is quite blind to the supreme fact, that the utter negativity of the lives of the masses he describes, the ultimate character of the negativity, must of necessity contain in itself a force to correct that negativity. For if they, as he sees them, modern men in a modern world, not ancient slaves, do not contain in themselves somewhere an overpowering desire to live differently, to change, to be fully human, then civilization is lost indeed, and, which is what concerns us here, Mailer's gifts are enclosed in a wall of unbreakable steel. He can only turn back upon himself. If the people can do nothing and merely accept, then he as a writer is lost. He cannot grow. We can see this quite clearly in Melville. In 1850 Melville, in seeing Ahab in the America of that time, saw dynamically. His book represents the world as it was and the world as it was going to be. It had a tremendous movement. Melville did not leave the reader uncertain. He carried everything to its conclusion and made it clear that Ahab would ruin civilization. Now today, 100 years later, young Mailer can only repeat Ahab in Croft. He dare not say as Melville said, that Croft, and his economic, financial, and military counterparts, they are in the book too, will ruin civilization. He cannot say that today it would be a capitulation to existing forces, to a living threat. Emotionally, and as a political person, Mailer is opposed to this evil. The forces which Melville could not see because they did not exist for Mailer today, but only as external forces, the labor movement, politics, Marxism. He does not see them dynamically as Melville saw Ahab in embryo and let his imagination go to make him a symbolical character. In their artistic consciousness, wherever it is that creation takes place, Mailer is still where Melville was, although he may join a revolutionary political movement and die on the barricades. Here we have a perfect example of the needs, aims. 268. Desires, confusions, limitations of the modern intellectual and the American intellectual in particular. Mailer is young, he is entirely of the new generation, he appears to have escaped Stalinism and faced the world without blight. Not a line written implies that by reading the correct books or studying economics or following a correct political policy, he will understand and write better. God forbid that anyone should read such nonsense in what I am saying. Artistic processes live and develop in far deeper layers of consciousness than that. Racine, after a lifetime of writing psychological drama for the court, and a period of retirement, was asked to write plays for a girls' school to perform and wrote Atelier, perhaps the greatest play in French literature and one of the great revolutionary dramas of the world. I have to add here that I am very much aware of the inherent difficulty and complexity of any such analysis as this. Great dramatic literature, not only as drama, but with dramatic qualities, demands among other conditions a society where people act independently, freely. They do not so act today, but Mailer did find someone, Croft. Furthermore, a new society will fuse the individual and the collective. We have lost the models and the feeling for that type of work after 500 years of individualism. There are other considerations I cannot touch on here. Yet I think it is still true to say, after making all allowances, 1. Melville, after Moby Dick, declined, wrote little and concerned himself with incest and salvation of the individual by the search for personal morality, etc., all the things we are familiar with today, and, 2. The modern writers all go the same way. The walls that surround them have to be broken and they as a group cannot break them, though a single individual can do anything. Mailer's future career will be one of the most revealing indications of the modern development, whether he will be contained or will break through. But that concerns his fate as an individual writer. The intellectuals as a group cannot break through. It will take more than intelligence to break down walls which are very high and very strong. To see now the reverse, imperfect, limited, shot through with contradictions but yet clear, let us ask ourselves a question about America. Who is the man who in the new epoch which began in 1929 has most stamped his consciousness upon the nation and the world as representative of the nation, who in his personality and actions expressed, symbolized such powerful sections of the social movement that his actions have affected the material lives, ideas, and consciousness of the people more than any other man of his time? The answer comes easily: Roosevelt. And what does Roosevelt signify in the United States? The welfare state with all that it aims to do and all that it cannot do. We need not go into that again. And then who is next on the list? Which American citizen has had the most powerful impact materially and otherwise upon his fellow Americans? 269. There may have to be some searching, but the ultimate answer is inevitable: it is John L. Lewis. I do not see how anyone else can be substituted for him. Now Lewis's immense limitations have been referred to, and a complete study would have to probe into him more deeply than has been done here. What we have to see here is only one thing: what is the secret of the enormous power he wields, which has made him able to challenge the full force of the government and official opinion in peace and in war, and repeatedly keeps the whole nation waiting anxiously as to what decision he will make in the perpetual conflicts between him and the government. The American intellectuals who study Kafka and Dostoevsky, and read and write books about Lenin and Stalin with such eagerness, have never even taken the trouble to try to understand Lewis. The source of Lewis's power is very simple. He follows the miners, and the miners alone. Follows them. Yes, follows them. There is not the slightest trace of paradox here. In 1949 Alinsky published a biography of this extraordinary man, and he shows how in 1935 Lewis was little different from Green and the other leaders of the AFL in his attitudes to government sponsorship of collective bargaining. But when the tumultuous spontaneous actions of the workers began, Lewis followed. He declared for the C.1.0. And this great social movement was launched. When the war began, and in the period before, Lewis was a member, though a recalcitrant one, of Roosevelt's Labor Management Committee. Then in 1943 came a spontaneous strike of Pennsylvania miners. Lewis changed his attitude and defied the government in a series of strikes in the midst of the war. All the labor leaders have solemnly declared their opposition to Taft-Hartley and hire lawyers and asked the workers to put their faith in the Democratic Party. When the bill was passed, nearly 150,000 miners went on a spontaneous strike. Lewis has declared open war on Taft-Hartley and had the words able and willing inserted in the contract, taking the position that no government law or legislators could force men to work if they do not want to. The whole bibliography shows that this labor leader, blind as he is to so much, has learned one thing: to look carefully and listen to what his men want, and then, on the basis of that, to challenge whatever stands in the way. The result is a power and a field for the exercise of strategy, boldness, and courage, an inner fortitude which is unshaken by the abuse and vilification of practically the whole press and his labor colleagues. He has evoked a fanatical loyalty among his men on union affairs and leads 500,000 men against overwhelming odds in an unending series of titanic battles which dwarf everything that is taking place in America today. For Lewis is posing the question: will the workers retain the right to decide how and when they shall work, or is the government to do it? And all know that the vast millions of workers, organized and unorganized, are heart and 270 soul in sympathy with Lewis, and that only the iron grip of the labor leaders holds them in check. Furthermore, Lewis has repeatedly tried to unite the labor movement. But he wants it done on his terms, and these terms are, for the whole movement, readiness to challenge the government and the employers as his mining union challenges them. This is the specter in American society. That the labor movement should find itself uniting under a leadership which, like John L. Lewis, bases itself upon the instinctively expressed desires of the mass and then acts in accordance. Against Lewis is ranged every social force in the country. As we have shown, the labor leadership is headed for governmental power, and symbolical of this welfare state bureaucratized concept is Reuther. Lewis, by his political confusion and meanderings, unnecessarily complicates his almost intolerably difficult position. But he has held it now for nearly 15 years, and he has held it for the reasons we have described. And the intellectuals? You can see what they do not stand for by their attitude to Lewis. They analyze Kafka and Lenin. They form committees for miserable sharecroppers, for intellectuals starving in Europe. They form little ginger organizations like Americans for Democratic Action. They expand sympathy for revolutionary struggles everywhere. They meditate deeply upon Jefferson democracy. But this, under their eyes, they turn away from. They do not grapple with what Lewis represents. They do not try to explain him to themselves, far less try to analyze the premises and conclusions of his acts and illuminate these for him. They allow him to be vilified in the press as Shakespearean ham without coming to his defense. They form no committee to defend the miners. They try to distinguish between Lewis and the miners. They are against Taft-Hartley, but they prefer to win at the election and then lose in Congress rather than see the full implications of Lewis's able and willing. All in all, his actions irritate them, they wish him out of the way. And the basic reason is simple. Lewis. For the reasons we have given, is the exact antithesis of the modern intellectual. But that is not all there is to Lewis's struggles. Not only are the organized workers for him. In th_e South his name is a legend among all the Negroes and millions of poor whites. And the middle classes look on fascinated. At the height of one of Lewis's great struggles and just after the mine disaster at Centralia, even women's magazines carried long articles full of real sympathy for the miners. Their general tenor was that people, Americans, should not live like that. And by implication they understood Lewis. Finally, that admirable journalist, Dorothy Thompson, whose political ideas make no coherent sense whatever, but who at her best is a very faithful reflector of the fears and hopes and instability of the petty bourgeois, she, in the course of one of the perpetual crises, wrote a brilliant article analyzing Lewis and the miners. She saw him not as a ham or arrogant labor czar, but a man who 271. Even in his language was moved by an Old Testament sense of intolerable wrong, and a stern implacable demand for justice. And in her naivete, she posed the question, what do the miners want? Let us know and let us see if we can fix it, and put an end to these continual explosions that threaten the whole nation. She grasped at any rate that it was not 40 cents more per day that would settle this unsmiling insoluble conflict. What do the miners want? It is an admirable question. Lewis does not know, he could not answer that question. His enormous strength comes from the fact that he understands at least what the miners do not want, any kind of capitulation to employers or government. This separates him from all his contemporaries and lifts him so that he towers above them all. This places us very near to, in fact, on the threshold of conclusions. Because to a work of this kind, there can be no single conclusion, no recipe for salvation. What do the miners want? What do the people want? Let us look at one of them, as he sits in the evening listening to his radio. He is a unique product. The radio is characteristic of him. He can buy a switch, listen not only to gangster stories but can hear international statesmen and distinguished publicists telling him that the whole edifice of modern civilization and government exists for him and is dependent upon his will, his needs, and his decision. This is a very remarkable thing. More remarkable is the fact that this man who listens, does not consider it strange that he should be considered as the arbiter. He has received a good education, not only in books but in the life, the highly organized life around him. He has information. Such a mass of periodicals, newspapers, and cheap books are now at his disposal as to give him the opportunity of learning as much as he has energy for. Hundreds of millions of cheap books are now sold, and hundreds of thousands are reading Flaubert, Dostoevsky, and Dreiser, taking them to the factory in the paper-backed editions. He is quite accustomed to the idea of revolution and like the American citizen 100 years ago, he has had to be familiar with conceptions of underground, mass revolt against authority, distinctions between the mass of the people and the government. They are not only in every newspaper, on every radio, but his own government constantly indulges in analyses of this kind. He is filled with a deep cynicism about the ability or the intentions of leaders to do anything for him. It is noted by those familiar with the union movement that the really unskilled production worker does not attend union meetings. He will rally to the defense of the union if it is attacked. And he will come out on strikes. But the regular business of the union, he pays no attention to, and that is not because he, as so many Philistines think, is stupid or apathetic, but because he knows that that organization will do nothing for 273. The things that affect him most vitally. As a private individual he is very confident of himself in relation to other individuals. In my own sphere I know a man who brings laundry to the house every week, a butcher in a small way, 2 men who run a small grocer's store, an architect, and many workers. You cannot tell the difference between them. The architect is interchangeable with the man who brings the laundry. The younger men who have been in the army seem to have been cut from one mold. The civilization is a dollar civilization. Good. He has money, that's all, there is no other difference between him and me. The women have to use cheaper materials, but between them and the very rich there is no wide gap in the general style of the clothes they wear. It was not so 30 years ago. These are among the more fortunately placed of the workers and the lower middle class. Below them are many millions who live in poverty and want, sometimes in horrible poverty, but, astonishing thing, in America their ideas are absolutely those of the people just above them in station. Sharecroppers who live in hovels, on getting some money continue to live in the hovel but buy an automobile. Characteristic is the tale of the young couple just married who are so poor that they have nothing but a television set. Speak to the poorest mother in the park, or to a sharecropper's wife in the depths of the South. More often than not, through the radio and the newspaper, they are acquainted with the latest theories on vitamins, child care, etc. Man and woman have a passion to master technical things, to know about them, to tackle a concrete difficulty and solve it. There will be space in a finished book for signs of the unmistakable revolt against the prevailing conditions of American life in the most intimate personal things, architecture, the revolt against the 2 rooms and a half, the apparently simple but profoundly revolutionary demand for the whole house or apartment to be built around the kitchen, the already established practice of cooking food at home, as can be seen in every newspaper, the revolt against packaged food and mechanized eating. Cultured they are not, in the old European sense, and that is one of their chief virtues. The American bourgeoisie created nothing in that sphere, and thus the masses today are not in any way dominated by a sense of inferiority. Furthermore, European bourgeois culture, so remarkable in its day, is today an incubus, a weight, an obstacle. The American people, the great body of them, are ignorant of many things their European brothers know. But in social culture, technical knowledge, sense of equality, the instinct for social cooperation and collective life, the need to live a full life in every sphere and a revulsion to submission, to accepting a social situation as insoluble, they are the most highly civilized people on the face of the globe. They combine an excessive individualism, a sense of the primary value of their own individual personality, with an equally remarkable need, desire, and capacity for social cooperative action. And when you consider the immense millions, 274 of them, they constitute a social force such as the world has never seen before. Their power has been seen only in snatches so far. About 1935, the C.I.0 took up the question of discrimination against Negroes, because it was impeding union organization. In 15 years more has been done to alter the status of Negroes than in the previous century. While their leaders hesitated, the white workers went to the Negroes' houses and neighborhoods and won them over. And these people are convinced that something is wrong. I use the phrase in quotes because 2 or 3 years ago the reporters of Time made a survey of the state of the nation. There was full employment, everything was normal, but the consensus of opinion was that something was wrong. What? The average man did not know, but something was wrong. We have explained sufficiently what we think is wrong. We have avoided discussion of the more personal characteristics of the American people. We have preferred those aspects which belong to world tendencies. But within the last dozen years, the always volatile, restless, aggressive American individual, has now reached a pitch of exasperation, suppressed aggressiveness, anger, and fear which irresistibly explode in private life but represent a profoundly social situation. The signs of an accumulating social explosion are everywhere. We shall now do 3 things and quite briefly. 1. Indicate what we think will happen next. 2. Indicate what the general aims of the masses will be. 3. Indicate if and how they will ever be achieved at all. 1. The most important of these is what is likely to happen next, by which I mean, what definitive stage in the development is now due to appear. It seems to me that just as the Republican Party arose from underfoot to push aside the old parties that between them had led the country into the crisis, so the next stage, in 2 years or 5, in 10, that does not matter, is a new political party. But this will be a party such has never been seen in the United States before. If we'll judge the American scene and the American temper correctly, it will comprise many millions of members. It will be such a mass mobilization as that which the Stalinists captured in Italy and France, but with a special violence peculiar to the civilization we have described. But though it will take a part in parliamentary politics, its inherent aim will be to break the practice of confining politics to merely voting for legislators. Too much in life and death is at stake, is going on, and the people excluded, that is eating at the heart of the American people. They want to know, to decide, to act. They will certainly want to begin in industry, for it is organized labor that will form the core of this party. Americans will rush to join something at last, something where they can express their national genius for organization, their terrible need for collective action, their national characteristic to roll up the sleeves and get to work to fix things that are wrong. 27.5. One more prediction can be made. When this movement comes, it is the labor leadership and the intellectuals rallying to them who will strive with might and main to reduce it to a tame purely political party, to vote, go home and leave it to the leaders to build the most powerful welfaring of welfare states. A new stage will have been reached. Beyond that it is stupid to predict. There may be counter-mobilizations to crush this attempt of the people themselves to become the state. This party may be provoked by a fascist mobilization. The party may come during or after a war, it is not impossible that it may come before. But the sign that the permanent crisis is at last up for resolution will be the appearance of this new mass political organization which will seek to make politics an expression of universal man and a totally integrated human existence. 2. Those who succeed in leading it will do so because they will have learned to formulate the needs of the people and to be foremost in the struggle for them. But the whole impetus will come from the mass, its concrete actions, its attempt to break the bonds and traditions of centuries. What are these needs? Once the spell of routine is broken, they will appear with extreme rapidity and develop with even more startling speed. It must be remembered that no one, not a single soul, guessed what the French masses, so passive in 1789, would demand in 1792. The thing was beyond human imagination. The same in Britain in 1645. But we can learn from history. The demands will not be too far from what I barely outline here. They may go beyond them: a. Complete control and management of industry by workers. There is no need to elaborate this. b. Complete technical education for all men and women so as to abolish the distinction between management, supervision, office workers, and mechanized workers. Americans know that if the government could train and educate 15 million people during the war in 2 or 3 years, in a dozen years they could strike such a blow at inequality that it could never recover again. Every worker would be a highly skilled engineer with scientific training. This is just below the surface in the United States. True, there is dirty and heavy work. Research is needed for cancer, but miners, for example, know that $1 billion per year given over to technical and engineering research by highly trained scientists who are miners could totally alter the conditions of mining. Furthermore, with their instinct for equality and practical gifts, it will not take them long to discover that certain types of hard work are for younger men, who can take their turn. They learned the complicated business of war in 2 years, with basic scientific training they could master any process. Migrant labor for agriculture is today a curse. Millions of young people from the towns could go to it, every summer, and in the very center of the 276 agricultural areas can be built the great universities with regular classes. Nothing prevents it. It is perfectly possible to begin all this tomorrow. the vast majority of Americans would embark on it as on a great adventure, building and rebuilding and reorganizing the whole social structure. But they will have to do it themselves, a democracy of equals, with relations of a subtlety and intimacy that we know nothing about. They will create a new society, new, and the chief thing new about it will be that thought and action will be united, the worker as such and the thinker as such will disappear. Intellectuals can join this and many will, though many will fight it. They can serve this movement. But the primary creative force will be the collective actions of the mass seeking to solve the great social problems which face them in their daily lives. Intellect will play a high role, higher than ever, but it will be the intellectual activities of millions of men, dealing with realities. Intellectuals will be of use to the extent that they recognize the new forces, but as a class they will recognize it only when they see and feel the new force. The role that they played between 1200 and today will be over, because the condition of that role, the passive subordinate mass, will be undergoing liquidation in the very action of the mass, which will be creating a totally new society, an active integrated humanism. The ideas demanded and the will to achieve them unfold one from the other, and with the consciousness of power, ideas, hopes, wishes, long suppressed, because thought unattainable, but now come out into the open, that is the process. We devoted considerable space to the abolitionists in the middle of the 19th century. But the great masses become abolitionist now, themselves to wipe away the conditions of their own slavery. These cannot be abolished by anybody else. Utopia. It is possible that it is. But to those who think so, I recommend a reading of Weaver's book and particularly the names of the people who have praised it on the jacket. See the kind of utopia they are thinking about, and then remember that over vast areas of the world, that and similar tyrannies have had or are having their day. Hitler in particular thought that what I outline is utopia and believed that was the source of all the evil in the world, and his main purpose was to substitute something else for it. 3. And what are its chances? I believe in the instinct of humanity to survive and that this is the only way it can survive. The modern world is organizing itself scientifically at such a speed that either it must be ruled in totalitarian fashion or by a new conception of democracy beyond anything we have known. Lenin, whose writings on the experiences in Russia constitute an example of objectivity, profundity, realism, combined with a wide vision that makes them unique, said in 1918. We can fight bureaucracy to the bitter end, to a complete victory only when the 277 whole population participates in the work of government. That is it. The whole population or totalitarian bureaucracy. What he went on to say is illuminating. In the bourgeois republics not only was this impossible, but the very law prevented it. The best of the bourgeois republics, no matter how democratic they may be, have thousands of legislative hindrances which prevent the toilers from participating in the work of government. We have removed the hindrances, but so far we have not managed to get the toiling masses to participate in the work of government. Apart from the law, there is still the level of culture which you cannot subject to any law. The result of this low cultural level is that the Soviets, which by virtue of their program, are organs of government by the toilers, are in fact organs of government for the toilers, by means of the advanced stratum of the proletariat and not by means of the toiling masses. Here we are confronted by a problem which cannot be solved except by prolonged education. At present this task is an inordinately difficult one for us, because, as I have frequent occasion to say, this stratum of workers who are governing is an inordinately, incredibly thin one. No such backwardness exists in America. If the masses cannot govern, then nobody ever can. The present writer advocates nothing. This is an objective analysis. But this much can be said. There will be no peace, no cessation of crisis, there is no haven ahead. It will be many, many years before the whole world is reorganized, and whoever believes or claims to believe that there is some possibility of emerging from the crisis on a world scale without blood, suffering, wearisome struggles, on a national and international scale, whoever says this is a charlatan or a fool, most probably the former. Two men who made a life study of revolution have said words on this which ought to be remembered. In 1881 Karl Marx wrote very harshly against those who wanted to predict the future of socialist revolutions. He said, "Scientific insight into the inevitable disintegration of the dominant order of society continually proceeding before our eyes, and the ever-growing passion into which the masses are scourged by the old ghosts of government, which at the same time the positive development of the means of production advance with gigantic strides, all this is a sufficient guarantee that with the moment the outbreak of a real proletarian revolution, there will also be given the conditions, though these are certain not to be idyllic, of its next immediate modus operandi, form of action." 278. And Lenin in 1918 said of the coming of socialism, "It must never be forgotten that violence will be an inevitable accompaniment of the collapse of capitalism on its full scale and of the birth of a socialist society. And this violence will cover a historical period, a whole era of years of the most varied kinds, imperialist wars, civil wars, within the country, the interweaving of the former with the latter, national wars, the emancipation of the nationalities crushed by the imperialists and by various combinations of imperialist powers which will inevitably form various alliances with each other in the era of vast state capitalist and military trusts and syndicates. This is an era of tremendous collapses, of wholesale military decisions of a violent nature, of crises. It has already begun, we see it clearly, it is only the beginning. This too was in 1918. We have had 32 years of it. That is the world as I see it today and tomorrow. I shall do no more predicting than that, it is totally unnecessary here. If I have not used the terms socialism or communism, it is because what I write about is so different from at least Britain and the monstrous barbarism that Stalinism controls or prepares for, that I preferred to deal with the thing itself. So these are the rough ideas. The whole is to be ruthlessly cut, quotations yanked out, written for the average person, in 75,000 words or less. Appendix. The Americanization of Bolshevism, 1944. To Bolshevize America it is necessary to Americanize Bolshevism. It is time to begin. But we do not begin by writing some articles in elaboration about the Bolshevik and Menshevik struggle in 1903, trying to make the readers party-minded by describing what our 5 comrades in X did or the 7 in Y nearly did. No. We begin by getting a theoretical orientation and basis. Nothing can be more misleading than the idea that Americanization means seeking historical examples of revolutionary American parties and American heroes of labor with which to inspire the American workers and season our journalists. Every great revolution is a truly national revolution, in that it represents not only the historic but the immediate interests of the nation and is recognized as such. But every party which leads such a revolution is also a national party rooted in the economic and social life, history, and tradition of the nation. Its own class ideology is cast in the national mold and is an integral part of the national social structure. In my article on Sidney Hook, signed Ob July, October 1943, NEUI International, I tried to show how truly Russian and national was Lenin, the greatest internationalist of the age. The Bolshevik Party was the same. And we shall see, it was so from its very beginning. The W. Orkers PRD is not that. It is a long, long way from that. It has got to turn its head in that direction. A huge task if ever there was one, calling for the theoretical and practical energy of a high order. As usual, our only model is Lenin, the leader of the only effective Bolshevik party which history has known, and like the one we aim at, build from the ground up. Lenin spent 6 years in preparation for his task, mastering the volumes of capital that had appeared, Anti-Düring, etc. He arrived in Petersburg in 284. The Americanization of Bolshevism 1894, and from that time to 1914 his life's work was to translate Marxism into Russian terms for the Russian people. The Russian revolutionary movement has a long tradition behind it. Herzen, Belinsky, Chernyshevsky, men famous in the revolutionary movement and in Russian literature as a whole. Lenin took care to build on that tradition. His method of doing so was to do for his generation what they did for theirs, teaching Marxism to the Social Democratic Party and the Russian people in spacious terms. Here is a rough summary of his work. 1. The most thorough exposition of the theory of historical materialism that exists in his long reply to Narodnik falsification of Marxist theory. In volume 11 of his selected works, extracts from his study fill nearly 200 pages. It is dated 1894, is probably his first major work, is couched in Russian terms and is unsurpassed to this day. 2. His controversy with the Narodniki on the future development of Russian capitalism fills volumes. In the course of it, he made contributions to the analysis of capital which remain for the most part unknown and far less understood in Western Europe and America. Yet it was Marxism applied strictly to the Russian economy. 3. He wrote The Development of Capitalism in Russia, a book of many hundreds of pages. It was a direct application of the most abstract Marxian economic theory to Russia. 4. His work on party building, What is to be done? Is Russian in conception and execution, Marxist classic though it is. 5. His special work on the agrarian question in Russia stands alone. It is a masterpiece of Marxism, but on Russia. 6. His study of American agriculture, made in 1913, is a unique masterpiece. He did it specially to illustrate certain aspects of the problem of Russian agriculture. It is on this that the Russian Social Democratic movement lived. These were the theoretical and propagandist foundations of the party. This was the work which guided the agitational press of Bolshevism. The Bolshevik Party was rooted in the day-to-day work, in industrial and mass struggles, to a degree compared to which our modest efforts can claim comparison only in good intentions. Only an armor-plated ignorance could think of the Bolshevik leader as anything else but an advocate of mass activity. But as a leader he considered it his special task to provide those thousands of party leaders, propagandists, and agitators with material and method by which they could educate themselves and others. In this way, as Trotsky says, he also educated himself. This was no work of an exile. It began from the day he came to St. Petersburg, writing leaflets about conditions in a factory, reading Capital to small circles of Russian workmen. In his propagandist work he was nakedly the Americanization of Bolshevism 285 unashamedly, and belligerently theoretical. In his study of the development of capital in Russia, he prefixed an essay on Marx's economic theory so as not to have to refer to the theory too often in the text, which nevertheless is packed with quotations from Capital. This was the Leninist method. It is the only method for building a Bolshevik party. It is the only way to combat bourgeois ideology. It was necessary in Russia 50 years ago, where large sections of the population were permeated by hostility to Tsarism and the existing regime, and where a long line of great writers had influenced and developed the revolutionary tradition. Furthermore, in the 90s Marxism swept Russia. Marxist books were bestsellers. Compare the modern United States, the most bourgeois country in the world, where the workers are permeated with bourgeois ideology. Isn't it clear that we today need to begin this work? Isn't it clear that without it the party cannot even begin to become a mass American party? How ridiculous it would have been if Lenin had been told that the articles about unions in the Iskra were teaching the Russian workers Marxism. And we? Let the reader now look at the list of pamphlets, brochures, etc. published by the pioneer publishers in the old days, from the draft program of the Comintern, Germany What Next, the Chinese Revolution, the Spanish Revolution in Danger, Whither France, etc., etc., and the corresponding articles in the New International. That was one period, one party, aiming at one group of workers and contacts. We have made a big turn to the masses. But in our theoretical conceptions and our practice, how vast is the difference? The great danger is that we shall just say, well, let X write a pamphlet, or Y write two. Then when we get some more forces we shall write some more. That approach is false to the core, empirical, superficial, and a positive obstacle in the progress and development of the party. We shall not get very far that way. American or nothing. The more we consider this question, the more we can see the special character of the problem with which we are faced in the United States. The classics of Marxism are European in origin and content. They require more than an ordinary knowledge of European history, and particularly by an American worker. In the 1928-38 days, it did not matter much where we began with the Communist Party members and the radicals. Today, when we have to give a class or a piece of literature to a contact, we begin perhaps with the Communist Manifesto. For us who aim at becoming a mass party, this in 5 cases out of 6 is anomalous and will increasingly become so. Every European worker of today who reads the Communist Manifesto with his European experiences, his school studies and the daily life around him, social, political, literary and artistic, at once experiences a tremendous illumination that has solid concrete associations. A French worker who reads Class Struggles in France, the 18th Brumaire, the Civil War in France, a German worker who reads Revolution and Counter-Revolution, or the Peasant War in Germany, finds the history of his own country made significant for him as never before. Capital is not only a study of abstract capitalism. It is the history of English capitalist development, and there is no finer introduction to the history of Great Britain. The last section on primitive accumulation is the historical garment of the logical capitalist development of Western Europe. For the average American worker, these books as a beginning are alien. Doubtless if he reads one, he is impressed with its power and brilliance and learns something. But what they cannot give to him in sufficient measure is that sense of reality of the development of his own country, that feeling that in addition to the daily class struggle, he is part of something beyond himself that is the beginning of theoretical Bolshevism and the rejection of bourgeois ideology. Such historical data, knowledge, general reading, social experiences as he has, the structure in which his theoretical experiences must grow, are American. We have to begin now, not to write a few pamphlets but to build up the American counterparts of the Communist Manifesto, the 18th Brumaire, and perhaps even more important, the American counterpart of what is to be done? We do not wait until we become a large party to do these things. This is the way to prepare ourselves and all our supporters for the gaining of forces and the building of the Revolutionary Party. If in time among our efforts, we can manage at last to get one such solid pamphlet that does for United States history or the development of the labor movement or any such topic what these pamphlets do for Europe, and catch some of their spirit, we have the possibility, not only of immediate response but, in time, of reaching an ever-widening circle of concrete rewards. This is precisely what Lenin set out to do with a grandeur, breadth, and vision that are astonishing even after years of familiarity. In every field he posed proletarian ideology against bourgeois ideology. It is impossible to build an American mass party with our propaganda consisting of Marx on France and Germany, Lenin on Russia and Trotsky on Stalinism and Spain, supplemented by the present labor action. It is impossible for a number of average workers to become Bolsheviks unless on the basis of some systematic penetration into American development. Good Stalinists, yes. Good Trotskyists in the old days, the very old days? Perhaps not today, for what we are doing, no. That is the first point. The second is less easy to grasp but more important in the long run. For the implications of this orientation go much, much deeper. Not only do raw workers need this Americanization. The party members from the highest to the lowest need it also. No one has any serious grasp of Marxism, can handle the doctrine or teach it unless he is, in accordance with his capabilities and opportunities, an exponent of it in relation to the social life and development around him. The dialectical progression, the various stages of development, the relation between the economic basis and the superstructure, history, economics, and philosophy, all the principles and doctrines of Marxism were evolved from a profound and gigantic study by its founders of European history, of European politics, of European literature, of European philosophy. The principles have universal application. But to the extent that the conditions from which they were drawn are not familiar to the Marxists, they remain to a greater or less degree abstract, with infinite potentialities for confusion and mischief. Either the would-be Marxist must have some serious knowledge of European history in its broadest sense, constantly renewed, amplified and developed, or the principles of the doctrine must have been incorporated, worked over, and made to live again in a study of the economic structure, social development, history, literature, and life of the country with which he has been many years familiar. Only then is he on the road to becoming a serious exponent and contributor to the doctrine. In fact and in truth, it is only until one had dug the principles of Marxism for himself out of his own familiar surroundings and their historical past that the Marxism of Marx and Engels, Lenin or Trotsky and the famous European Marxists truly stand out in their universal application. Not only is this so, it would be a miracle if it were not so. Not only is it so for analysis, for propaganda, or for agitation. It is, abstracted from the question of personality, the basis of socialist confidence and Bolshevik morale. The Bolshevik solidity which must be the core of those who may come to us, the capacity to stand all pressures, must be rooted in a deep, rich, wide concept of American development. The masses may not need it, but for the party codders of this period it is imperative. To the degree that we teach this to masses, we develop and reinforce the hostility to American bourgeois society which is the objective result of capitalism in this stage of its development. Proletarian ideology is not merely a matter of theoretical analysis. It is the weapon and armory with which we must arm and surround the American working class and particularly those who face the enormous tasks confronting us in the present period. Unless it is rooted in the American environment and in such terms as the American worker can grasp, we cannot lift them above the instinctive class struggle, sharp as that will inevitably become. Isn't this what Lenin meant by the socialist consciousness which the party carries to the working class? Every principle and practice of Bolshevism needs to be translated into American terms. Historical materialism, the Marxian economic analysis, the role of the party, the relation between democracy and socialism, the relation between the trade union and the party, reformists and revolution, the role of social democracy, the theory of the state, the inevitability of socialism. Every single one of these can be taught, developed, demonstrated from the American economic, social, and political development. The American Revolution, the Civil War, the Knights of Labor, the populist movement, the Southern economy, the tremendous history of the C.1.0, the development of the two major parties, the political and social contributions of Paine, Jefferson, the Wilson administration, the New Deal, the NRA, the American dollar civilization, the rise and decline of the American Socialist Party, Eugene Debs, John L. Lewis, the Marxist analysis of all this is the material of our education, of our propaganda, of the creation of a Bolshevism which will break a path for us to the American masses. The ideas and principles of Marxism must be boldly and uncompromisingly presented to the American workers. The great European classics must be used, not only for their own sake, but as a means of explaining the American development. With such a party, we shall not be able to educate our members and give to those with whom we come in contact what they will increasingly be looking for. On the basis of our mass work, when they come to us, they will be able to feel that they belong to us. This is not only a necessary and imperative supplement to our work, it is our special contribution to the American labor movement. The two complement each other and complete what is known as scientific socialism. If one aspect is ignored, neglected, or superficially dealt with, then the other assumes an unchecked momentum of its own and does not even bring the rewards which the efforts lead us to expect. Conclusion. At the meeting on the American question which preceded the 1944 convention, I listed 3 propagandist points as ones on which we should center our attention. 1. The Americanization of Bolshevism. 2. The stratification of production. 3. Internationalism. Points number 2 and 3 will have to wait. I have tried here to abstract propaganda and agitation and education from work among the masses. But such an abstraction has all the one-sidedness of an abstraction. In actual life, the mass work will guide and shape the theoretical approach at every stage. Contact with the proletariat usually results in that. But the theoretical work will guide the mass work also. Let me here conclude with the question: propaganda, agitation in its relation to the fundamental question of the building of the party. The American mass party will not be built by us or by the Canaanites. The Americanization of Bolshevism 289. Groups of Virginia miners, West Coast sailors, Southern sharecroppers, Pittsburgh steel workers, all sorts of left formations will coalesce in time and hammer out a unified organization. They will bring their qualities. Our task is to form such a strong nucleus that the coalescence will take place around us, or even if that does not take place, our special contribution will be Marxism and the theory and practice of Bolshevism. But to do this we have to gather a nucleus of a few thousands, of whom 75% will be American workers, men and women, instinctively hostile to bourgeois society, who are workers, have been workers and who have no other prospect in life except to be workers. They and only they can build a mass party. They are the only real mass propagandists and agitators, day after day. They exist in tens of thousands already, and capitalism will create more and more thousands for us. But they need to be given, not prospects of a happy life and higher wages, but a method of thought and a conception of social development that makes their own lives and efforts intelligible to them in national and international terms. They need to know that in Marxism and the Revolutionary Party they have something which, even if far from being completely understood, yet is theirs. Proletarian thought, proletarian method must be for them a challenge to the bourgeoisie at all points, defeating it in theory as the workers will one day defeat it in practice. For them it must be a theory which marks off those who adhere to it from all others, giving them pride and confidence and the consciousness of a great superiority to all, however influential or famous, who do not accept Marxism. That is Bolshevism. That is what Lenin in his day and with his problems from the start strove to create. It is with such people that we can in time grow rapidly. From now and henceforth there will be increasingly rapid breaks in the national consciousness and in the social development of the working class. This class will increasingly throw off substantial numbers of workers, breaking with the traditional and petty bourgeois ideologies. If within their own environment and of their proletarian origin, there are trained and conscious Marxists, each of these can form at critical stages the rallying center of dozens and perhaps scores of adherents. The workers in the US have no allegiance to any traditional workers' parties as have the workers of Europe. Broadly speaking, the whole field is open, and by laying the necessary foundation with thoroughness and confidence we can legitimately expect the American workers, as they respond to declining capitalism, will find it impossible to pass us by. Concrete proposals. Obviously from the whole argument above, this will be no list of articles or proposals for columns which solve the difficulties off party. I therefore merely indicate the following as immediate concrete steps for the next period in the 290 the Americanization of Bolshevism direction outlined. Here I must revert to what is proper logical order, smiley face, the new international. A. Through straight articles or book reviews, we need a preparation for indispensable pamphlets. L. A series of studies of the American labor movement. AF of L and IWW and then AF of L and CIO. 2. The Civil War as the American Bourgeois Revolution. Trotsky wanted to write a history of the Civil War. This is the theoretical basis for the coming social revolution. 3. The American Revolution of 1776. From here flow all the ideology and current social thought of the country, Constitution, Bill of Rights, Founding Fathers. We have to start breaking that up, as Marxists. From this should come in time 2 full-length pamphlets. 1. The Communist Manifesto of America, an analysis of America's development from 1776 to today. 2. An analysis of the labor movement and its role in American history with special emphasis on the AF of L and the CIO. These should be our permanent standby. They should last forever, or at least until socialism, and all our classes should begin with them, and immediately after, side by side, the Communist Manifesto, etc. They must bear our stamp, our label. B. The whole theoretical discussion of accumulation, with a practical application to the economics of the government spending, must begin. If we do 2 or 3 articles in a year, we have done well. But we must begin. See the Socialist Party, the beginning of the CP in this country, the Third Party, studies of these, not academic but in the Leninist manner, for our own education and the education of the workers, must begin to appear in the journal. With articles on Bolshevism and its beginnings, as a historical standard of comparison, we shall begin to create theoretical premises for an American Bolshevism, and in time do our own what is to be done. D. The writings of Marx, Engels, Plekhanov, and the other classics on dialectical materialism must find a place in the paper. Not every month or every 3 months but steadily, so that we consciously begin to illuminate our own work with the Marxist scientific method. We, being what we are, the above divisions are in descending order of importance. American development comes first in time and energy and space. But we have to work systematically at the other, too. Archives. Here are 2 things we have to do. A. The writings, letters, etc., of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Serge, Trotsky, on America have a value far beyond their scattered character. They must be collected, annotated, and published. Lenin on Britain is a famous and very precious volume in Britain. Lenin's 2 letters to the American workers, for example, should be at once reprinted in the paper. B. We have to start reprinting and annotating some carefully chosen classics of American revolutionaries. For example, David Walker's Appeal, speeches of Wendell Phillips, etc. The Negro Question. Here, as Marxist interpreters, the field is ours, Negroes and Populism, Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, the Garvey Movement. Whatever serious work we do here will not only educate ourselves but will be gobbled up by the Negro people, masses, and intellectuals alike, and progressive white workers. We need 2 at once. 1. What is the Workers' Party? 2. The Labor Party. They should be serious pamphlets, both cast in a historical mold. Both pamphlets should be carefully coordinated, so that the reader who reads them both should have a clear but briefly stated idea of the development of the labor movement and of the function of the 2 parties. Closely linked with this must be the publication of a formal declaration of principles and general program. This is a crying necessity. Labor action and the pamphlets. A substantial section of the paper must reflect in popular form the work done on this propagandist effort. Some of the pamphlets or extracts from them must actually appear week after week in the paper. Articles in the NI can be summarized with suitable extracts. The party program and explanatory articles must constantly appear in the paper. There must be a constant tie-up, literary, political, and promotional, between the NI, the solid propagandist pamphlets, and the paper. Reviews of books should play an important part in the paper. They must not be watered down. 2 reviews which have appeared or will appear in the NI have every place in the paper, one by Schachtman on Wilkie's One World and another on Wexler's study of John L. Lewis. Life, Time, the Saturday Evening Post, Collier, Look, constantly have articles of the most serious type by highly qualified writers who do not write down. These are read by millions. A recent article in Life on capitalism and the free market is a case in point. These and not articles in the New York Times should be the target of systematic, comprehensive, and fully Marxist replies by La Bourgeoisie. Life writes on the free market? Good. We write the Marxist view of the free market. The Saturday Evening Post writes about cartels and monopolies. Next week we write 1 or 2 articles on monopolies and cartels, exposing their superficiality and preaching our own view. We say that the classic work on monopolies is Lenin's imperialism. We refer to our book Service. We refer to a current article in the NI. We denounce cartels, but we teach, we explain, we deliberately lift the worker above his daily struggles. Education. The above document is not a programmatic document. Once the theoretical necessity is grasped, then the organizational arrangements, the courses of study, etc., are, to start with, a matter of collaborative effort. This, however, must be said. This document repudiates entirely that conception of education which sends out documents about the speeches of Roosevelt and lists of war profits and war scandals. It seems to me the idea of our civilization, underlying all American life, is, that men do not need any guardian. We need no safeguard. Not only the inevitable, but the best power this side of the ocean, is the unfettered average common sense of the masses. Institutions, as we are accustomed to call them, are but pasteboard, and intended to be, against the thought of the street. Wendell Phillips, 1859. It was the American civilization that had begun to spread itself thick and pile itself high, in short, in proportion as the other, the foreign exhibition had taken to writing itself plain. Henry James, The American Scene, 1907. If in addition to his grand physique, his skillful work, and his noble character, he were a civilized human being, then there would be some hope for the world which Melville sends to its doom. But splendid as he is, the primitive queek cannot save society. C.L.R. James, 1950. Preface. America bears a heavy responsibility for C.L.R. James. It was in America that he found the bonds of personal and political association that allowed him to overcome his dread of isolation. Culturally, America provided him with the freedom and opportunity to demonstrate his mastery of the discourse of modern civilization, as he had earlier mastered the principles of English literature and English cricket in the West Indies. America also presented James with his greatest political and intellectual challenge. Confronted with 294. The Stalinist degeneration of official Marxism and the stagnation of official Trotskyism, James set himself the task of rethinking the fundamentals of Marxist theory. The resultant achievement would bear the strong imprint of American society. With the publication of the present work, it is now possible to appreciate how distinctively American as well as universal in scope was the body of Marxist ideas that C.L.R. James helped to create in the United States. The various aspects of James's strategic relationship with America and the contours of his thought are plainly visible throughout the present prospectus. It is for this reason that its text is so valuable and helps so greatly in clarifying not only his ideas and their sources, but also the connection between his developing thought and American society. In addition, the present work serves as an important reminder of a bygone time when serious political thought was conceived and carried out with a public audience in mind. Although it was not written for publication, American Civilization marks a significant stage in the fruition of James's theoretical efforts, beginning in 1941 and continuing throughout the 40s and 50s, toward clarifying the relevance of Marxism to America at mid-century. Since a large and crucial part of what made his ideas so original rested upon what he discovered in America, the present work now fills a critical void. It was in America that James ultimately came to appreciate and experience most forcefully the phenomenon of popular autonomy. The American people, James declares, while ignorant of many things their European brothers know, are in social culture, technical knowledge, sense of equality, the instinct for social cooperation and collective life, the most highly civilized people on the face of the globe. They combine a sense of the primary value of their own individual personality, with an equally remarkable need, desire, and capacity for social cooperative action. And when you consider the immense millions of them, they constitute a social force such as the world has never seen before. In the late summer of 1982, I was beginning to examine the state of various collections of James's papers. On a visit with a former associate of James, Nettie Kravitz, in Detroit, Michigan, I happened upon a box that contained an old onion-skin copy of the present prospectus. It took only a short time, after an initial inspection, to recognize that the massive transcript of 327 pages had been written by James. Ms. Kravitz, whom I had been interviewing, was among the limited circle of friends to whom James entrusted numbered copies of the text for their comments. In 1983 I wrote recommending its publication to Margaret Busby, co-founder and then editorial director of Allison and Busby, which had just reissued James's notes on dialectics the year before. As the individual responsible for initiating publication of the series of selected writings of C.L.R. James, Margaret became James's publisher of choice in his final years. Until then, the individual responsible for keeping in print most of the key documents of James's political tendency in the United States was Martin Glaberman, who published them under the imprint of Buick Editions. Quite apart from the intrinsic merit of the prospectus, I sensed that there was some sort of relationship connecting notes on dialectics with the newly discovered work. From references in the text, it appeared to have been composed circa 1949, i.e., the year after Notes on Dialectics was written. If for no other reason, the sheer consanguinity of the two documents as well as their being formally titled notes seemed to make them almost parallel texts. It was for this reason that I recommended to Margaret Busby seriatim publication. Nothing came of my proposal in 1982, though the existence of the prospectus was noted in the bibliography that accompanied At the Rendezvous of Victory. 1. The third in the series of James's selected writings. Then, 5 years later, in 1987, the idea was revived by the present editors, Anna Grimshaw and Keith Hart, who, with James's approval and support, collaborated in preparing the text for publication. The prospectus is now published here very much as it was written by James 43 years ago. Only minor editorial interventions have been made in the text, for example, supplying chapter titles missing in the original and correcting spelling and punctuation. An appendix containing an excerpt from James's October 1944 manifesto, Education, Propaganda, Agitation, Post-War America and Bolshevism, has been added for the light that it sheds on the origins of James's concerted effort to deal with Marxism in the context of American society and American history. 2. By birth Trinidadian, a colonial by upbringing, and by education an intellectual trained in the tradition of English liberal humanitarianism, CLR. James came of age, intellectually and politically, in an era that was to witness the destruction of some of the most cherished beliefs of European civilization, especially the civilizing ideal of liberal education and the inevitability of progress. James summed it up as the Gospel according to St. Matthew, Matthew being the son of Thomas, otherwise called Arnold of Rugby. 2. At this stage and for a long time, the United States was no more than a distant nation and a symbol of various virtues and vices. Matthew Arnold still had possession. 20 years later all this would change. It was America that really changed James. By the time that he finished school in Trinidad at Queen's Royal College in 1918, James entered a world torn by crisis, roiling from the moral collapse caused by the unprecedented slaughter of the First World War. The victorious Russian Revolution also threw bourgeois Europe into a profound state of doubt. Over the next 2 decades, the Western world was dominated by the specter of socialist revolution and fascist counter-revolution. James took his stand as this epic struggle was approaching its apogee. For a man of Renaissance-style intellectual background and interests, James was already an anomaly in an age that confined intellectuals to ever more specialized branches of knowledge. An autodidact pursuing the best that Western Europe and America had produced in literature and politics, James after 1929 followed the path of social revolution. Amidst the social misery inflicted by the Depression, James linked himself to the cause of the world proletariat and to the coming struggle for colonial independence. It was a commitment from which he did not retreat, and he never submitted to the world as it was organized. In what would turn out to be our last conversation via telephone between Los Angeles and London, James talked about how he would like to be remembered. "Just say I was a West Indian who did his part," he remarked. He died a year later, on May 31, 1989, at the age of 88, in Brixton, South London, where the last 9 years of his roving life as a revolutionary were spent in the embrace of the black British community. He was honored with an impressive national funeral in Trinidad, organized by the Oilfields Workers Trade Union, and attended by several thousand people. Following the memorial in the packed auditorium of the OWTU headquarters in San Fernando, at which James's fellow West Indian writer and friend, George Lamming, delivered the eulogy, James's Catalfaqui was driven in procession across the island to his hometown of Tunapuna, where he was buried. Other memorials for James were also held in various Caribbean territories and in cities across North America and in Great Britain. In the obituary published in the Times, James was described as an author and political activist who became something of a legend in his native Trinidad and throughout the Caribbean. Indications point today, however, to the fact that there is a growing interest in James that reaches well beyond the West Indies. The life and thought of this remarkable West Indian has now become the subject of scrutiny on the part of a growing body of students, particularly in the fields of cultural studies and studies of post-colonial literature. To appreciate James's revolutionary thought, however, it is necessary to understand the man in his totality. From the beginning, his thought ranged widely across diverse areas of intellectual, cultural, and political engagement, education, sports, fiction, social and literary criticism, politics, journalism. These various facets of James's early life constitute, singly and collectively, a complex of ideas and experiences, all of them expressed with a rare versatility of prose style, that would prepare him for his later career in the revolutionary Marxist movement. Before arriving in America, he had already intellectually established himself in Britain, within 5 years of leaving Trinidad, as a novelist, journalist, historian, anti-colonial activist, and Trotskyist militant. James's original conversion to Marxism had occurred in England in 1934, about 1 year after he had commenced his reading of Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, for a single-volume abridgment of which was published in England by Victor Gollancz in 1934. In an unpublished autobiographical reminiscence, James describes what most impressed him about this work. Trotsky in the History of the Russian Revolution was not only giving details of the revolution itself, but he was expounding the Marxist theory of historical materialism. He referred to the Greeks and the Romans, to the Reformation, the Renaissance, and the French Revolution. He made Marxism and the Communist Party the climax of many centuries of historical development. Trotsky referred not only to historical events and personalities, but he made references to literature as expressing social reality and social change. The history of the Russian Revolution gave me a sense of historical movement, the relation of historical periods to one another. At the same time that he was immersing himself in Trotsky's immense history of the Russian Revolution, James was also reading, in tandem it would appear, another major historical classic. This was the highly controversial The Decline of the West by the nationalist German philosopher, Oswald Spengler, 1880–1936. A one-volume English edition was also published by Oxford University Press in I-932, the same year that James arrived from Trinidad as an aspiring writer. James was fascinated by Spengler's philosophy of history, which closely mirrored, it must be noted, the depressed mood of the bourgeoisie in the crisis that engulfed it following the First World War. I did not accept the decline that Spengler preached, James recalls, but I did absorb from him, too, the strong sense of historical movement, the relation between different historical periods and different classes. Spengler's thesis that capitalism breeds imperialism, which in turn breeds war, would certainly have been of special interest to James. Far from being unique, Spengler's influence, it should be noted, was profound among the educating reading public throughout Latin America, where the decline of the West proved to be one of the most important intellectual experiences during the 30s and 40s. What James did was pull Spengler's ideas out of their pessimistic German context and modernize them by relating the thesis of the decline of the West and its civilization to the vindication of contemporary political, economic, and social movements. This background forms the context for the appearance of Spengler's name in the list of European philosophers who are described by James in the introduction as Europeans of a concrete environment, and yet were recognized as signposts in the advance and retreats of the human race. In order to understand the appeal that Spengler exerted, it is necessary to point out that James had very recently joined in the discourse of civilization, which is the theme of the decline of the West. James's intervention took the form of a radical critique of British colonial rule in the West Indies. Published as The Life of Captain Cipriani, an account of British government in the West Indies, 6 it represented the clearest statement up to that point of the West Indian claim to independence, and today serves to remind us how James's thinking was, from the beginning, influenced by his experience of colonialism. What the stranger unacquainted with these islands must get very firmly into his head, James writes, is that these people are not savages, they speak no other language except English, they have no other religion except Christianity, in fact, their whole outlook is that of Western civilization modified and adapted to their particular circumstances. 7 Membership in Western civilization was what, in James's view, endowed West Indians with the capacity to govern themselves. The experience was not all positive, however. This lack of tradition, this absence of background, is in one sense a serious drawback. It robs the West Indian of that national feeling which gives so much strength to democratic movements in other countries. Obviously, there was more to the question than merely belonging to Western civilization. The question must be squarely faced, James declared. What sort of people are these who live in the West Indies and claim their place as citizens and not as subjects of the British Empire? 3. James landed in the United States from England in October 1938. Initially, he had proposed to spend only a few months lecturing in the U.S. at the invitation of the leader of the recently organized Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, James Cannon. Instead of a short stay, however, he quickly became a leading figure in the American Trotskyist movement and remained in the U.S. for 15 years. As American historian Henry Steele Commager illustrated a short time prior in his overview, America in Perspective, the United States Through Foreign Eyes. America has long animated a strong interest in visitors. The number of foreign visitors who have written books is quite staggering, running literally into the thousands. Included in this number are works by such notable English travelers to America as Mrs. Frances Trollope, Charles Dickens, Harriet Martineau, Leslie Stephen, Anthony Trollope, William Cobbett, Goldwin Smith, Matthew Amol, James Bryce, and H. G. Wells, among others. To the best of our knowledge, however, there does not exist another work of comparable scope produced by a black visitor to the United States. The closest example in this regard would be James's West Indian compatriot, Edward Wilmot Blitten, 1832–1912. Blitten's arrival in the United States, in 1850, from St. Thomas in the Danish West Indies, later Virgin Islands, marked the beginning of an illustrious career in the service of the African American community in the United States as well as in the service of Africa. Disenchanted after being rejected for admission to Rutgers Theological College, Blitten sailed for Liberia, in 1853, with the assistance of the American Colonization Society. He did not return for another decade to America, but during that time Blitten published a powerful anti-slavery pamphlet addressed to America in A Voice from Bleeding Africa. 9. Blitten would eventually rise to great height as the African nationalist nonpareil in the latter part of the 19th century. During an extremely active career as writer, statesman, politician, ambassador, Pan-African diplomat, professor, and university administrator, he returned a total of 7 times on various missions to the United States. 10. Blitten's involvement in the political debates within the African American community and his views concerning the return of Africa's exiles are contained in Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race. 11. James was heir to the tradition of African vindicationism adumbrated by Blitten in the 19th century, shaped to a significant degree by the racism that was endemic to American society. Blitten's thought would provide the springboard for succeeding generations of West Indian activists and thinkers, including a distinguished retinue of Pan-African activists such as Henry Sylvester Williams, J. Robert Love, W. A. Domingo, Marcus Garvey, Richard B. Moore, and George Padmore. The interest in America which animated most European writers was the question of America's future. Where previous authors, beginning with Crevecoeur's What is an American? In Letter from an American Farmer, 1782, approached their subject from the perspective of American character and national characteristics, James looks at America as a society that is caught in a profound crisis. James dates the beginning of the crisis to the stock market crash of 1929, the blight, and the tumult to murder and violence, which has descended upon the American people since 1929, expresses the fact that the bottom has fallen out of the civilization, men have no confidence in it any longer, and are brought sharply up against the contradiction between the theories, principles, ideas, etc. James sees raging within the American character a deep fissure, which produces a widening conflict manifesting itself daily in the struggle of the mass, exposing its rage, anger, and hostility, its desire to smash the impasse in which it finds itself, and which makes this the outstanding new characteristic of American society. James finds this conflict portrayed all through popular culture, which represents modern Americanism, a profoundly social passion of frustration and violence, characteristic of the nation as a whole, as can be seen in the gangster films, radio dramas, and comic strips. It is this view of America in social crisis that, ultimately, distinguishes James from authors of the naive cult of America as well as the detractors, who have been legion. Indeed, James's text has as much in common with Thomas Paine's Common Sense, 1776, which mobilized the American people for revolution, as it does with the literary fare of foreign visitors to the United States. James's presence in America also closely parallels the influx during the 30s and 40s of leading European cultural and intellectual figures, mainly Jewish exiles from Germany and Central Europe, whose influence helped to reshape the artistic and cultural landscape of America. The fact remains, however, that James's prospectus is unique in the literature of what Max Lerner refers to as the idea of American civilization. 12. It was highly improbable that the present text, forged as it was in the stultifying atmosphere of the Cold War, could have been published at the time it was written. Written by a black foreigner and independent Marxist, who claimed the intellectual right to interpret the complexity of American civilization, it represented in every respect a fundamental challenge to the zealously guarded interests of the American status quo. Written before the emergence of the modern civil rights movement that would transform American political consciousness, before the rise of the New Left, at a time also when the notion of an independent, critical Marxism had been all but submerged by the clamor of superpower rivalry for world mastery, the prospectus of the contemplated work, in a practical sense, had nothing going for it except its ideas. Today, ironically, James's legacy faces a different problem, which stems from the tendency to move away from the interpretation of James as a revolutionary Marxist. The effect is, ultimately, to make of James a safe and respectable academic, whereas, in fact, he was to the end an unrepentant revolutionary, who achieved his latter-day reputation without ever earning any formal academic degree. The contemporary downplaying of James's Marxism is reminiscent of the process that caused Lenin in 1917 to observe caustically, what is now happening to Marx's doctrine has, in the course of history, often happened to the doctrines of other revolutionary thinkers and leaders of oppressed classes struggling for emancipation. After their death, attempts are made to turn them into harmless icons, canonize them, and surround their names with a certain halo for the consolation of the oppressed classes, while at the same time emasculating and vulgarizing the real essence of their revolutionary theories and blunting their Revolution 301 Arih. 13 In December 1947 a warrant for James's arrest was issued in Los Angeles, California, by U.S. immigration authorities seeking his deportation. James voluntarily surrendered himself and was released under bond. Finally, on July 3, 1953, at the height of the McCarthyite witch hunt, James was forced to leave the United States, after a protracted and lengthy series of immigration examinations, trials, and unsuccessful appeals, making all attempts to fight his deportation futile. 2 years before his departure, however, as if anticipating the prospect of his imminent expulsion, James penned the present prospectus. It was, to borrow a phrase from mariners, renegades, and castaways, a natural but necessary conclusion to his American sojourn. One measure of the importance that James attached to his continued connection with America can be gleaned from the comment that the publication of his book on Melville occasioned. Writing to Howard P. Vincent, one of America's leading Melville scholars at the time, most notably the author of The Trying Out of Moby Dick, 14, James spoke wistfully of being overtaken by events. I had looked forward to my book appearing in the normal manner and discussion developing normally, reviews in the press, articles in literary magazines, etc. I now find myself in the unfortunate position when I may be forced to leave the United States in a few weeks without having had a discussion or real interchange of ideas in any shape or form about Melville with American Melville scholars. 15. 10 years later, upon his rereading the book, Vincent would describe Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways as a highly charged work, full of a wonderful appreciation of Melville's genius, of Moby Dick, but even more important, but because connected with them, is the affirmation of life as expressed by Melville in the appreciation of whales and crews. 16. 4. Originally entitled Notes on American Civilization, the prospectus appears to have been written over a single stretch of approximately 6 to 8 weeks during the winter of 1949-50. James explicitly informed a small circle of acquaintances to whom he passed copies that it consisted of a set of notes that represent a preliminary view of an essay that I propose to write for the general public. He emphasizes that the work was not intended as a full and complete study, but simply as the best way to convey certain ideas. It would be one closely interconnected logical and historical exposition, for the average reader, in 75,000 words, and written so that it can be read on a Sunday or on 2 evenings. While a bit longer than James's original intention, the work nonetheless. 302. Reflects his belief that a revolutionary Marxist point of view should be presented free of jargon, in a form that the general reading public could read, understand, and even accept. It attests to that organic relation between the creative imagination of an artist, the receptivity of a public and the connection between them which he finds exemplified in American popular culture. The introduction affirms, as a basic theoretical premise, the necessity for the artist to meet the consciousness of the audience with the consciousness of the artist's own. When modern popular art is free in the consciousness of the artist that a vast public is ready to assemble together to listen to him, a whole new phase of art will begin. In the course of its unfolding, the early self-imposed limitations of the prospectus gave way before a momentum that transformed it into a full-fledged political and cultural manifesto. What starts out as an exploration of American civilization changes almost imperceptibly, in the 5th chapter, into something overtly revolutionary, which has as its goal the mobilization of a mass political movement. It takes place, significantly, in the chapter that describes the struggle for mastery of production, in which James declares that the industrial workers and their future are the basis of the whole edifice. In structural terms, we really have the result of two processes conjoined through the sheer sweep of James's prose and novel insights to appear like a seamless whole. The expansion of the prospectus beyond the original aim was congruent with the basic theoretical orientation and purpose of the author. I have long believed, he writes, that a very great revolutionary is a great artist, and that he develops ideas, programs, etc., as Beethoven develops a movement. 17. It would be more accurate, perhaps, to compare American civilization to a series of preludes and fugues, successively stating several related yet contrapuntal themes, which gradually build up into a complex whole, with distinct divisions and stages of argumentation, but dominated at its core by a single major theme. The unifying subject of American civilization is the relationship between Marxism and American intellectual life at mid-century. In the United States, the Trotskyist milieu was then notable largely because it gave special encouragement to discussion of the American question in radical circles. This was especially the case with the group of intellectuals involved in the early years of American Trotskyism, principally James Burnham and Dwight MacDonald. It was an intellectual and political project that was almost unique in American radicalism, and one in which Trotsky himself also played an important role. From 1929 to his death, James commented in 1947, Trotsky fought for a comprehensive theoretical presentation of the perspectives and tasks of the American Revolution. James pointed out that the letters, memoranda, conversations, etc., of Trotsky were, in his opinion, the most precious. 303. Arsenal of analysis of the United States ever made, and must form the basis for a revolutionary attack upon every phase of American bourgeois production, social life, and thought. Ohms's use of Trotsky, it is necessary to point out, should be understood as primarily polemical, directed as it was against the policies pursued by the American Trotskyist movement, as James himself notes, in Notes on Dialectics, much of our past quoting of Trotsky is for tactical purposes. 18. Nonetheless, Trotsky's support of the general idea of translating Marxism into American terms was clearly seen by James as a vindication. Trotsky, in responding, albeit critically, to radical journalist V. F. Calverton's pamphlet for Revolution, had declared, to Americanize Marxism signifies to root it in American soil, to verify it against the events of American history, to explore by its methods the problems of American economy and politics, to assimilate the world revolutionary experience under the viewpoint of the tasks of the American Revolution. A great work. It is time to approach it with the shirt sleeves rolled up. 19. Within months of his arrival in America, in February 1939, James informed Trotsky that he was thinking of writing a book addressed chiefly to the American Negro that was to be written from the perspective of the American Negro and the present world crisis. It was serialized as Why Negroes Should Oppose the War. In the Socialist Appeal, official newspaper of the SWP, in 10 installments between September 6 and October 3, 1939, and published immediately afterward in pamphlet form by Pioneer Publishers. A perusal of the outline that James presented Trotsky in 1939 reveals that James's preoccupation with the American question had its origins in Trotskyist inter-party debate. During the years that followed, James made it central to every theoretical discussion. It is also significant that James's analysis of America should have begun with the relationship of African Americans to America. James's understanding of America was, in fact, rooted in an appreciation of African Americans, whom he saw not only as an integral part of the development of the United States, but also as a potential agent in the process of transformation. The 15 years that James spent in America were the years most critical for his development as an original Marxist theorist. In 1940 came a crisis in my political life, he recounts. I rejected the Trotskyist version of Marxism and set about to re-examine and reorganize my view of the world, which was, and remains, essentially a political one. In the factional struggle that reached its climax within the SWP convention in April 1940, over the disputed question of support for Russia, James voted with the minority of the SWP that split with Trotsky and the National Committee over the latter's defense of the Soviet Union as a workers' state in spite of its alliance with Nazi Germany. Along with the minority, James split from the SWP after the convention in May 1940. The minority proceeded to set up its own separate organization, known as the Workers' Party, WP, carrying with it the former 304. Theoretical organ of the SWP, the New International, as well as launching its own newspaper, Labor Action. Despite his political differences with Trotsky in 1940, however, James would remain deeply involved in the Trotskyist movement in the U.S. over the next decade, defining and refining his distinctive theoretical stance and the mode of literary and political praxis that it engendered. He first staked out his political ground in a resolution on the Russian question presented to the first WP National Convention, in September 1941. In the resolution, James called for a fundamental re-evaluation of the theoretical tenets of Trotskyism. Arguing that, in the absence of proletarian revolution on a world scale, there had occurred the restoration of capitalism in Russia. James rejected the characterization of Russia as a bureaucratic collectivist order, which was the view of the WP majority. Instead, he put forward the revolutionary position that Russia was, in fact, a state capitalist society, one in which the bureaucracy had become the new masters of state-run production, providing it with the basis of its political power. At the end of the convention, James and other like-minded persons came together and established their own political tendency. Referred to as Johnsonites, deriving from James's party alias, J.R. Johnson, the group formally became known as the Johnson-Forrest Tendency in 1945. V. The connection of James's Marxism to an exploration of American society was first clearly illustrated in the essay which he penned in response to Wendell Willkie's One World, 20 written, with the support of President Roosevelt, to convince Americans of the need to abandon their old isolationist attitudes. James's critique, The American People in One World, an essay in dialectical materialism, which appeared in the July 1944 issue of the New International, the theoretical journal of the Workers' Party, was a first attempt to show how the principles of dialectical materialism might be applied to the transformational change that James anticipated would follow the end of the Second World War in the U.S. The essence underlying each social order is exactly the opposite of its appearance on the surface, he argued. The appearance disguised what was a developing contradiction. The power of Washington as capital of the world rests on no sound foundation, he declared, adding that the imperialist American grandeur is the mark of imperialist American doom. Although the essay was linked ostensibly to the publication of Willkie's One World, James was also using the occasion to respond to Charles A. Beard and Mary R. Beard's The American Spirit, a study of the idea of civilization in the United States, one in which the authors decried the denationalizing 305 universalizing process which blends the various peoples of the earth into the unbroken unity of internationalism. 22. James's attention, however, would have been particularly caught by the Beard's attempt to show the incompatibility of Marxism with civilization. By its very origin and nature as an interpretation of history, the Marxian invention called dialectical materialism clashed with the idea of civilization, as Prussianism clashed with the French Revolution and afterward with the conquering Napoleon. James would also have been particularly sensitive to the Beard's charges of intellectual failure. The repudiation of American civilization was direct and explicit in the creed of Marxian communism as developed in the United States, the authors declared. A large proportion of the propagandists who advocated it on this continent were themselves of foreign origins, immediate or recent, men and women reared in the civilizations of Europe from the Channel to the Siberian steppes. The Beards then finished up their indictment by pouring scorn on the feeble attempts of Marxists to assimilate the American experience. The utterly alien nature of Marxism was illustrated by the fact that neither foreign-born nor native Marxists produced any significant contributions to thought in relation to American history or economy. Attempts of communists to rewrite American history and to make good comrades out of Jefferson and Lincoln, besides betraying an unfamiliarity with relevant facts in the case, usually fell into the category of elementary declamations. With sheer force substituted for the process of enlightenment, moreover, the reconciliation of Marxism with the idea of civilization in the United States was practically impossible. 23. It was precisely to effect just such a reconciliation that James set out in 1944 to write Education, Propaganda, Agitation, Post-War America and Bolshevism. 24. A work which provided not only the basic statement of James's minority tendency within the WP on matters of political organization, but also the first explicit statement by James that his goal was to achieve the Americanization of Bolshevism. James had obviously taken to heart the shortcoming identified by the Beards. The long journey that would eventually lead to his composition of American civilization had begun. 6. The idea of Americanizing Marxism had been around since the 30s, however. It was a particular goal of V. F. Calverton and other contemporary literary radicals, such as John Dos Passos, Edmund Wilson, Kenneth Burke, Max Eastman, and Sidney Hook. 25 John Dos Passos, in Calverton's Modern Quarterly, wrote in 1932, "Somebody's got to have the size to Marxianize." 306. The American Tradition or else Americanize Marx. Calverton's ambitious The Liberation of American Literature. 26. And for Revolution 2-1 were both steps in this direction. His most concerted attempt, however, was his The Awakening of America. 28. Described by the author as the first extended Marxian history of America. The first and only volume to be published of what was projected to be a 3-volume work, it focused self-consciously on those incipient class struggles that embodied the early outcroppings of the rebellious spirit and prepared the way for the Revolutionary War and the establishment of what today is known as the democratic tradition. This search for a usable past was the cornerstone of 30's attempts to Americanize Marxism. On November 6, 1944, The New Republic published a review of D.W. Brogan's The American Character by Max Lerner. Providing an incisive commentary that went well beyond the limited scope of the book, the review noted that the American problem still needs someone to define it, and added pointedly, whoever will write an important book on America today will have to face much tougher questions of economics and social theory, of national psychology, of politics and metaphysics, than Mr. Brogan has set for himself. Lerner finished with the pithy comment that the problem of America is the key problem in the modern destiny. A measure of the importance of Lerner's review can be judged from the fact that James would introduce American civilization with an explicit reference to it. Responding to his own question, "What exactly do I propose to do that is new?" James quotes approvingly from Lerner's review and goes on to conclude, "Some basic approach of this kind I have had in mind from the beginning, and Lerner is correct in saying that no such book has been written about modern America." Following the end of the Second World War, James would continue to clarify his ideas with such articles as The Tasks of Building the American Bolshevik Party. 29. To which the young Irving Howe, at the time a member of the W. Peace Youth Wing, wrote a spirited rejoinder. In July 1947, James identified as a basic problem of American radicalism the inability to assimilate the principles of Bolshevism owing to the absence of any conscious revolutionary perspective in the United States. This deficiency, he declared, is rooted in the whole history of the country. Writing in 1947, James argued that Marxists needed to find a basis in American society to concretize and develop the political and organizational principles of Bolshevism, if they were to be able to transcend the moods and tendencies of American petty bourgeois radicalism. The attempt to ground Bolshevism in the American revolutionary subsoil was reflected in James's 1948 draft resolution on the Negro question presented to the 13th Convention of the SWP. The text of the resolution has attained historic status as a watershed document in the development of Marxist. 307. Thought in America. James's entire analysis rested on the independent nature of the black struggle in America. The Negro people, we say, on the basis of their own experiences, approach the conclusions of Marxism. The instinctual movement of blacks in their struggle for freedom was made synonymous with the tradition of Bolshevism. But there was more to the question than this. It is not only Marxist ideas, it is not only a question of Bolshevik Marxist analysis. It is not only a question of the history of Negroes in the U.S. in social terms. What James attempted to demonstrate was that the black movement had a dual character. The independent black movement had a vitality and validity of its own, but it also had the potential to intervene with terrific force upon the general social and political life of the nation, which made it an aspect of the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletarian movement. This latter was the most important of James's points. According to the report, the independent black movement had a great contribution to make to the development of the proletariat in the United States, and that it is in itself a constituent part of the struggle for socialism. Declared James, the policies of genuine Bolshevism are now ready to compete fully armed in the tremendous battle that is raging over the Negro question in the United States. James's report represents one of the most original applications of Marxism to American conditions ever made. It also sharply distinguishes his contribution from the static views of the traditional white left, as well the liberal intelligentsia with its melting pot theory of American race relations. James clearly apprehended the black problem as a touchstone of the larger American society. It is a symbol of the temper of the American people. The Negroes have their cause simply and clearly posed before them, and the nation, and their segregation forces them and facilitates easier mobilization. But the whole history of America shows that political activity of this kind on their part heralds, is an advance notice of the whole nation in movement. 7. After the SWP's July 1948 convention, James left New York and headed for Nevada, where he would spend the next several months. He used the time not only to secure a divorce, but also to undertake a basic reappraisal of the combination of theory and organization that was Bolshevism. The results of this undertaking are recorded in Notes on Dialectics. The change that issued from James's theoretical effort was profound. The whole propaganda and agitation must revolve around the destruction of the bureaucracy, he decided. By this means every serious problem of those which are wearing down the revolutionary movement can be placed on 308. A new basis. 30. The destruction of the labor bureaucracies thus became the top theoretical and organizational priority. It gave in consequence an entirely new meaning to the concept of Bolshevism. The proletariat cannot adapt these bureaucracies to its use, James was adamant. The main task, in fact the only task of the proletariat, is itself to eliminate them. 31. Socialism was thus no longer defined, politically, in vanguard party terms. Instead, it was reconceptualized on the basis of drawing an unbridgeable gulf between the great masses of the proletariat and the bureaucracies everywhere. 32. This was not a retreat from the struggle against capital, however, but a new imperative in consequence of the transformation of the proletariat in the era of state capitalism. On the basis of this analysis, James concluded that the goal of socialism would now have to change. It was the concrete experience of the American proletariat that would provide the basis for the break with the arrested state of socialist political discourse. It is an unsettling sight, James acknowledged. But our stomachs must be strong. At least we have learnt this much. Lenin wrote State and Revolution and never stepped down an inch from it. But that was 30 years ago. We have our State and Revolution to write, our notion. 33. Ultimately, in my view, it was with American civilization that James set himself the goal of writing an American counterpart of State and Revolution. Lenin wrote his little book. And from that moment, and no other, not before, his program, his concrete work, in Russia, was devoted to the elucidation of state and revolution in Russian conditions. 34. Lenin's little book, written in hiding in Finland in August and September 1917, was not published until 1918. Its seventh and final chapter, which was to be devoted to the analysis of the revolutionary events in Russia in 1917, was never completed. Only the first 2 sentences of it were ever written. Like Lenin, who wrote State and Revolution as a challenge to the Marxist movement, including his own party, James found himself isolated on the American left as he set about to modernize Lenin's concept of a workers' state, as well as simultaneously hounded by U.S. immigration authorities with an order of deportation. And like Lenin, James looked to the social movement which he believed was imminent to demonstrate the validity of his analysis. James's prospectus represents, as was the case with Lenin's collection and explication of the texts of Marx and Engels on the state, the theoretical working out of a definite set of ideas on the mass mobilization of workers and the arming of the anticipated revolutionary forces with these ideas. Lenin did not wait for all the workers to form Soviets before writing State and Revolution. James notes. 35 Why did James feel so strongly that it was necessary to update Lenin? The answer was given in Notes on Dialectics in 1948. Johnsonism is a quarter of a century older than State and Revolution. We are not there anymore. He. / 1. Literary Executors. Afterward 309 goes on to say, We are beyond state and revolution. I can summarize where we are in the phrase, the party and revolution. That is our leap. That is our new universal, the abolition of the distinction between party and mass. In the advanced countries we are not far from it in actuality. 36 The same warning regarding the pitfall of theoretical redundancy was repeated in August 1950, when James in State Capitalism and World Revolution recommends that we have to draw a new universal, more concrete and embracing more creative freedom of the masses than even state and revolution. 37. It cannot be emphasized too strongly that the 1950 prospectus, while it is addressed to the topic of American civilization, had as its principal theoretical objective the need to clarify, under post-Second World War conditions, in James's words, the theory of the state and the relation of the workers to the state, the idea of the workers' state. 38. This was the essential question that Lenin's 1917 State and Revolution was concerned with, and it was what James's essay on America was the preparation for. American civilization, then, represents a specific, concrete application of the new notion of socialism developed earlier by James in Notes on Dialectics. The same transference from Russia that Lenin made for the world in 1917, James declared in 1948, that same transference we have to make from Russia of 1917 to 23 to the world of 1948. Embodies the results of the theoretical transference that James had made to Lenin's thought 2 years earlier. He was confident that it could be understood by the general public because it represented the popular experience. In the USA the proletariat is ready for this, James argued. In its great masses it hates the bureaucracy with an abiding hatred. 40 The battle for socialism would be waged against the bureaucracy in production. Significantly, the 1950 text concludes with James discussing Lenin and the problem of bureaucracy as the basic impediment to the achievement of socialism. Lenin, whose writings on the experiences in Russia constitute an example of objectivity, profundity, realism, combined with a wide vision that makes them unique, said in 1918, "We can fight bureaucracy to the bitter end, to a complete victory only when the whole population participates in the work of government." James exclaims at this point, "That is it. The whole population or totalitarian bureaucracy." Lenin's explanation of the cultural roots of the political difficulty faced by the nascent Russian workers' state allowed James the opportunity to compare it with the level of culture in the United States. No such backwardness exists in America, James insists. Like de Tocqueville's volumes that were written to teach democracy in Europe to know itself, and thereby to direct itself and contain itself. 41. The goal of James's study of American society was informed by a similar political objective. Motivated by the quest to understand the reasons for the failure of socialism in Russia as the basis for assessing the feasibility of its consummation in America. 310. James resorts to an explanation based on the premise of convergence. Any assumption of American distinctiveness was jettisoned in this reasoning. The same principle shows up in the appraisal of American abolitionism as perhaps the highest peak reached by the United States intellectuals in the foreshadowing of the future of the world of today and in indicating how deeply all great world currents are integral to the United States as a nation. It is also contained in the description of what James viewed as emergent totalitarian tendencies within the United States, which convinced him that the close study of the United States will explain most easily to the people of Western Europe why totalitarianism arises, the horrible degradation it represents, its terrible cost to society, the certainty of its overthrow. Finally, the principle of convergence is applied to the examination of European intellectual currents to understand intellectual currents in the United States and also the social forces they represent, although these intellectual currents have not fully appeared as yet in the United States. 8. Between November 1945 and March 1946, a series of large-scale strikes erupted in several major industries leading to a curtailing of production and a first round of wage increases. A total of 4.5 million workers struck this year, crippling the coal, auto, electric, and steel industries and interrupting rail and maritime transport. Then, in April-May 1946, a second major wave of strikes hit the coal mines and the railroads. Before they could be settled, the government was forced to seize control of the railroads, May 17, and the coal mines, May 20, the latter after employers rejected a government-negotiated contract. This was followed in June 1947 by passage of the Draconian Labor Management Relations Act, Taft-Hartley Act, passed by the U.S. Congress over President Truman's veto. It limited the power of labor unions by placing severe restrictions on the use of the strike, the closed shop rule, and political activities of labor. It was intended, in short, to roll back most of the gains made by workers under the Roosevelt New Deal. A third wave of post-war labor unrest occurred in April-July 1948 in the coal, railway, and steel industries. Strikes were only stopped through government action and a third round of sizable wage increases. In October 1949, 500,000 steel workers struck. The workers agreed to return to work only after the steel firms agreed to provide fully funded pensions. The union leaders now use the militant mobilization for the pension demands, James comments, but the men were not militantly for pensions except as these became a symbol of the permanent struggle as to who will rule production. 311. The strikes transformed James's entire political outlook. James responded to the first and second waves of post-war strikes with an essay on the social crisis in the U.S. and the general strike published in May 1946. A year later he writes, "On the American scene, the proletariat during the past 2 years by its actions has given ample warning to the revolutionary movement that it has entered upon the years of decision." The post-war strikes actually had their origin in the wildcat strikes against the no-strike pledge in the auto industry and mining during the Second World War, the story of which is set out in Martin Glaberman's Wartime Strikes. 42. In Notes on Dialectics, James refers to the miners in 194:3 speaking by their actions for the whole proletariat. 43. Referring to the May 1943 strike of 500,000 miners to protest the government's wage freeze, a stoppage that was only called off after Roosevelt placed the soft coal mines under federal control. Moreover, the concluding proposal that James makes for establishment of committees of miners rested on the miners' actions of 1943 as emblematic of the national unity of the American proletariat. The prototype for James of the mass mobilization of American workers, however, was embodied in the sit-in strikes and the militant CIO movement of 1935–37. The CIO was formed to give the workers mastery in the shops, James declares. One measure of the importance of the sit-in strikes and the CIO for James can be found in the frequency of references to them that abound in Notes on Dialectics. Here James describes the CIO as far more party than union and expresses his expectation that in the United States the Party of Labor will be the CIO politically transformed, going so far as to see it in relation to a revolutionary international. 44. The whole phenomenon of the CIO was not only inextricably linked in James's mind with the concept of America, it was also the basis of the bold political projection enunciated at the conclusion of the prospectus. All dynamic social progress depends primarily on this, he argues. In this context, one of the major achievements of the American Civilization Prospectus is its retrieval of the origins of the CIO from obscurity, which it restores to its place of historical importance. When the tumultuous spontaneous actions of the workers began, James emphasizes, referring to the sit-in strikes and the response of the Mine Workers Union, UAHNL. Lewis followed. In fact, James's prospectus is a challenge to labor and social history, with its affirmation that the original idea of the CIO will have to wait for more intensive investigation, while calling attention to the fact that the material for this undertaking will be found hidden away in Union records, Union files, and books by participants in the great struggles of the CIO, etc. In the text, James connects the CIO directly with the great strikes of the post-Second World War era. From this tremendous wave of strikes, James's analysis of the working class movement in America leapt boldly forward. The CIO won acceptance. But it solved nothing fundamental. The great 312 strikes of 1946 showed that The heart of James's analysis of American civilization is based fundamentally on his attempt to clarify what was involved as far as the creative achievement of this new stage of worker mobilization was concerned. There is obviously gathering among the workers a tornado of anger and determination to bend production to their will, which will put the formation of the CIO to shame, James declares. The necessity to clarify his political perspective on this post-war crisis was the thing that pushed James to extend his theoretical work, of which American civilization is one expression. He lays particular emphasis in the text on the strikes, which he deems to be explosions of intolerable rage and anger on the part of workers. The cornerstone of James's analysis of America was lodged in the struggle of the American worker. What is most striking is the unanimity of all industrialists, journalists, professional investigators, university professors, on the simple fact that the workers, not merely in coal mines but throughout industry, have reached a definitive stage in relation to industry, he declares in the chapter dealing with the experience of the industrial worker. It was a new understanding brought home by what James describes as the Great Strikes of 1946, which made clearer what was involved. There is obviously gathering among the workers, James postulated, based on the unprecedented wave of the post-war strike movement, a tornado of anger and determination to bend production to their will, which will put the formation of the C.1.0 to shame. In July 1947, James wrote that American capitalism and the American proletariat are each the most powerful representative of the international class struggle, which will result either in the common ruin of the contending classes or the socialist reorganization of society. 9. It should also be noted that several of the key ideas of James's prospectus were already contained in The American Worker. 45. Comprising the experience of a production worker in the factory that was accompanied with a philosophical analysis by Rhea Stone, Grace Lee Boggs, the whole introduced with a preface written by a Detroit Union committeeman, Johnny Zupin. The American Worker was only one of several important publications that the Johnson Forest Tendency issued during the 3-month interim period in the summer of 1947, between the time it resigned from the WP and it was formally readmitted into the SWP. This brief interim period was a fecund time for Johnson Forest. The group was now free of political constraints for the first time. It used the opening created by the transition from the WP to the SWP to publish an extraordinary array of materials which the group had been steadily working 313 on for some time. Among the publications that it issued were The Balance Sheet, Trotskyism in the United States 1940-47, August 1947, Dialectical Materialism and the Fate of Humanity, James's Introduction to the Collection World Revolutionary Perspectives and the Russian Question, September 1947, and The Invading Socialist Society, September, 1947. 12 separate issues of the Bulletin of the Johnson Forest Tendency were also published. The foundation of much of American civilization can be found in the pages of The American Worker, particularly in the latter's sensitive analysis, within the section The Reconstruction of Society, of the ideas contained in Elton Mayo's The Human Problems of an Industrial Civilization. 46. It presages the attention that James was to give to Mayo's work in the diagnosis of production relations and the thought of American industrialists that he presents in the present prospectus. Most importantly, there appears in The American Worker an exposition and application of the concept of alienated labor derived from Marx's economic philosophical manuscript Sof 1844. These early essays, written in Paris, represent the first version of his theoretical system, which he called the Critique of Political Economy. Crammed with original insights, they contain the initial working out of Marx's key idea of the self-creation of humanity through material labor and its consequences. It is what provides the theoretical framework of The American Worker. Unlike other later commentators, Althusser, for example, who tried to make an antagonistic separation of the early and late Marx, James would use the 1844 manuscripts in order to illuminate Marx's Capital. In fact, Johnson Forest became notorious in the WP as the group that was always holding classes in Capital. A short time prior to publication of The American Worker, the Johnson Forrest Group published during the so-called interim period the first English translation of the three most important of Marx's early essays, Alienated Labor, Private Property and Communism, and Critique of the Hegelian Dialectic, in mimeographed form under the title Essays by Karl Marx selected from the Economic Philosophical Manuscripts. 47 This Johnson F. Forrest translation, partial though it was, preceded by many years the appearance in 1964 of Martin Milligan's full English translation of these critical texts. 48 It has been said that no intellectual event since his death altered the reception of Marx so much as the publication of these manuscripts. 49 The first draft of the Johnson Forrest translation of the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1944 was actually prepared as early as May 1943. It was carried out by Raya-Dunayevskaya, who was first made aware of their existence through reading Herbert Marcuse's Reason and Revolution, Hegel and the Rise of Social Theory. 50 A fresh translation was undertaken by Grace Lee Boggs, this time using the authoritative German edition in Karl Marx Friedrich Engels, Historisch Kritische Gesamtausgabe. 51 The Johnson Forrest Group ultimately published this latter translation in the summer of 1947. After trying in vain to awaken particular interests in the possibility of their publication. In addition to Marx's 1,844 essays, Grace Lee Boggs also translated portions of Marx's formerly unpublished manuscripts of 1857-58 known as the Grundrisse. The Johnson Forrest Group also began to receive translations of sections from an American living in Germany named Everett. This was almost 30 years before there was any public awareness of its existence and the first English translation appeared. 2. We hope, we are confident, James writes in his preface, that somewhere there is a response waiting for us. Every political line that we have written has been fertilized by the concepts contained in these translations, and the others we are unable to reprint, he reveals. Writing in 1962, James would underscore yet again the strategic importance that Marx's concept of alienation occupies. We have here to go back, he writes in the section of Marxism and the intellectuals dealing with the American working class and the subject of the reorganization of work, to what socialism is and what it is not. When Marx was laying the foundations of his theory over 100 years ago, he and Engels did a profound analysis of work. His analysis has never been approached, far less surpassed or even developed. We know part of it popularly as the alienation of labor. 53 The first explicit reference to them by James to appear in print came in his 1946 essay After 10 Years, on Trotsky's The Revolution Betrayed. 54. James concluded his preface to the essays by emphasizing the link between their theoretical content and the corroborative experience of American factory workers. We have been stimulated to find that those of our colleagues who work in factories and who share our ideas, he remarks, have found that the great masses of the American workers feel and think in a way that invest these century-old essays with a meaning and significance that they could never have had, however assiduously they were merely read and merely studied. If these essays have helped us to understand Marxism and them, they too have helped us to understand these essays and Marxism. X. In my view, any accurate understanding of what James is actually doing and saying in American civilization is contingent upon recognizing the central role played in its formulation by Marx's twin concepts of alienation and self-activity of socialized man, the associated producers, first articulated by Marx in 1844 and the premise upon which he would erect the entire structure of his analysis of capitalist production later found in Capital. James makes an allusion that confirms this interpretation, when he refers in the prospectus to Marx's Capital as being so largely concerned with the human relations of industrial man, illustrated in this instance by what Marx had to say about 315. The factory of the future, where men, women, and children will take part in the work, and thus lay the basis for totally new relations of the family. According to Marx, alienation is produced by the act of estranging practical human activity, labor, under a variety of circumstances. These circumstances occur in 1. the relation of the worker to the product of labor as an alien object exercising power over him, and 2. The relation of labor to the act of production within the labor process. 55. These first two are fundamental, and from them follow two other aspects of alienation, namely, 3. Estrangement from man his own body, as well as external nature and his spiritual aspect, his human aspect, and 4. As an immediate consequence of the fact that man is estranged from the product of his labor, from his life activity, from his species being is the estrangement of man from man. 56. It is instructive to note how closely James follows this definition of multiple estrangement in interpreting the artistic achievement of Herman Melville, who James finds worked out an entirely new conception of society, not dealing with profits and the rights of private property. Ahab was utterly contemptuous of both, but with new conceptions of the relations between man, between man and his technology, and between man and nature. 57. Employment of Marx's concept of alienation is what, fundamentally, distinguishes James and the Johnson Forrest Group from other Marxists on the American left during the 40s. John Patrick Diggins indirectly confirms this disjunction when he notes, in The Rise and Fall of the American Left, what was curious about the discussion of Marxism in the late 30s and early 40s was the absence of any mention of alienation. The old left was not aware of the younger Marx of the economic and philosophic manuscripts, 1844, where one finds the first conceptualization of alienation rooted in the monotony of industrial work. 58. James was very much aware of the 1844 essays of the young Marx. In Notes on Dialectics, he emphasizes just how fundamental these essays were to his thinking. Note how the things we emphasize, alienation, creativity, etc., are looked upon by other people not as the basis but as mere features, particulars. 59. In American Civilization, James applies the concept of alienation specifically, using it to examine the labor process, the role of intellectuals, and the struggle by blacks and women for human relationships in society. Today we are once more at an age when universality is on the order of the day, James declares. But today universality begins with man in the labor process. His emphasis upon the role of intellectuals as agents in the disciplining of workers makes them part of the labor bureaucracy in its relation to the fundamental problems of the labor process. The prospectus tries to understand also the basis of the profound alienation from society of contemporary American literature with its inability to satisfy either itself or the national need. By basing his analysis 316. Fundamentally upon the phenomenon of estrangement, James's work is able to achieve psychological truth and sociological depth. Upon a people bursting with energy, untroubled by feudal remains or a feudal past, soaked to the marrow in a tradition of individual freedom, individual security, free association, a tradition which is constantly held before them as the basis of their civilization, upon this people more than all others has been imposed a mechanized way of life at work, mechanized forms of living, a mechanized totality which from morning till night, week after week, day after day, crushes the very individuality which tradition nourishes and the abundance of mass-produced goods encourages. At the same time, by basing his philosophical outlook on Marx's economic philosophic manuscripts, James is able to postulate an alternative to alienation in society by utilizing and applying the concept of human emancipation found in Marx's 1844 essays. When James refers in the text, for example, to the creation of man as an integral human being, a full and complete individuality with the circumstances and conditions of that fully integrated individuality, he is using the concepts and language spoken by Marx in the Paris manuscripts. This is also true for the concept of integrated humanism that features so prominently in American civilization. The role that they intellectuals played between 1200 and today will be over, James asserts, because the condition of that role, the passive subordinate mass, will be undergoing liquidation in the very action of the mass which will be creating a totally new society, an active integrated humanism. The concept of integrated humanism represents a theoretical condensation of Marx's concept of reintegration or return of man to himself, the transcendence of human self-estrangement, and the account of communist society given by Marx in the essay Private Property and Communism, in the economic philosophic manuscripts, in which Marx describes communism as the positive transcendence of private property, as human self-estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man, communism therefore as the complete return of man to himself as a social, i.e., human, being, a return accomplished consciously and embracing the entire wealth of previous development. Marx continues, this communism, as fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism, it is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature and between man and man, the true resolution of the strife between existence and essence, between objectification and self-confirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. 60. 317. 11. Extremely significant for theoretical perspective that James presents in the prospectus is the fusion that he effects in assimilating Marx's concept of association, described by Marx in the essay Private Property and Communism, to the phenomenon that de Tocqueville ferreted out in America. Americans of all ages, all conditions, and all dispositions, constantly form associations, religious, moral, serious, feudal, general, or restricted, enormous or diminutive, to give entertainments, to found seminaries, to build inns, to construct churches, to diffuse books, to send missionaries to the antipodes. 61. In a reflection of this synthesis, James states in a footnote that appears in Beyond a Boundary that Marx and Tocqueville are two of the acutest minds of the time. 62. De Tocqueville's interesting appreciation of this American phenomenon, according to Frederick Jackson Turner, of extralegal, voluntary association was also one of the things that impressed all early travelers in the United States. 63. Turner describes some of the social forms that association among the early pioneers took. The log rolling, the house raising, the husking bee, the apple paring, and the squatters' associations whereby they protected themselves against the speculators in securing title to their clearings on the public domain, the camp meeting, the mining camp, the vigilantes, the cattle raisers' associations, the gentlemen's agreements, are a few of the indications of this attitude. It is well to emphasize this American trait, because in a modified way it has come to be one of the most characteristic and important features of the United States of today. These associations were in America not due to immemorial custom of tribe or village community. They were extemporized by voluntary action. 64. Turner calls these associations aspects of early backwoods democracy which arose from the power of spontaneous association on the American frontier. Here in these associations was the historical basis that provided the conceptual springboard for launching James's theoretical synthesis of Marx's concept of direct association with the American tradition. He does this without making explicit in the text that this is the historical and theoretical basis of the free association that he expounds in the text. Marx's account of the phenomenon of direct association, which appears in the 1844 manuscripts, is the philosophical justification for the concept of free association that James applies in American civilization. It is easy to see how James made the theoretical leap once it is situated in the context of Marx's exposition. Marx states, social activity and social enjoyment exist by no means only in the form of some directly communal activity and directly communal enjoyment, although communal activity and communal enjoyment. 318. i.e., activity and enjoyment which are manifested and affirmed in actual direct association with other men, will occur wherever such a direct expression of sociability stems from the true character of the activity's content and is appropriate to the nature of the enjoyment. To this he appends the added caution. Above all, we must avoid postulating society again as an abstraction vis-a-vis the individual. The individual is the social being. His manifestations of life, even if they may not appear in the direct form of communal manifestations of life carried out in association with others, are therefore an expression and confirmation of social life. Man's individual and species life are not different, however much, and this is inevitable. The mode of existence of the individual is a more particular or more general mode of the life of the species, or the life of the species is a more particular or more general individual life. 6. Marx's explication of the concept of association is taken up and applied by James, when he asserts, for example, that in America the individual showed an altogether exceptional capacity for free association, in industry, in politics, and for any other purpose. Individuality and universality achieve a fusion unknown elsewhere. The great unsatisfied desire of the American population, James argues, is for social organization, free association, for common social ends. He gives as a concrete manifestation of this social urge the Negro church situated in some small room in a northern city where can be found gathered together the faithful, domestic servants, common laborers, the poorest of the poor, seeking some social organization, some collective life. Marx develops and applies the concept of association when he writes about changing from top to bottom the conditions of industrial and political existence, and consequently the whole manner of being of the associated producers. 66. James simply expands this notion by making the associated producers synonymous with the totality of the popular classes. James's application of the concept of association would later prove central to his interpretation of Melville's Moby Dick. In writing of what might otherwise appear from the outside as the motley crew of the Pequod, James tells what happens when you part the veil: they are meanest mariners, castaways, and renegades. But that is not their fault. They began that way. Their heroism consists in their everyday doing of their work. The only tragic graces with which Melville endows them are the graces of men associated for common labor. 67. The concept of free association as the cultural and moral ethos of workers precedes by at least a decade E. P. Thompson's investigation of the analogous phenomenon prefigured in the moral economy of 18th-century rioters and protesters. According to Thompson, the food rioters of the 18th century acted from implicit moral judgments about economic 319 relationships founded in their minds upon some traditional notion of rights and obligations that were violated by capitalist market practices. 68. In James's analysis there is one important difference, however. The violation of the moral consensus is not wrought by impersonal market forces, instead, it is instituted from within the sphere of work and it is maintained by the power of the bureaucracy that uses it to discipline workers and control production. Production relations and not market relations are the key for James. 12. The Johnson Forest minority resigned from the WP in 1947 in order to rejoin the SWP. James's group had for some time been strongly in favor of reunification between the two wings of the movement. It was a conviction that was greatly strengthened when the SWP promulgated its theses on the American Revolution, adopted at the SWP's convention in late 1946. As the basic post-war document of the SWP, the political statement strongly resonated with James's views on the post-war crisis of America. At the July 1947 conference of the Johnson Forest Group, held on the eve of rejoining the SWP, the American theses of the SWP were explicitly acknowledged. The SWP at its last 1946 convention has brought forward, the conference resolution declared, as a new stage of development for the American movement, programmatic perspectives for the revolution in the United States. What has been missing since 1940 can therefore now be made clear: theoretical unity or difference around the strategic orientation of the American Party in its struggle for the American Revolution. What the SWP in 1946 was embarking upon was the difficult task of attempting to transform itself from a propaganda organization into a mass political party. James supported this objective. However, he was also convinced that a fundamental requirement for building such a party in the United States was the development of a body of Marxist ideas on American society. The basic condition of such an undertaking was intimate acquaintance with the activity of the American working class. James's organization was his anchor and the vehicle that provided both the connection with the American working class and the community of ideas upon which he and his colleagues drew in developing their distinctive body of Marxist ideas in the 40s. It is extremely important to emphasize this point, since it is so easy for intellectuals today to overlook it. At the time that he wrote American Civilization, then, James felt that he wished to go directly to the public with his views. He had enough of the sectarian existence that was his lot as a minority functioning within the two branches of the tiny Trotskyist movement in the United States. As a minority. 320. In the WP and then the SWP, James's group could not strike out on its own in public, even while it sought to demonstrate what adoption of such a stance would mean in the form of articles published in the theoretical organs of the New Internationale and the Fourth International. In 1950, therefore, James set himself the aim of breaking through the intellectual confinement that enmeshed the entire sectarian left in America. It was a bold and empowering vision, which required James to transform his political group from a theoretical tendency into a propaganda circle openly propagating its theory of the self-activity of the working class. The posture of James and his associates up until the time that he wrote the present prospectus was politically sectarian, operating within the confines of a political sect away from the mainstream. In view of this ideological restriction, the idea of going to a bourgeois publisher with a proposal or a manuscript would have been utterly unthinkable. This attitude changed in 1949, however, as James felt the enthusiastic audience response during his nationwide lecture tout of that year. The present prospectus bears all the signs of a work intended for a popular audience. It represents the first substantive attempt to reverse the sectarian stance Offensen Forrest. From operating essentially underground while he awaited the outcome of his deportation case, James was now looking to take his ideas before the wider American public. American Civilization thus marks the turning point of James's political activity in the United States, the culmination of a protracted process of theoretical exploration and growth. The premise of the Leninist vanguard party was now rejected. All this setting up of little splinters as parties for workers to join, which will little by little grow, that is the quintessence of stupidity, James declared. We have no such illusions anymore, thank God. The present prospectus constitutes an important preparatory step in James's ultimate break with official Trotskyism in the United States. In 1948, James had experienced a slight foretaste of the freedom to write and develop ideas as Marx and Lenin used to write and develop ideas, as he relates in what would eventually become Notes on Dialectics. 69. When the break with the SWP was finally made official, in July-August 1951, it was 18 months after James completed the text of his prospectus. After formally resigning from the SWP, Johnson Forrest reorganized itself as the correspondence editorial committees. American Civilization was instrumental in laying the groundwork for this new, independent phase of political activity. James was even at this point preparing to go public. As he elsewhere noted in connection with Lenin's writing of State and Revolution, Lenin did not keep his theory in his book or in his head. He went to the masses with it. 70. Like everything else that he wrote in the United States, James's ideas were 321. Developed out of contact with American workers. The goal was to create a Marxism that would be relevant for the present. The work of transforming these ideas into written form was a process conducted in association with political colleagues. As is customary in the Marxist movement, James would attest in recalling the writing of Facing Reality, the ideas contained in the book and the book itself were planned and written in close collaboration with all who were members or close associates of our movement. What James has to say about American civilization is not simply a cultural critique nor a personal document, it represents his view that world capitalism had entered a new stage, namely, state capitalism, which posed the social question in terms of the struggle for control over the labor process. Without understanding the primacy that he attaches to the industrial workers, it is impossible to arrive at an accurate assessment of the significance of the present work. It is the feature that makes James unique among the great Marxists of the 20th century, who, with the exception of Lenin, have very little of significance to say about the industrial working class of America. Unfortunately, as James acknowledges, the record of intellectuals, particularly American intellectuals, in recognizing the power of the working class is very bad. 71 James later acknowledged that it took more than 10 years, but by 1952 I once more felt my feet on solid ground, and in consequence I planned a series of books. The first was published in 1953, a critical study of Herman Melville as a mirror of our age, and the second is this book on cricket. 72 If James's book on Melville announced his intellectual independence, his prospectus with its lengthy section on Melville, represents its foreshadowing. More importantly, if we accept the dichotomy that James asserts, then the present text sits astride both halves of his political career. It is the literary marker demarcating, on one side, the prior period of allegiance to the Trotskyist movement, and, on the other, the achievement of political independence that was soon to follow composition of the prospectus in 1951. It forms a significant part of that solid ground to which James refers. At the beginning of Chapter 7 of American Civilization, James pauses to inform the reader, we come now to the last chapter of this sketch. When he refers again, later in the same chapter, to the expectation that a quotation would have full significance for us who are following this sketch, it confirms his fundamental practice of circulating everything to members of his political organization to elicit their discussion and modification, even those things that would be published eventually under his own name. To the extent that the prospectus lays out the literary path along which James was to move in the 50s, the prospectus of American Civilization served as both a sounding board and a sketchbook for the works that were to follow. Although executed in an extremely short time span, its significance was long-term, containing the basic intellectual agenda that James was to con. 322. Continue to amplify throughout the crucial decade of the 50s that in reality forms the apogee of his career. 13. James's 15-year sojourn in the United States allowed him to acquire a familiarity with American past and present American culture, sufficient for him to ground his application of Bolshevism to America in an American usable past. James identifies a group of representative 19th-century intellectuals, Whitman, Melville, and the abolitionist crusader Wendell Phillips, whose relationships with American society he compares with the position of contemporary intellectuals in the United States. 1. Whitman, a singer of loneliness and democracy with a capital D. 2. Melville, prophet of destruction. 3. Abolitionism, advocates of mass revolution. James is concerned in the prospectus with demonstrating the superior value of the latter two tendencies. American Civilization attempts to demonstrate how their roles in 20th-century American culture and society have been inherited and are reproduced by the modern popular arts and the insurgent movements of the American working class. The book constitutes James's appeal directed at American intellectuals, whom he hoped to influence as he was preparing his break with official Trotskyism. Most of the readers of this ms., he carefully notes, are members, more or less, of the intellectual classification. It explains the attention that the prospectus lavishes upon the young Norman Mailer, whose critique of 20th-century America's bureaucratic totalitarianism, in The Naked and the Dead, strongly appealed to James. The remarks on Mailer are in the nature of an intellectual rescue mission. At a time when James was looking to leave behind his sectarian existence and reach out to a wider audience, American Civilization might have served as a beacon to guide a new post-war generation of intellectuals. As it happened, however, James would have to wait for almost another 2 decades, before members of the rising radical wing of the Black Freedom Movement and the New Left in the U.S. were to rediscover his particular brand of revolutionary Marxism. They embodied the sort of intellectual engagement that James was already in 1950 forecasting as a component of the struggle for popular emancipation. In the introduction discussing the significance of Herman Melville and Walt Whitman, he remarks, in any estimate of contemporary culture, studies of the past or speculations into the future, their work is indispensable. 323. Hi. The shift in perspective from past towards speculations into the future is further hinted at when, in the second chapter of the prospectus, James comes to discuss the movement of American abolition and concludes that it is perhaps the highest peak reached by the United States intellectuals in the foreshadowing of the future of the world of today and in indicating how deeply all great world currents are integral to the United States as a nation. For James, then, the source of the evolution of American Bolshevism was to be the American abolitionist movement. Out of America, with no assistance from any alien tradition but from the very genius of the country, he declares, emerged this clearly recognizable replica of the early Christians, the Puritans, and later the early Bolsheviks, types which have appeared only when fundamental changes are shaking a society to its depths. The abolitionist Wendell Phillips, James went on, in his context and in his political programs showed the same breadth of view, the revolutionary conception of democracy, and political ruthlessness which are associated with what is loosely called Bolshevism. Speaking in the immediate aftermath of John Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry, Wendell Phillips also recognized that there was an intimate connection between American civilization and the struggle for emancipation. For the last 20 years, he declared, in Brooklyn, New York, in November 1859, there has been going on, more or less heated and understood, in different states, an insurrection of ideas against this limited, cribbed, cabined, isolated American civilization, an insurrection to restore absolute right of justice. 73. 14. At the outset of the prospectus, James's focus is upon the threat of totalitarianism. He informs the reader in his introduction that I find the American pattern to be the dominant social pattern of our time, and in this conviction I give a fairly detailed treatment of totalitarianism in the world at large and totalitarian tendencies in the United States. At the conclusion of the text, however, the reader is informed that the sign that the permanent crisis is at last up for resolution will be the appearance of this new mass political organization which will seek to make politics an expression of universal man and a totally integrated personality. A parallel trajectory can be traced along the path that starts with James asking early in the introduction of the prospectus, "What exactly do I propose to do that is new?" From this initial question James proceeds to ask, why has the United States failed to produce men who planted flags in unexplored territory? For the answer to these questions James turns to an analysis that attributes the cause of the failure to the dismal failing of 324 American intellectuals. But this comes at the beginning. The focus later shifts, again in the pivotal 6th chapter, as James asks, what is it that the people want? The same question is recapitulated in the conclusion of the text. What do the miners want? What do the people want? Asks James. This same shifting movement appears in James's discussion of the abolitionist movement, the first great independent expression of the American genius. When James reaches the conclusion, he picks up the theme of abolitionism, but it is greatly expanded. From a discrete phenomenon, characterizing a distinctive stage of American history, abolitionism is transformed at the conclusion of the text into a political metaphor for a process of liberation universal in scope. We devoted considerable space to the abolitionists in the middle of the 19th century, James recalls for the reader. But the great masses become abolitionist now, themselves to wipe away the conditions of their own slavery. These cannot be abolished by anybody else. Unless this continuing movement and development within the text of American civilization is appreciated, it is difficult to understand the connection bridging James's dissection of the past with his bold projections into the future. It is this connection that unifies the present statement as a singular piece of political analysis. In 1952, James announced, in his study of Herman Melville, Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, that my ultimate aim, and my book on Melville is merely a preparation for it, is to write a study of American civilization. Spurred on by celebration in 1951 of the centennial of the publication of Moby Dick, James interprets Melville's literary classic of the monomaniacal pursuit of the great white whale as the prophetic allegory of American civilization, forecasting the totalitarian threat to the human personality and the viability of American civilization in its struggle with the specter of totalitarian domination coming not from Russia but from within American society. The house in which Ahab had lived, and this house was American civilization of the 19th century, James decides, this house had fallen into ruins about him. 74. In keeping with the apocalyptic vision of the book, James interprets Fidelia's prophecy that the wood of Ahab's hearse can only be American to mean that Ahab will bury himself in the wreck of American industrial civilization, symbolized by the line and the whaling vessel. 75. 3 years before writing this, in 1949, James began a series of public lectures on such topics as Herman Melville and American culture, Walt Whitman and American culture, new currents in historical thinking and research, and the American Negro, touchstone of American civilization. He lectured to all types of audiences, workers, intellectuals, church members, whites and Negroes, students, hundreds at a time, in such cities as New York, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. 325. Culminating in April 1953, James capped his public speaking career in the United States with a series of 3 remarkable lectures at Columbia University entitled The American Vision, in which he spoke about Walt Whitman, Herman Melville, and the group of contemporary authors Richard Wright, Norman Mailer, James Jones, and Ralph Ellison. The prospectus forms an important accompaniment to the lecture tours that James undertook in the United States from 1949 until 1953. With the birth of a son in April 1949, James was also trying to generate additional income for the upkeep of his family. He married Constance Webb in 1948. If his public lectures caused his writing pace to slow down, however, it also greatly stimulated his creative energies. This was especially the case with his public lectures on Herman Melville. What stood out was the readiness of every type of audience to discuss him, and sometimes very heatedly, as if he were a contemporary writer. 76. The public response to his lectures made James aware of a certain irony. Foreigner as I am, it was from me that many of them gained their first enthusiasm and interest in Melville. After he returned to England, in 1953, James prepared and circulated a lengthy prospectus for a series of lectures which he again proposed to give on the American civilization. He followed up this statement with a detailed 11-page outline for a book that he hoped to write for the European public, to be entitled The American Civilization, Its Place in History. In 1956 he completed a second investigation of American civilization, written in collaboration with members of his American organization. With the outbreak of the Hungarian Revolution, in October 1956, this work was put aside in favor of an account of the Hungarian Workers' Councils that was published eventually as Facing Reality. 77. During this same period James also embarked on the writing of Beyond a Boundary, which, following his 5-year involvement in West Indian politics, was published to great critical acclaim in 1963. This latter work descends from the same intellectual lineage to which the present prospectus belongs. 15. In the present text, James cites numerous topics that he proposed to take up and amplify in the finished work. These include, 1. The populist outburst at the end of the 19th century, 2. The relationship of Emerson, Thoreau, and the Transcendentalists to Whitman, Melville and the abolitionists, 3. The great popular tunes, the famous blues, 4. The sexual relation and the question of homosexuality as a critical question in American sexual relations, 5. Architecture, the revolt against the 2 rooms and a half, and, finally, 6. Inflation, bad housing, seasonal unum. 326. Employment, as opposed to the depression which undermined confidence in the whole economy, racial prejudice, the dislocations of war, the struggles in the factories, struggle over civil liberties, etc. The one topic that is noticeable by its absence from this list is sport, even though there are fleeting references to it, for example, in the suggestive remark that the totalitarian state integrates every aspect of life, production, politics, entertainment, aesthetics, sport into a single whole and imposes these with the utmost ruthlessness upon the mass of the nation. The absence of any explicit discussion of American sport may simply have reflected James's lack of direct experience. Without such experience, he would never be able to participate fully in the popular passion that they aroused in the way that he could in regard to the game of cricket. The same principle holds true for these other sports that he enunciated in relation to cricket. The aesthetics of cricket, he observed, demand first that you master the game, and preferably, have played it, if not well, at least in good company. 78. It is in the present prospectus, specifically in the section on ancient Greece, that James would draw the connection between popular culture and cricket. It was suggested by W. H. Auden who, in his Portable Greek Reader, 19, likened classical Athenian drama to modern popular entertainment. The nearest modern equivalent, Auden pointed out, is not any work of the theater, but a ball game or a bullfight. James picks up the idea and runs with it. The idea that Auden is trying to convey is correct. He affirms, the Greek masses went to the theater as if they were going to the World Series, Independence Day, and a film festival all combined. Participation was the key, and to get the idea of participation, James states, we must go back to Auden's image of the ball game, but even that is not enough. Perhaps a mass revival meeting of Negroes just relieved from slavery would give another avenue of understanding. James would later apply this idea with very pleasing results in Beyond a Boundary, 1963, in which the same Audenesque insight is utilized to buttress the analogy of cricket spectators with the popular audience in Greek drama. W. H. Auden compares the Greek crowd to a Spanish crowd at a bullfight. 80. James repeats there exactly what he stated earlier in American Civilization. The continuity of this aesthetic judgment with Beyond a Boundary is made explicit in the dedication of the latter work to Larry Constantine and W. G. Grace, where James states that this book hopes to right grave wrongs, and, in so doing, extend our too limited conceptions of history and of the fine arts. Again in the chapter celebrating the latter's accomplishments, James recognizes as the measure of Grace's true greatness not simply the fact that Grace had enriched the depleted lives of 2 generations and millions yet to be born, though that was certainly important, but that Grace had extended our conception of human capacity, and in doing all this he had done no harm to anyone. American Civilization forms the bridge between the theoretical work that Johnson Forrest carried out during the 40s and the statement that represents its theoretical culmination, State Capitalism and World Revolution, which appeared during the summer of 1950, as Discussion Bulletin No. 4 of the SWP, not more than 6 months after James had finished composing his prospectus. Originally prepared for a conference of the Fourth International in Europe, State Capitalism and World Revolution was, in James's words, not a political resolution of the traditional type, but a long overdue restatement of Marxism for our day. In analyzing the nature of contemporary industrial societies, and emphasizing the revolutionary potential of the working class, State Capitalism and World Revolution draws extensively upon the 2 chapters of his American prospectus that are the axis on which the edifice turns and that describe the struggle of workers to control production. The Mode of Labor in the United States, the title of Chapter 5 of the resolution, summarizes the data presented in American Civilization. The American Prospectus of 1950 also became the source for Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, the story of Herman Melville and the world we live in, the writing of which James actually completed in November 1952. The present text, particularly the section on popular culture and Greek civilization, also supplied the theoretical underpinning for Beyond a Boundary, which was substantially completed by 1957 but not published until 1963. Finally, the ideas presented in the 1950 prospectus are reflected in the joint statement published in 1958, in the aftermath of the Hungarian Revolution, entitled Facing Reality, in the sections dealing with the United States and the struggles of American workers, African Americans, and women. While the bulk of the prospectus was probably produced during the first couple of months of 1950, in terms of political inspiration and theoretical conception it was a work that reflected the experience of 40s America. One giveaway, for example, is the fact that television is hardly mentioned. Although the first television sets became available to American consumers in 1946, the language of television was still being invented in the late 40s and early 50s. In point of fact, James makes mention of the story of the popular radio personality Mary McBride who took one look at herself on television and fled from it. According to James's explanation, it was because one glimpse of her might destroy her hold over the millions who listen. The present text mirrors this pre-television era of American culture. 329. Because he, as so many Philistines think, is stupid or apathetic, but because he knows that organization will do nothing for the things that affect him most vitally. It would not be exaggerating to say that for James the 40s was a kind of redemptive experience. He derived tremendous satisfaction and sense of vindication from the social movement that he felt himself keenly a part of. The depth and quality of worker networks forged within the plants of the 40s among individuals coming from extremely diverse social backgrounds meant that the labor bureaucracy was met with strong shop floor resistance. Students, women, blacks, Chicanos, hillbillies, intellectuals, artists, it seemed that almost everyone had some kind of contact with the plant in the 40s. The plant thus was a practical, day-to-day experience, not an intellectual or abstract question. The same was true for vets in the army, but it was life in the plant that really held the key to the culture of 40s America. If the first half of the decade of the 40s represented a hopeful hour for popular initiative and autonomy, the post-war half reflected a mood of national anxiety. Suddenly, the feeling of hope and confidence gave way to a sense of self-doubt and fiendish reality. It is a transformation that is still difficult from this distance to appreciate. James's text records both these outlooks, the buoyant optimism immediately following the defeat of Nazism and the eroding sense of gloom. When or where was there ever such a powerful body of men and women, when and where was there such inner strength in a nation? James asks. And he replies, it is not their weakness that is ruining civilization. It is conflict that is ruining us. It is the consciousness of strength in the mass and the need for full self-expression that in seeking to burst the traditional limits of society can bring society to ruin. 18. A problematic aspect of the prospectus is the support which it appears to give to the view of America as somehow the special creation of American males. Women have always had a special place in the United States, respected as women have been in no other modern country, James acknowledges, then goes on, but the American male has had a passion for human relationships, social and personal, general and intimate, and it is this which above all constitutes the high civilization of the United States. He has not been able to create or establish this relationship with women. Depending on how one reads the statement, it could be interpreted as either a critique of otherness or as a limitation of James's analysis. If it is the latter, such a view privileges the male subset as the driving force of the entire American population, a view which has the effect of diminishing America's 330 stark social divisions, inequalities, and conflicts when men are seen as the virtual representatives of the culture as a whole. James's omission of women from the intellectuals and authors discussed in the text also raises the important issue of canon. Because the figures that he presents are nearly all male, the result is that the voice of women is absent from the text. Although James devotes a significant section of the prospectus to an analysis of the struggle of American women for equality, there are no voices of women. By including William Lloyd Garrison, Wendell Phillips, and Frederick Douglass, it is true, James's canon represents an important expansion over what existed at the time, but its overwhelmingly male focus still represents a major limitation. James's unbounded enthusiasm for the subsequent literary achievements of African American female writers in the 70s, moreover, makes the absence of any real female voice in the prospectus all the more surprising. There are only two exceptions to the absent voice of women, found in references en passant to the autobiography of Eleanor Roosevelt, This I Remember, 84, and Margaret Mead's Male and Female, A Study of the Sexes in a Changing Society. 85. The absence seems all the more contradictory in view of the fact that it was James who insisted to his political organization that correspondents devote a section in the newspaper to women. He insisted also that it should be edited by women, a responsibility which was given to the Los Angeles branch of the group. In fact, it could be argued that the woman's section of correspondence during the 50s was theoretically way in advance of the women's movement and the New Left of the 60s. It departed sharply from the old socialist slogan of equal pay for equal work and dealt with issues of the family, relations between husbands and wives, child rearing, etc. One of the most popular articles that would ever appear in correspondence was something called, I Prefer a Man Who Is Backward, which rejected the idea of the superiority of the middle-class male in relation to women. The treatment of the women question in correspondence is reflected not only in the preparation of the section, but also in the role that it played in the writing of A Woman's Place. Co-written by Selma Weinstein, later James, and Filomena Maria Ario, with assistance from Vivian Hall, A Woman's Place was published in February 1953 in Los Angeles. It was among the early voices that would help to pave the way for the new women's literature to emerge in the 60s and 70s. A profound yet simple statement of the problems and oppressive conditions faced by American women, it was James who insisted that the authors should be left alone by the rest of the organization in order that they might feel free to write what they wanted to. If James's prospectus reveals a point of view that was quite rare on the American left at the time, it also drew upon de Tocqueville's Democracy in America, with its considerable attention devoted to women in American. 331. Society, mistresses of their own action is how de Tocqueville refers to them, which provided James with the conceptual building block upon which he elevates his views of American women. More importantly, however, the prospectus reflects the salient role of women in Johnson Forest, notably Rhea Dunayevskaya, Grace Lee, Freddie Payne, Constance Webb, and, at a later date, James. The participation of women in Johnson Forest was the real source of the sense of immediacy that can be felt in James's treatment of the subject in the text. When James observes that de Tocqueville and Bryce have drawn attention to the exceptional advantages she has enjoyed throughout the history of the United States, his statement was a mirror of the reality of the Johnson Forest organization, which enjoyed, as a result of the participation of the women in leadership, definite advantages in the quality of its life as a political group, not the least of which was the discussion of women that went on within it. Despite his modernity and his support for the claims of women to equality, however, James was not a feminist. The problem of canon is best exemplified in the context of James's response to the suggestion made by the reviewer in the New York Times Book Review of January 29, 1950, J. Donald Adams, who observed that there was a subject about which not nearly enough has been written, the relationship between the sexes in the modern world. James welcomed Adams's observation as being absolutely correct, but he was frankly skeptical about the reviewer's prediction that the subject of women would become one of the great themes which writers will approach during the remainder of this century. It is practically virgin territory, Adams declared. James responded, Adams thinks that creative writers will approach this theme during the next half-century. The fatuity of these thinkers is beyond belief. Joyce, Proust, Lawrence, T.S. Eliot, during the last 30 years approached many other serious problems very creatively. And what is the result? They have increased the sense of demoralization, bankruptcy, and hopelessness. What in the name of heaven can creative writers do in the face of what we have been describing? What this reveals is the unconscious assumption, common to both James and Adams, that creative writers somehow meant male writers. Within a very few years of this exchange, a new generation of creative women writers as well as the developing feminist movement would challenge the situation of literary hegemony, ultimately exploding the assumptions of male discourse and laying the basis for an assault upon the canon as a bastion of male privilege. The publication in English, in 1953, of Simone de Beauvoir's landmark work, The Second Sex, signaled the start of the movement that paved the way for the international groundswell of feminist writers, activists, and scholars whose voice would transform the discourse of men and women in the latter half of the 20th century. The tremendous storm of controversy generated by publication of de 332 Beauvoir's L'Extrême Sexe in 1949 would have reinforced the significance of these earlier views. Like de Beauvoir, James integrates the struggle of women as part of the class struggle, at the same time that it is linked, as in de Beauvoir's analysis, to the struggle waged by blacks for equality. There is involved here a revolution in relations comparable only to the revolution which will emancipate labor and the revolution which will emancipate women, James states, in describing the importance of the black struggle, it exists on a par with the labor question and the women question. Women's experience in the process of production resulting from wartime labor shortages was an emancipating experience, transforming their potential as a revolutionary social force in their own right. For many millions of women, especially younger women all over the world, work in factories and in farms was an introduction to a new world of freedom, independence, and common social experience. And speaking of the sense of frustration that women feel, James explains that the struggle of women is the direct counterpart of the sense of hopelessness and frustration felt by the masses of workers in modern industrial production. To make the point clear, James asserts that the resolution of the struggle of women will only be found in a revolution in individual relationships as great as the revolution pointed at in the labor process. 19. In spite of the insight that the prospectus reveals into the nature of production relations, James's predictions concerning the political futures of key labor leaders would eventually fall wide of the mark. In the case of Walter Reuther, who later became head of the CIO but ended up being politically eclipsed by George Meany, James's prediction proved wrong. James contends in the prospectus that the labor leadership is headed for governmental power and that the labor leader most symbolic of this welfare state bureaucratized concept was Reuther. Likewise, James saw John L. Lewis as wielding enormous power which has made him able to challenge the full force of the government and official opinion in peace and in war. Lewis for his part simply faded away after the war. In actuality, James's prediction of the increasingly powerful role of the labor movement in American politics, the next logical step is political power and the fusion of the labor bureaucracy with the government bureaucracy, failed to come about. Since the 1980s, the American labor leadership and union movement as a whole have floundered in disarray and have suffered steady decline. The same paradoxical combination of short-term anticipation and long-term analysis is reflected in James's penetrating analysis of American Intel 333 lectuals. It is also sociologically very suggestive. The outstanding change in the social structure is the centralization, the bureaucratization, the incorporation of the great mass of intelligentsia into the unit which governs, manages, instructs, organizes the great undifferentiated mass. Likewise, his comments about the integration of intellectuals as part of the labor bureaucracy, to assist the labor leadership in building a mighty bureaucratic centralized apparatus, to resist extreme reactionaries and diehards, on the one hand, and above all, on behalf of the interests of labor, to discipline labor, so as to organize and to plan, is highly suggestive, even if it might need to be amended and updated. James's designation of intellectuals into three groups, composed of Catholic humanists, existentialists, and adherents of the common form, also dates what is otherwise a still very relevant discussion of the role played by modern intellectuals in overall social planning and production. The Communist Information Bureau or Cominform was established in September 1947 by the Communist parties of the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Poland, France, Italy, and Czechoslovakia to coordinate the activities of European Communist parties. It was originally headquartered in Belgrade, with Marshal Tito as its de facto leader. 86. Intellectuals identified with these three groupings have long since ceased to carry any political or ideological weight. James was of the view, however, that they would continue to exert a dominant influence. Written before the start of the modern civil rights movement, which was signaled in December 1955 with the Montgomery bus boycott, the event that catapulted Martin Luther King, Jr., to national prominence, James's text antedates one of the most historic turning points in modern American politics. Because of its proximity and partly due to James's keen sensitivity to the mood of the African American community, the prospectus resonates with the sound of the struggle that would shortly arise and transform America. James adopts a skeptical view of the previous civil rights strategy based on federal enactments to succeed in outlawing the legalized system of white supremacy in the South. Let us face what the Negro question is, James writes. It is an economic question, it is a political question, yes, so it is, but it is primarily a question of human relations, but not in the common sense of those words. These relations remain a sealed book to the large majority of the nation above the Mason and Dixon line. Basing his critique on the analysis of racism presented in E. Franklin Frazier's recently published The Negro in the United States, 87, James implies that only a fundamental social movement has the capacity to transform the South. That is where we must begin. There is involved here a revolution in relations comparable only to the revolution which will emancipate labor and the revolution which will emancipate women. In this sense, James was clearly prophetic in his estimate of what the struggle for black freedom would require if it was to 334. Challenge the entire system of racial oppression in America. Where James's view fell short, however, was in his underestimation of the range and power of the actual movement that he predicted. In its mobilization of the entire country, particularly in its ability to enlist the authority of the federal executive, the civil rights movement went well beyond what anyone in 1950 thought was feasible in overturning the system of segregation. As James viewed it, however, the federal government would not enter the struggle on behalf of the struggle to overthrow segregation. The limitation of this political forecast, existing side by side with his otherwise accurate assessment of the imminence of the movement, is especially ironic. To anyone who has grasped this stupendous reality, one of the most astonishing in the history of modern civilized nations, all the agitation and excitement about civil rights, a national F.E.P.C. with teeth in it, a federal anti-lynching bill, abolition of the poll tax, etc., all legislation of this kind to be passed in Congress, all this hullabaloo can be seen for what it is, a body of legislation which, even if it is all passed, will not alter the fundamental situation, James argued. From this assessment, he extrapolated a political scenario that was categorical in its denial. No federal administration, he asserted, will hurl itself into a civil war with the states and vast numbers of the population of the South, in a vain and costly attempt to change a situation such as we have described. Yet this was the underlying political strategy of the whole civil rights movement in the South. The success of the civil rights movement in changing the nature of politics in the South and in America as a nation, however, should not obscure the fact that the problem today is that, as James said in 1950, a body of legislation, which even if it is all passed, will not alter the fundamental situation. It is not that nothing has changed or that the changes that have occurred have not been valuable. It is that nothing fundamental has changed. XX. A similar test of the accuracy of James's forecasting ability was presented by the events of the Cold War, which form the political backdrop of the text. James comes close to subscribing to the Cold War mystique of Americanism, particularly when he argues for the credulity of the official opinions of a very substantial organized body in the United States which revolve around the thesis of the freedom of the individual, in business enterprises but elsewhere also, and free association. He sternly warns, to sneer at this means to misunderstand the past of the United States and the tremendous power of this idea which is and will always remain a part of the national tradition. At first glance James seems to be supporting the Cold War version of the 335 myth of American exceptionalism, but it is clear from the text that he understood the ideological agenda behind its manipulation by those who rule, guide and instruct the United States and the people of the world about the United States. He certainly was not taken in by the oft-repeated slogans of free individuals, free enterprise, science, industry, democracy that is, the voice of America, and this at a time when every thinking mind in America is pondering over the outcome of precisely what these terms signify for American and human civilization. Perhaps the affirmative tone of his statements was designed to render his underlying critique more palatable to a popular audience at a time when the prevailing anti-communist hysteria throughout the United States condemned such views as heresy. As James was to explain a couple years later in the conclusion of Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, his prospectus was also a claim before the American people, the best claim I can put forward, that my desire to be a citizen is not a selfish nor a frivolous one. 88 The Stalinist totalitarian order that James inveighs so mightily against, however, no longer corresponds to the contemporary world of Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. James spent many years observing Stalinists of various types in different parts of the world and making a reasonably close study of their writings, which was put most notably to advantage in his World Revolution 1917–1936, The Rise and Fall of the Communist International / 89. Stalinist parties had scored impressive gains in Western Europe and in Asia at the time that James was writing. The victory of the Chinese Communists had just occurred a few months earlier in 1949. James's analysis of Stalinist totalitarianism follows David Russett's L'Univers Concentrationnaire. 90. The first book to make the crucial identification between Nazism and Stalinist totalitarianism, a question that James struggles to clarify in the note that comes at the end of his introduction. In this volume there is made an identification of the regimes of Hitlerism and Stalinism under the common name totalitarian, he asserts, but then follows the warning. It must be understood that this implies no identity of the regimes. The characterization has been made merely to emphasize the ultimate social consequences of any kind of regime which does not develop along paraded creative lines, developing the creative spirit of the mass. Politically speaking, the differences between Stalinism and fascism, particularly on a world scale, are of immense, in fact of decisive importance. James's account falls midway, chronologically, between, on one side, George Orwell's 1984, a novel. 91. And, on the other, Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism. 92. And Theodore Adorno et.al., The Authoritarian Persona / ity. 93. James's involvement in the analysis of totalitarianism forms part of this wider post-war intellectual project. It has been 336. Overlooked because it remained unpublished. Now that it is available, it can be evaluated as a missing piece of this rich mosaic of post-war theory. The death of Orwell, on January 21, 1950, occurred while James was in the middle of composing his prospectus. James had known Orwell during the 30s in England. Both men shared the same publisher, Secker and Warburg, and were together on the same political side of the barricade during the Spanish Civil War tragedy. Orwell's own valiant struggle against Stalinism in Spain, forcing him ultimately to flee that country in fear of his life, was vividly recounted in Homage to Catalonia. 94. Mat 1. Why critics consider this to be one of Orwell's best books. If, as V.S. Pritchett believed, Orwell's 1984 marked the end of the literary movement of the 30s, perhaps James's analysis of totalitarianism also marks a sort of political and intellectual homage to Orwell from America. James's statement that the close study of the United States will explain most easily to the people of Western Europe why totalitarianism arises, the horrible degradation it represents, its terrible cost to society, the certainty of its overthrow shows an awareness on the part of James of the potential of a European audience for his work. It would thus complement the discussion of totalitarianism that Orwell's work had already done much to help understand. James was attempting to advance the analysis still further. I aim at showing, he informs the reader in the introduction, that the apparently irrational and stupefying behavior of people in totalitarian states is a product of modern civilization, not merely in terms of the preservation of property and privilege but as the result of deep social and psychological needs of man in modern life. What is novel for this time is James's insight into the disintegrative character of totalitarianism, in the form of the Stalinist system, a prophetic view of its demise that counterbalances the assessment of its seemingly absolute character. This was quite rare among political commentators of the 40s and 50s on the left. The prescient quality of James's analysis, now borne out by events in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, is perhaps best summed up in his statement: these regimes will collapse ultimately. They solve neither economic, social, nor psychological problems. They integrate the personality by destroying it altogether. They destroy the very basis of progress in the productivity of labor. The police state is an economic burden and a psychological cancer. XXI. In my view, the most significant limitation of the prospectus stems from the absence of any discussion regarding automation and its impact upon workers. James did not foresee the enormous dislocation that was to result from the 337 massive introduction of the new technology of automation, which began in earnest in the early 50s. This does not mean, however, that he would have been surprised by its consequences, even if it is missing from the prospectus. Marx's comment in the Communist Manifesto, and later repeated in Capital, to the effect that capitalism is revolutionary because it is constantly revolutionizing the means of production, and with them all the social relations associated with them, was fundamental to his thinking. Technological change has always resulted in setbacks for the working class, but James would not have doubted for a moment that the class had the capacity to recover and create new forms of organization to deal with the changed situation. The term automation was coined around 1946 by the automobile industry to describe the introduction of automatic devices and controls to mechanize production lines. But it was the development of the electronic digital computer UNIVAC, Universal Automatic Computer, in 1951 that ushered in the new technological era. The consequence for American workers would be enormous. The analysis in American Civilization rests on a perspective of the industrial working class as stable and solidified in heavy industry. In reality, the American working class was about to begin to undergo a period of extremely rapid transformation. Automation went beyond anything that James anticipated. On the contrary, he was of the view that the strength of American labor unions in such heavy industries as mining, steel, and automobile, had developed to the point where they hold in their hands the keys to the American industrial process. James was aware that something was stirring, however, for the alternative that he presents in the prospectus is both stark and implies rapidly advancing technology. The modern world is organizing itself scientifically at such a speed, he asserts, that either it must be ruled in totalitarian fashion or by a new conception of democracy beyond anything we have known. What the introduction of automation technology in machining, chemical processing, metallurgy, assembly, and electronics manufacturing was to effect was a major reorganization of industrial work, while at the same time replacing mainly semi-skilled and militant workers, machine operators, assemblers, etc., with machines. Whereas unionization of heavy industry inaugurated a brief era during the late 30s and 40s during which workers held much of the power to determine the pace and staffing of production, supported by a shop floor system of power and authority in the form of stewards and committeemen, from the late 40s and early 50s management employed automation to recapture much of its authority. What is important to stress is that this effort by management aimed at regaining control of the shop floor was indirectly facilitated by the leadership of American unions. With its focus on wage and fringe benefit issues such as pensions, the union leadership abandoned any pretense at participating in 338. The setting of production decisions. The result was a rapid restructuring of production that destroyed the traditional worker networks that had provided for a considerable amount of autonomy in the production process during the 40s. In addition to displacing large numbers of skilled workers, automation simultaneously laid the basis for creation of a permanent underclass in America made up primarily of blacks and members of other minority groups. The massive automation that took place in the auto industry in the 50s disguised this trend due to the changed racial composition of the auto workers in the Detroit metropolitan area, which now became, in the majority, black. The theoretical void that exists for the most part within the left today in regard to automation and the development of the even more advanced technology of robotics and the impact of both on the restructuring of the labor process is not accidental. The intellectual collapse of the left is nowhere more apparent than in this failure. In any attempt to overcome it, however, James's theoretical legacy, with its concentration on creative forms of association within the labor process, and the self-activity and autonomy of persons in confronting social relations, becomes indispensable. XXII. Two schools of historical practice, both of them in the Marxist tradition, proved important to James in the conceptualization and writing of American civilization. Numerous allusions to their influence are to be found scattered throughout the text. The first was the historiography of the English Civil War of the 1640s, specifically the historiography of the radical egalitarian sects of the eras such as the Levellers and Diggers. The second was the school of historiography associated with the study of popular movements in the French Revolution. The combined influence of both schools is reflected throughout the prospectus, but nowhere more forcefully than in James's statement at the conclusion of his discussion of the American abolitionist movement. In emphasizing the radicalism of Wendell Phillips' leadership, James points out how the policy of seizure of the land by the Negroes was known in the South among the Negroes as a Wendell Phillips, and is reminded, furthermore, of Phillips' idea of organizing a party to challenge Lincoln's government. By degrees the power of the North asserted itself, and for the same reasons that the Republican Party superseded the abolitionists, Lincoln's government was never challenged from the left. Then comes the clarifying statement which shows the clear influence of both the English Revolution and the French Revolution. The great national crises in social upheavals are caused by challenges to revolutionary governments, not to established. 339. 1. It was the challenge of Lilburne and the Levellers to Cromwell, of the Paris Commune to the Committee of Public Safety and Robespierre which marked the most desperate crises of the revolutionary regime. It never came to this in the American Civil War. But the abolitionists and Phillips in particular show that in the United States, such an embryo, such an anticipation of extreme revolutionism had developed. A year or two later, the same fusion of historical perspective would be expressed. In the prospectus announcing his final American lecture tour, the list of possible topics all deal with American subjects with the exception of one lecture, entitled New Currents in Historical Thinking and Research. The main focus of the lecture is the English and French revolutions, and to these James adds the subject of the American Civil War, a topic which, coincidentally, the present text does not treat in any depth, a surprise considering James's view that whatever is socially significant in literature and the arts of America takes its roots from the United States which came to an end in the Civil War. It is possible that James was equating the Civil War with the abolitionist movement which he discusses at some length in the prospectus. 2 years before, James sought to identify the origins leading to the contemporary ascendancy of the petty bourgeoisie as a class grouping. In Notes on Dialectic she claimed to have found its origins in the English Revolution of 1640–49. At the conclusion of a lengthy analysis, he advances the view that democracy was not the creation of the French Revolution, but of the British, petty bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie of radical small farmers and artisans. 95 The following year marked the celebration of tercentenary of the English Revolution, 1649–1949, and James produced a lengthy two-part essay on the role of the Levellers in the English Civil War. Writing under the pseudonym of G. F. Eckstein, the first part, entitled Cromwell and the Levellers, appeared in May 1949 in the Fourth/International. 96 The second part. 97. Ancestors of the Proletariat, was published in the September 1949 issue. Besides demonstrating a novel integration of the popular literature of the Levellers with an analysis of their revolutionary politics, the first installment indicates the important connection which the analysis of 17th-century English events had for James's subsequent discourse on contemporary America. The point could not have been made more explicit. The same process can be observed in the French Revolution, he writes, and the most striking historical example of it is the long drawn-out battle in the United States today over the interpretation of democracy. At the first serious clash it will be discovered that the battle over bourgeois parliamentary democracy covers social conceptions and aspirations to which this type of democracy is entirely subordinate, and nowhere will this be more marked than among the great masses of people. For his essay, James draws upon and positively acknowledges the recent 340 research of such outstanding scholars as A.P.S. Woodhouse, A.D. Lindsay, Don Marion Wolfe, William Haller, and Godfrey Davies. He also notes, but takes strong issue with, the analysis of British communist historians published in the special April 1949 tercentenary issue of Modern Quarterly devoted exclusively to the so-called Puritan Revolution. In this same context, James refers also to the British Communist Review issue of March 1949 focusing on the Great English Revolution, as well as the 1948 issue of the American Science and Society, which published the British Marxist historian Christopher Hill's essay, The English Civil War Interpreted by Marx and Engels. Also contained in the same issue of Science and Society was a lengthy article by Herbert M. Moray on Marx and Engels on America, which James would not only have seen, but might also have acted as a stimulus to his own thinking. Finally, at the conclusion of the overall essay, James closes with a celebratory statement that positively links the historiography of the English Civil War with the second of the two historical schools that we have referred to. Referring to the Levellers as these bold revolutionaries, James also designates them the brothers of the Sans-Culottes and the enrages of the French Revolution and the Russian Bolshevik workers of 1917, the Parisian social and political revolutionaries. XX3. As with the revolutionary movement in the case of the English Civil War, a significant feature of Notes on Dialectics is the examination by James of the French Revolution in historical logic. 98. Central to the whole discussion was an analysis of the complex and unstable relationship, before it finally disintegrated, of the popular movement with the revolutionary dictatorship under the leadership of Robespierre and Saint-Just, to whom there is a poignant reference made in the present text. After recalling the impact of Saint-Just's famous utterance at the height of the French Revolution that happiness is a new idea in Europe, James adds the statement that America had already shown the idea to the world in America. It is significant that James uses the French Revolution to explain what could be expected in America. No one in the world dreamt that underneath the France of 1789 had developed the passion for equality which was to burst forth in the French Revolution, to take one example, and help tear down the age-old structure of monarchy, aristocracy and clergy, James assures the reader. He goes on, yet historians after the event could go back and trace the stages by which this growing passion was developed, established itself below and in the interactions of the old regime, its advances and retreats, the disguises it assumed, and how and why it became so much a constituent part. 341. Of the nation that finally it burst forth as it did. This appears in Chapter 6, the second of the two chapters devoted in the prospectus to dealing with industrial workers and their struggle for control of production. Then, in his summing up near the end of the chapter, James again draws the parallel with the popular movement of the French Revolution. This that we have put here so roughly, so unambiguously, is not everything, but everything springs from there, he observes, while noting that it took 100 years before French historians recognized plainly that the French Revolution was a social revolution springing from depths that affected the ultimate social lives of the great majority of the population. Finally, at the end of the prospectus, James again compares the coming American struggle with the historical examples of the English Civil War and the French Revolution. Referring to the social needs underlying the mass mobilization that he forecasts taking place in America, James writes, once the spell of routine is broken, they will appear with extreme rapidity and develop with even more startling speed. It must be remembered that no one, not a single soul, guessed what the French masses, so passive in 1789, would demand in 1792. The thing was beyond human imagination. The same in Britain in 1645. But we can learn from history. These repeated statements found in his 1950 prospectus strongly indicate the presence of definite historical models in the social analysis that underlies James's vision of America. If anything, the importance that James attached to the French Revolution grew with the passage of time. After 50 years, he writes in 1989, "The French Revolution means more to me than it did at the beginning of my serious studies." In American Civilization, James makes explicit reference to the two giants of French revolutionary historiography, Jules Michelet, 1789–1876, and the French socialist Jean Jaurès, 1859–1914. The reference foreshadows the appraisal that he would make in the expanded bibliography accompanying the second edition of the Black Jacobins, Toussaint L'Ouverture and the San Domingo Revolution. James writes there that many pages in Michelet are the best inspiration for understanding what actually happened in San Domingo. Michelet's monumental Histoire de France, 1833–67, with its lyrical Jacobin, almost messianic, ethos, and the author's heroic effort at rescuing from obscurity ordinary lives, made him, in James's sight, the greatest historian of them all among the great historical school of the French Revolution. Michelet was a constant inspiration to James's own historical imagination, with its radical, Jacobin tone stamped upon all that he wrote. He was also, along with Marx, the chief inspiration for Jean Jaurès, whose multi-volume Histoire socialiste de la Révolution France, 1901–04, provides the impetus behind all modern studies of the French Revolution. Jaurès, in addition to establishing once and for all the economic basis of the revolution, exhibited a sympathetic understanding of the great mass movements. 342. The zenith of French revolutionary historiography was reached with the great Georges Lefebvre, 1874–1959, whose studies represent, according to James, the crown of this work of over a century. 100. James singles out for special mention Lefebvre's mimeographed lectures to students at the Sorbonne. These are the same lectures that Richard Cobb argues are, in my opinion, far the best introduction to the general history of the French Revolution. 101. Lefebvre's career of scholarship, James concludes, would be difficult to parallel. 102. XXIV. James's interest in the historiography of the French Revolution became more than a theoretical interest in 1948, when he was asked by Daniel Guérin to translate the latter's recently published La lutte de classes, sous la Première République, Bourgeois et Bras News, 1793–1797. 103. The U.S. Immigration Commissioner who wrote the first rejection of James's appeal against deportation was to include in his statement of rejection a reference to the fact that James was now en aide in translating from the French a history of the French Revolution. 1. A political study of the revolutionary sans-culottes, Guérin's book gave fresh theoretical impetus to James's preoccupation with the creative role of popular movements in the history of revolution. It forms the backdrop to the recurring transference that James makes from 1948 onward to the French Revolution and the parallelism that he draws to the role of the popular classes in the United States. In the bibliography to the 1963 edition of the Black Jacobins, James gives high praise to Guérin and his work, which he describes as a brilliant, original, and well-documented iconoclastic study, which centers around the conflict between Robespierre and the various mass movements. 105. In the late 40s, James formed a close relationship with Daniel Guérin, who spent 2 years, 1947–49, visiting the U.S. on a fellowship from the French government. Guérin and James met on several occasions in New York during this period. An anecdote recalled by Guérin of one of their meetings provides a social context for what must have been a mutually stimulating and intellectually rewarding relationship for the two men. There was a small French restaurant in New York called the Paris Brest, a very charming popular type restaurant with typical Czech tablecloths. It was owned by a couple from Brittany. French sailors from the warships used to frequent the place, but not to eat a meal since they could not have afforded it. The patron used to offer them free liver pate sandwiches. I invited James to this restaurant. he was a bit apprehensive about a cold reception but was amazed by the warm welcome he 343 received, the first time from a white restaurant. There was still much racial prejudice, even in New York, in those days. 106. Up to the time of his visit to the U.S., Guérin was best known for his analysis revealing the class and economic determinants in fascism's march to power in Italy and Germany. Published in French in 1936 as Fascisme et Grand Capital, 107, the book quickly established itself as a classic in the Marxist canon on fascism. It was translated into English and published in America under the title Fascism and Big Business. 108. Dwight MacDonald wrote the introduction. As an admirer of James's Black Jacobins, Guérin helped to arrange for its translation into French by Pierre Navely. Published in 1949 by Gallimard as Les Jacobins Noirs, it was reviewed by Louis Menard in the February 1950 issue of Les Temps Modernes. 109. James was interested in my evolution, explains Guérin, because of the spontaneous and anarchistic tendencies in my principal work Lutte de Classes, sous la Première République, which Guérin commissioned James to translate. Unfortunately, after completing only 3 chapters, James was forced to discontinue the work. 110. A copy of the original transcript of James's partial English translation of Guérin's book was found in the same place and at the same time as the copy of the transcript of the 1950 American prospectus was discovered. Extensive sections of the translation were duplicated and circulated within James's group for discussion and political education. Guérin spent his 2 years, 1947-9, in the U.S. conducting research for the study of America that he was to publish upon his return to France. Au peuple américain? Whither the American people, would cost Guérin his visa to the U.S., thus preventing his return to America and the completion of the work by hampering the writing of the 3rd volume. 3 excerpts from the work in progress were published in Jean-Paul Sartre's Les Temps Modernes. 112. Prior to that, in August-September 1946, it had published an impressive double issue devoted exclusively to the subject of USA. It seems probable that Guérin would have shared with James his ideas of OUVALE peuple américain, in the hope of eliciting his comments prior to publication. Whether or not James was shown the manuscript of Guérin's book, Guérin does refer in his 1st volume. 113. To James's Trotskyism in the United States, 1940-47, the balance sheet. In the 2nd volume, however, Guérin makes frequent and repeated references to essays by James and his colleagues, notably Freddie Forrest, Rhea Dunayevskaya, and William Gorman, dealing with the struggle of African Americans. All of these essays were published in the 4th International, theoretical organ of the SWP, over the 2-year period 1948-50. Despite the use made by Guérin of the writings of James and his colleagues, however, it appears from the context that James was critical of the 2nd volume of OUVALE peuple américain, in particular the section treating 344 literary executors. Afterward La Revolte Nègre, which was shortly afterward excerpted, translated into English, and published separately in the U.S., under the title Negroes on the March, a Frenchman's report on the American Negro struggle. 114. Guérin mentions in the text of the English edition of the excerpted work that he received a letter from a correspondent in the U.S. disagreeing with the views expressed concerning the alleged African background of American blacks' ethnic and cultural features. Guérin upheld the view advanced by Melville J. Herskovits in his landmark The Myth of the Negro. 115. Which boldly argued for recognition of the African origins of African American culture. In the American publication of Negroes on the March, Guérin attaches a special appendix, entitled Has the American Negro an African Background?, in which he responds to the criticism. Guérin's correspondent had argued that the Negro is a constituent part of American society. He has no culture but Anglo-Saxon culture. There are no ethnic barriers. D. H. 116 Stan MG MTS Way. From the content of the views expressed as well as their literary style, it is plain that James was the correspondent. Throughout all of his writings and speeches James took the position, as was stated in the 1952 descriptive overview of his popular lecture, The American Negro, Touchstone of American Civilization, that the social characteristics of the American Negro are, above all, American. The very segregation of the Negroes intensifies these characteristics and makes the American Negro a touchstone to the development of the American people. The fact that Guerin refrains from naming James as the author of the letter was purely precautionary, in order to guard against its possible use in the deportation proceedings that were then underway in America against James. The basis of intellectual reciprocity between James and Guerin, even in the presence of such disagreement, was still considerable. In fact, James sets out the plan of his American prospectus and the hopes that he entertained for publication of the eventual manuscript in a letter that he wrote to Guerin dated January 17, 1950. It is a unique source for reconstructing the development of the present text. At the same time, on account of the abundance of relevant data marshaled by the author, Guerin's Au Val Peuple Américain provides the essential empirical backdrop to many of the key political issues discussed in James's prospectus, particularly as they concern the position of the labor bureaucracy. In the preface to his first volume, Guerin also asserts a point of view that is very similar to that of James. America, thanks to mass production and the high level of its technology, is in the act of creating the material basis for a kind of civilization such as has not yet existed on the planet, a mass civilization, civilisation de masses, a civilization for everyone and not, as in old Europe, for the privileged few. 117, Civilisation de classe ou civilisation. De masse was also the title of an article by Guerin, published in France, in 345. 1930, in Révolution prolétarienne. 118 Guerin ends the preface of his 1950 work with a promise that the conclusion of his study will analyze more fully the mass civilization with which America today brings hope to the world. The original concept was borrowed by Guerin from Lucien Romier, whose formulation of the phenomena of mass civilization was constructed on the basis of his analysis of American civilization to be found in Qui sera maître, Europe ou Amérique, a book that was a model of narrative brevity, theoretical clarity, and incisive originality. A similar awareness of the transforming power of mass production had been enunciated by yet another French observer, André Siegfried, a very intelligent European, according to James, whose America Comes of Age, 1927, ends with a remarkable statement on the incompatibility of individual freedom with mass production. It is a remarkable passage, written in 1927, James observes in the prospectus, but one that was limited by the fact that the author failed to comprehend that this was not a matter of art and self-expression but a question of the essential day-to-day lives of civilized men, wearing them down and against which they are revolting. Guerin's presence in America might well have served as an additional intellectual catalyst for James in the late 40s. Their relationship supplied him with valuable contact with French intellectual currents, affording him particular insight, as James reveals in the text of the prospectus, into the movement of French existentialism, as well as making clear to him the dominant position among left-wing intellectuals of the French Communist Party. Moreover, James's analysis of American society draws heavily upon the example of revolutionary movements in the French Revolution embodied in the phenomena of the sans-culottes, enrages, and sociétés populaires. These were the substance of Guerin's La lutte de classes sous la Première République, Bourgeois et Bras News, 1793–1797, which Guerin asked James to translate. In 1958 James would cite Guerin's book as the finest study of the activities of the working class during the French Revolution. 119 James's American Civilization Prospectus represents, from this broader perspective, a novel extension of French revolutionary historiography into American history. The objective, it must be emphasized, was never for some purely intellectual exercise. It was guided by the attempt to comprehend the struggle of American workers for mastery of production in light of the modern obstacles that confronted them. The question, the vital question, James decided, is whether some such movement, and the modern masses have an inherent power infinitely greater than those who worked between 1830 and 1860, whether this movement is bound to end in the vast oppressive bureaucratic militarist structures which mean without a doubt the end of civilization. 346. XXV. At the most general conceptual level, the idea of American civilization is one that today is hardly ever used, a decline in usage that has been especially marked since the American bicentennial was celebrated in 1976. To the extent that it continues to have intellectual currency, the concept appears mainly as a refraction of the image of the United States in the discourse of foreign commentators, viz., Kayahashi et al., America no Bunkify American Civilization. 120. André Caspi et al., La Civilisation Américaine. 1.1. Foreign consumption of the idea was inevitable in light of the very significant role that immigrants played in the development of the United States. Many influential authors such as Oscar Handlin, Charles and Mary Beard, Edward Sapir, and Franz Boas, writing on cultural anthropology, have also stressed the immense role of European immigration in the development of humanistic studies, mass culture, and mass society in America. Conversely, these authors also dispute the myth of Anglo-Saxon culture in the formation of American culture. It is the placing of the needs of common humanity at the center of social concern that ultimately redeems the concept of American civilization and transforms it from the discourse of Americanism into criticism of American society. By the late 40s, this change was already apparent in Harold Laski's The American Democracy. 122. The final chapter of which was entitled Americanism as a Principle of Civilization, Chapter 14. In clarifying the complex relationship between the European tradition and Americanism, 123 Lasky helps us to understand how the concept of American civilization was generated out of the process of cultural negotiation between American identity and the dominant idea of European cultural provenance. With the end of the Second World War, however, this transatlantic transaction was finally settled, in America's favor. What is at least certain is that Americanism will never again be an outer province, as it were, of the European idea. 124. The conclusion to which this leads is, in its essence, simple, he declares. It is that the peculiar complex of qualities we call Americanism is now subject to much the same forces as the peculiar complex we call Europeanism. 125. The forces that Lasky had in mind were fundamentally social. Americanism must come to mean the same thing for the sharecropper of Arkansas as for the stockbroker on Park Avenue in New York City, for the steel worker in Pittsburgh as for the corporation lawyer in Wall Street, for the senator from a southern state like Alabama as for a senator from a northern state like Vermont, if, indeed, the House is to stand. 126. The corollary of this new definition of Americanism put forth by Lasky was political, free change, where there is a majority will for free change, as the technique by which the content of Americanism is defined. The allusion to Americanism by James in the text to raise the problem of color. 347. Alone as a barrier to Americanism is to alienate the greater part of the population of the world, closely parallels Lasky's social definition of the concept. James certainly was familiar with Lasky's book, which he describes in the introduction as issuing from a renewed attempt by foreign commentators to grasp the essence of the American civilization. Included in the list are Dennis W. Brogan. 127. Jeffrey Gorer. 128. Wyndham Lewis. 129. And a full study by Harold Lasky. James expands the concept of American civilization as social critique, which he premises upon the struggle of ordinary people for association and self-representation. He is careful to distinguish clearly his own views on American society from what he considers to be the inadequacies of the liberal sociology of Dewey, Beard, and Parrington. That is why I devote, he explains in another place in the text, substantial space to the lives of the great masses of the people in factories, offices, and department stores, their home lives, and seek a correlation in this with what is so lightly called the entertainment industry, but what is in reality one of the most powerful social and psychological manifestations of the American life and character. It also supplies the key to the value that James places on Melville, who, in his view, described common men as they have been described in no modern literature. To cite another example, James was of the view that the films made during the Second World War were important because of the attention given to the actual life of the common man. From this perspective, James's American Civilization represents not only a notable attempt to extend cultural and social analysis to hitherto much neglected material, embracing a whole range of cultural phenomena that had been dismissed up until then by American Marxists as being either too trivial or misguided, James demonstrates how this evidence of popular culture could be studied and the criteria whereby the new material could be interpreted in politically meaningful terms. XXVI. By the end of the Second World War and with the immense cultural changes that followed in its wake, a countervailing tendency began to unfold, making the myth of American exceptionalism less and less tenable. However, America's ascension to the role of champion of the West struggling against Soviet communism, while it reinforced the sense of national mission, made the notion of America as a special case in international politics unfashionable. Paradoxically, the place where the idea of American exceptionalism continued to have considerable intellectual appeal was within post-war American historiography. This was especially true of the myth and symbol scholars and historians whose work came to fruition and flourished through 348 out the 50s and finally tapered off in the 60s. 130. The intellectual mission of this generation of American scholars was to a significant degree nurtured and shaped by influences of pre-war literary movements that laid the intellectual foundations for American cultural criticism. The paradigm of the myth and symbol school was based on the notion that all interpretations of American culture must focus on what is uniquely and distinctively American. From the galaxy of scholars who rose to prominence after the Second World War, scholars such as Perry Miller, Henry Nash Smith, David Potter, R.W.B. Lewis, Marvin Myers, Roy Harvey Peirce, Charles Sanford, Leo Marx, and Alan Trachtenberg, would come a flood of important books that very rapidly and firmly established the myth and symbol genre of American scholarship. In this context, James's Beyond a Boundary, with its metaphor of the game of cricket, represents, figuratively speaking, the counterpart of the American myth and symbol school of American historical consciousness. XX7. James's prospectus serves as literary and historical evidence of the legitimacy that the concept of American civilization had acquired from the 30s and up through the 40s. Such intellectual legitimacy as the movement attained by 1950, however, still had to contend with the unmistakable disdain of American society that James detected not only within intellectual circles in Europe but also in America. Until the latest phase of American economic and political power forced unwilling and self-interested recognition upon them, James notes, with the Marshall Plan and NATO obviously fresh in his mind, the universities, intellectuals, and organized culture of Europe paid no organized attention to American literature, art, history or civilization. But if this was the case with the intellectual elite in Europe, the situation was hardly better in the United States. The serious students of philosophy, literature, and culture today in America are far more familiar with and interested in Dostoevsky and Kafka, Picasso and Matisse, Kierkegaard, Heidegger, Marx, and Freud, the philosophy of existentialism than they are in the literature, art, and philosophy of the United States. James's objective in the text was not simply to deplore but to try to overcome the theoretical inadequacy of previous attempts to address this critical situation. He believed that what he had to say was new. It is this quality of theoretical intervention that explains the manifesto-like quality of the prospectus. It is now possible to see how James's ideas about American society belong to that same cluster of insights which the American scholar George Lipsitz recently lamented as constituting a lost opportunity for scholarship and criticism in the evolution of American studies. 131. The Trio. 349. Of figures whom Lipsitz had in mind were Ralph Ellison, Chester Himes, and Charlie Parker, but James fits readily into the same category of missed opportunities. Indeed, James's comment concerning the significance of Chester Himes and Richard Wright as individuals holding up a banner of betrayed Negro revolutionism making them groping pioneers for a Native American radicalism, provides additional weight to what Lipsitz decries as one of those many turning points in history that failed to turn. 132 James's acquaintance with Wright also provided him with a powerful intellectual stimulus. James was so excited by the discussion that evolved in the course of their first meeting in 1945 that he was afterward moved to write. "I have been wavering about writing a book. But I shall hesitate no longer. By the time they have recovered from his autobiographical novel, Black Boy, I shall hit them across the eyes with a historical study." 133 Once again, as was true in 1939, the African American question, which, according to James, neither white America nor black America has faced, for the deep fundamental thing that it is in the life of the nation as a whole, 134 gave renewed impetus to his long contemplated intervention. In a very real political sense, American civilization was ultimately the product of James's long-standing preoccupation with the significance of African Americans as a key critical for explaining the dynamics of American society. Most importantly, James's manuscript crosses the cultural and political divide in American studies. James crosses it most forcefully in his critique of the Philistinism of the intellectuals for thinking that workers are stupid or apathetic. It is reflected in his comment on the failure of American film to address major social issues of the day and in his confidence on the readiness of popular audiences to see such issues dramatically portrayed. Imagine now the Philistinism which would profess to believe that the American masses could not understand it inasmuch as they were not educated enough as yet. They would understand it only too well. James also crosses the divide in cultural criticism and cultural discourse in the nature of his appreciation of the significance of Herman Melville. At the time of his writing, the post-Second World War Melville revival was in full swing. He is being recognized at last, James comments, but goes on to say that nowhere have I seen anything like justice done to him as an interpreter of the United States and a guide to contemporary society and contemporary art as a whole. Another area where the divide is crossed is James's novel attempt at integration of the literature of the middle of the 19th century with the popular arts of the 20th century. I propose to show that here is not mere shoddiness, vulgarity, entertainment. On the contrary, here, after the writers of the middle of the 19th century, are the first genuine contributions of the United States to the art of the future and an international. 350. Art of the modern world. The emphasis placed by James upon the writers of the middle of the 19th century, Poe, Melville, Hawthorne, Whitman, and Emerson, strongly points to the influence of Harvard scholar F. Matheson, 1902-50, whose monumental study American Renaissance, Art and Expression in the Age of Emerson and Whitman 135 revolutionized the whole study of American literature and did more than any other book to set the American canon as it would be taught in American universities after World War I. 136. James acknowledges the value of Matheson in the prospectus, describing him as an author of a very fine and liberal-minded study of American literature of the 19th century, who, he is obliged to note, has stated in print that if he were in France, he would join the French Communist Party. Matheson committed suicide in 1950. Matheson's work marked the culmination of a critical revolution in the study of American literature that had begun building after World War I. Its chief goal was the creation of a national literary identity for America through the rewriting of American literary history from the point of view of the tradition of democratic thought rather than from the previous perspective of regional and political divisions. Largely responsible for the definition and development of the critical study of American literature in the 30s and 40s, Matheson propounded a radical theory of literary interpretation that was directly linked to the search for a usable past. Although at this stage it is only a hypothesis, it seems possible Thajamiz's 1944 stated goal of achieving the Americanization of Bolshevism could have been informed or reinforced by Matheson's American Renaissance, with its challenge to repossess a literature for our democracy. 137. Matheson would have been especially important to James for the reason that it was Matheson's book that effectively launched the Melville revival in the United States. By far the largest section of American Renaissance is taken up with the discussion of Melville. 138. Matheson also laid the foundation for the modern critical interpretation that James would adapt and expand. In American Renaissance, the political symbolism of Melville's Moby Dick is already present. Responsive to the shaping forces of his age as only men of passionate imagination are, even Melville can hardly have been fully aware of how symbolical an American hero he had fashioned in Ahab, Matheson decides, adding, he is the embodiment of his author's most profound response to the problem of the free individual will in extremis. 139. This is James's thesis in a nutshell, as can be seen in the statement made in Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways that Ahab has been trained in the school of individualism and an individualist he remains to the end. 140. It was the adaptation and expansion of Matheson's paradigm into the present that James would make his most notable contribution, based on his bold interpretation of Ahab as symbolical of the modern trend toward destructiveness, on the one hand, and, on the other, the crew of the Pequod as embodying the power of social regeneration. Referring to the scene when Ishmael the narrator is at the helm of the Pequod at night and he is reflecting upon the ship's crew working below, James declares that at first sight is the modem world, the world we live in, the world of the Ruhr, of Pittsburgh, of the Black Country in England. In its symbolism of men turned into devils, of an industrial civilization on fire and plunging blindly into darkness, it is the world of massed bombers, of cities in flames, of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the world in which we live, the world of Ahab, which he hates and which he will organize. 141. Or destroy. In the absence of Matheson's American Renaissance, James's lethal reading of Ahab and redemptive vision of the crew in Melville's Moby Dick may never have succeeded in the interpretive range which it attained. Andrew Delbanco, introducing the new definitive text of Moby Dick, 142 affirms the continuing significance of James's interpretation, as the Trinidadian writer C.L.R. James suggested long ago, he writes, Melville's political vision of the mirrored fanaticism of ruler and ruled was to be most fully realized in Europe and only fitfully approached in the United States. 143 Matheson's American Renaissance illustrates the significance of the study of American literature for the evolution of James's ideas concerning not just Melville, but, more generally, the Americanization of Bolshevism. James's prospectus is built upon just such an extrapolation from literature to politics and back again. In his discussion of the literary expression of the 19th century in relation to the cultural expression of the popular classes, James asserts that it is in the study of these and the outbursts of American social and political action in the same period that there can be seen the beginnings of tendencies which have now reappeared with tremendous concrete force both among intellectuals and in the artistic fare of the masses. A similar transference occurred in the case of James's reading of Melville scholar Henry A. Murray's landmark edition of Pie or The Ambiguities. 144. In a letter dated March 7, 1953, that was addressed to another Melville scholar, J. Leda, James attributes great value to Murray's work. In his introduction to Pie, Murray says specifically, Moby Dick, for instance, was the super best prophecy of the essence of fascism that any literature produced. To me, that is what matters. In 1953, Murray's essay represented a major turning point in the shaping of James's perspective regarding the political symbolism of Ahab. For James, the great fictional characters of literature such as Melville's Ahab were characteristic social types who were also indicative of the age which was to follow. It is precisely the symbolic factor that James finds to be missing in the character of Croft in Norman Mailer's The Naked and the Dead. 145 The forces which 352. Melville could not see because they did not exist, James recognizes, exist for Mailer today, but only as external forces, the labor movement, politics, Marxism. He does not see them dynamically as Melville saw Ahab in embryo and let his imagination go to make him a symbolical character. The greatest expression of James's synthesis of the literary tradition with political analysis came, in fact, in his bold intervention into the field of Melville scholarship with his Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, written in 1952. James declares his political perspective on Melville without any apology. What the writing of this book has taught the writer, he declares, is the inseparability of great literature and of social life. I read Melville during the great historical events of the last 7 years, and without them I would never have been able to show, as I believe I have done, that his work is alive today as never before since it was written. 146 James reveals another important influence in shaping his interpretation of Melville in the valuation he gives of D. H. Lawrence's studies in classic American literature. 147 In his 1952-53 lecture prospectus, James remarks, Melville and the other great American writers of his period give to Western civilization of the last quarter of a century a view of itself as exists nowhere else in such concentrated compass. D. H. Lawrence first saw this, and despite his quirks and obsessions, his book on American literature, though published over 30 years ago, is still the only book which recognizes what American literature of 1840 to 1860 signifies for contemporary Europe. Yet another important allusion in the text which reveals how James gleaned ideas from American literature to buttress his political outlook on American society was the reference to Vernon H. Parrington, dubbed by one recent scholar as the intellectual founder of American studies. 148. James uses Parrington to emphasize the creative quality of the American abolitionist movement. A finished book will have to relate Emerson, Thoreau, and the Transcendentalists to Whitman, Melville and the abolitionists, he cautions, but then adds, sufficient to say that even Parrington says that the soil which produced Emerson also produced Garrison. They were complementary parts of the same movement. It was Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great spokesman of the Transcendentalists, who, speaking just after the outbreak of the Civil War, gave voice to the urgent need of the hour. The evil you contend with has taken alarming proportions, and you still content yourself with parrying the blows it aims, but, as if enchanted, abstain from striking at the cause. Emerson admonished his audience gathered at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., in January 1862. Foreshadowing the policy that Lincoln would eventually adopt some 6 to 8 months later, Emerson declared, "Emancipation is the demand of civilization. That is a principle, everything else is an intrigue." 149. If Matheson's American Renaissance finally established the legitimacy of American literature, Parrington's magnum opus, Main Currents in American. 353. Thou 9ht, an interpretation of American literature from the beginnings to 1920, so established the legitimacy of studying American thought. With that act, comments Gene Wise, the integrating study of American culture was to enter a new era. James's integrating vision of American culture and politics was also no different. It exemplifies, in my opinion, how an integrating American studies might be done. XX8. James's vision of American civilization was in a significant way predicated upon an analogy with his own West Indian colonial experience. This cultural identification is echoed in the chapter on the popular arts, when, for example, James makes the observation that the great masses of Americans are backward in culture in the European sense, but in the essential needs of modern civilized man as we have described him, they are the most advanced people upon the face of the globe. What we have in this statement, in my opinion, is the revolutionary Marxist speaking in the voice of the colonial vindicationist. In the course of Notes on Dialectics, the two facets of James's politics are united around the vindication of Lenin, when James asserts that it will be many years before justice is done to this amazing, this incredible man. He took the Russian Soviets and created a new universal, for the world. 151. The challenge of cultural vindication was always of paramount importance for James in his capacity as a colonial. It was what inspired the struggle in the 30s that James conducted for West Indian self-government. In the concrete circumstances of the United States, James would discover a depth and breadth of cultural mastery that took vindication to new heights. The criterion of mastery is employed throughout to vindicate American civilization. The crisis of Ahab, he states near the beginning of Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, is that of a civilization which has recognized that it is on the way to complete mastery of the arts and sciences of civilization. 152. Its possession is also what assured him that Americans were capable of achieving a major new advance toward a higher stage of social existence as part of that process of mastery of the mind, which is one of the signs that man has reached the stage where he must live a truly human existence. James locates the symbol of mastery, ironically, among what Melville terms this my savage crew aboard the Pequod. James sets out to vindicate the primitive savages that form part of the crew, Queek, Tashtigo, and Dago. They are the representatives of the three continents where primitive men were still found. The men are masters of their craft, brave and skillful as virtuosos. But over and over again they perform the bravest acts, far beyond the line of duty. Whenever anything remarkable is done, one of 354 them does it. Such a conception went beyond strictly aesthetic ideas. It rested upon a critical understanding of the strategic position occupied by certain individuals standing outside the mainstream of civilization. Illustrating the point concretely, by reference to the characters and plot of Prometheus, Lear, and Ahab, James wrote to the Melville scholar Howard P. Vincent. I am convinced that it is not at all accidental that all three are men of a certain maturity, that they are engaged in mortal conflict with forces symbolical of an outwork society, that the scene of the conflict is set in remote places outside the boundaries of civilization, and that at the critical moment each is surrounded by followers who are themselves outside the pale of civilization, disinherited men or women. Mankind is once more unaccommodated man. Here can be seen one of the earliest instances of the enunciation by James of the twin concepts of cultural boundary and mastery from the colonial perspective, to which he was to give full literary expression in Beyond a Boundary 10 years later. The same concept was also embodied in James's discussion of Melville's concept of nature. James believed that Melville had gone beyond seeing nature as simply symbolizing the goal of the struggle for mastery, to encompassing the idea of society divided into two spheres, the stable society of the land, and the society of the sea, which together represented the shifting boundaries of man's need to go further and ever further. The problem that American civilization seeks to explain is the crisis that resulted from the loss of that sense of mastery that Americans underwent with the advent of large-scale capitalist industry following the Civil War. It is a crisis that James is able to articulate and empathize with very completely, for being himself an unaccommodated man from the colonial realm. Thou art the thing itself, unaccommodated man is no more but such a poor, bare, forked animal as thou art. 153. Once again, the crew of the Pequod serves for James to symbolize this earlier phase. They do their work splendidly, the ship is kept in fine shape, the whole crew does its daily work heroically, to recall de Tocqueville's phrase. Symbolizing the transition from this early achievement also were America's two greatest artists of the 19th century, Walt Whitman and Herman Melville. In the case of the former, the old heroic individualist activity was going, and Whitman, the intellectual, passionately wanted to be one with his fellow men. In the case of the latter, the old heroic individualist America he knew, but he could see as artists see that the old individualism was breeding a new individualism, an individualism which would destroy society. Melville saw, and indeed on the basis of his experiences, could see no solution whatever, but it is noticeable that this American, this product of the heroic individualism of 1776 to 1850, had no sympathy whatever with intellectualism or escapism of any kind. With the end of the American Civil War, the freedom, the energy, the heroic quality of the individual pursuing his daily vocation was lost. It was forfeited on the floors of America's factories in the period of rapid industrialization. Renewal could come about, according to James, only through its extension into the realm of work, but caught in this contradiction and under the pressure of the labor organizations, the state actually proposes now no longer freedom but security, security for children, against sickness, better housing, for the rural areas technical education and fixed prices, for full employment, for vacations and pensions for the infirm and aged. There can be no more striking contrast to the heroic frontiersman, trader, sailor, and artisan striving to be a capitalist, of the early days. An example of renewal for James was achieved by the CIO, the aim of which was to give the workers mastery in the shops. At stake was the future of American civilization. We face a problem that goes to the very roots of our civilization, of the intimate and at the same time social lives of the great majority of the population. James goes on. This is the fundamental conflict. There is on the one hand the need, the desire, created in him by the whole mighty mechanism of American industry, to work, to learn, to master the machine, to cooperate with others, in building glittering miracles that would achieve wonders, to work out ways and means to do in 2 hours what ordinarily takes 4, to organize the plant as only workers know how. And on the other hand, the endless frustration of being merely a cog in a great machine, a piece of production as is a bolt of steel, a pot of paint or a mule which drags a load of corn. The two strands of James's analysis in terms of association and culture are joined at the point where his exploration of the antagonisms of American society connect cultural experience with the creativity of American social movements. This perspective stands in sharp contrast with the conclusions voiced by the generation of post-Second World War American social critics such as David Reisman, C. Wright Mills, William H. White, Daniel Bell, Christopher Lasch, and Richard Sennett. Although these critics recognized the spreading domination of the economy and society by large-scale bureaucracies, they nonetheless mourned the loss of the older entrepreneurial spirit of American individualism. However their analyses differed in detail, Elizabeth Long has pointed out, all of these critics agreed that the transformation of a relatively decentralized economy into a centralized and interdependent set of interlocking bureaucratic hierarchies had left little room for the entrepreneurial endeavor, style, or character. 154 Fearful of the ever-increasing social conformity bred by mass society, the men in the gray flannel suits, the country club Christians, the organization men, the frightened herd that composed the lonely crowd. 155 The social critics of the 50s would try in vain to discover some vision of moral transcendence that could salvage the values of traditional individualism and revive older forms and values of community. By contrast, James saw a quite different social reality, something that eluded their sophisticated instruments of opinion measurement and sociological profiles. Instead of passivity and sterile conformity, James recognized signs of tremendous creativity embedded within popular culture, reflecting the striving for autonomy and free association that he posited as occurring within the sphere of production relations. It is important to point out that James was able to theorize the dynamics of popular culture in the way that he did because he starts out his analysis not upon the premise of individualism but upon the craving for free association that he identifies as the principal American character trait. James takes the view that this was de Tocqueville's most important insight into the working of American society. De Tocqueville, says James, the most remarkable social analyst, native or foreign, to examine personally the United States in the first century of its existence, saw that the American individual showed an altogether exceptional capacity for free association, in industry, in politics, and for any other purpose. The result was that individuality and universality achieve a fusion in America unknown elsewhere. By adopting as his starting point the norm of association as opposed to the norm of individualism, James is able to invoke the imperative of community that the other critics tend to dismiss. It is the only means whereby the powerful and self-destroying individualism can find fulfillment. A new society was required to reunite the individual and the community, since, we have lost the models and the feeling for that type of work after 500 years of individualism. James looked upon modern individualism as the antithesis of true individuality, which he credits as the real achievement of the earlier America. Basing himself upon Frederick Jackson Turner, the most popular writer of the advancing industrial age, James argues that by the turn of the century the rupture with the American past of heroic individualism was complete. Turner saw the actuality and the future in a manner impossible to the limited vision of Bryce. The influence upon James of Frederick Jackson. Turner's book on the significance of the frontier in American history and the specific character of American civilization was great, indeed. Turner's frontier thesis dominated historical thinking in the United States until Charles and Mary Beard's The Rise of American Civilization broke its monopoly in 1927. Although Turner's ideas have subsequently undergone a good deal of criticism, with Marxists in particular stressing the role of ideological class conflicts, his theory of the importance of regions was reflected in the emphasis that James places on regional divisions and consciousness, which he describes in the first chapter of his prospectus as the basic impediments to American national consciousness, which James argues, was the necessary condition for a strong national culture. James likewise wholeheartedly embraces Turner's discussion of the democratic nature of the country, particularly the prominent role that Turner assigned to the contribution of popular associations of the Western states. The crisis of American civilization, as James saw it, was fundamentally a crisis resulting from the struggle to overcome the impediments erected against free association within the relations of capitalist production. Denied in the realm where it most mattered, i.e., in the process of work, the struggle to achieve autonomy was transferred to the realm of representation, energizing popular culture. Spontaneously and without any political organization, popular culture became a world movement towards the creation of man as an integral human being, a full and complete individuality with the circumstances and conditions of that fully integrated individuality. The sphere of popular culture now became a terrain of contestation. The film, comic strip, radio drama are a form of art which must satisfy the mass, the individual seeking individuality in a mechanized, socialized society, writes James, where his life is ordered and restricted at every turn, where there is no certainty of employment, far less of being able to rise by energy and ability or going west as in the old days. Conversely, the actuality of popular culture offered a model of integration by demonstrating a parallel fusion, an immense social and artistic movement which points a broad arrow to the future and the integration of the social and aesthetic aspects of life. It is the writer's belief, James goes on to declare, that in modern popular art, film, radio, television, comic strip, we are headed for some such artistic comprehensive integration of modern life, that the spiritual, intellectual, ideological life of modern peoples will express itself in the closest and most rapid, most complex, absolutely free relation to the actual life of the citizens tomorrow. While this may have sounded utopian in 1950, it has long since become an everyday reality, so that it is routinely taken for granted today. James was among the first cultural theorists to delineate the dual process of contestation and quest for integration within the domain of popular culture. In observing the content and form of the popular arts in America today, with their international success, he asserts, it is possible to deduce the social and political needs, sufferings, aspirations, and rejections of modern civilization to an astonishing degree. His analysis closely resembles the argument put forward by Walter Benjamin in his Pathbreak in Flow 1936 essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. There is no evidence to suggest that James actually knew of its existence at the time that he was writing, and yet his analysis arrives at the essential conclusion of Benjamin regarding the communicative meaning of modern expressive art. The popular film, the radio, the gramophone, the comic strip, the popular daily paper and far more the popular periodical constitute a form of art and media of social communication which through mass production and the type of audience produced in the United States constitute a departure in the 20th century as new in civilization as the art of printing in the 15th. James recognizes. It has transformed the production of art. But while James's discussion strengthens Benjamin's basic thesis of the contemporary de-aestheticization of art, he was sensitive to the surrender of the critical function in the new, mechanically reproduced popular arts, particularly as it was reflected in the violence, brutality, sadism that engulfed popular entertainment after 1929. In such a society, James declares, the individual demands an aesthetic compensation in the contemplation of free individuals who go out into the world and settle their problems by free activity and individualistic methods. He goes on, impotent rage, anger, and frustration which can find expression only in a popular art of blood, destruction, torture, sadism, and an outlet for cheated, defrauded personality in vicarious living through a few striking personalities. These are the basic results in the only field where the masses are not free but at least have some choice in deciding. From the perspective of cultural theory, such statements replicate, ironically, the criticism leveled against Benjamin's position by Theodore W. Adorno, 1903 to 1969, in the latter's own landmark 1938 essay, on the fetish character of music and the regression in listening. 157. It is worth noting Thajamiz's criticism of what he takes to be the failure of the modern popular art is illuminated by an evaluation comparing the artistic achievement of Greek drama with that of the modern American film as a guide to the future of modern art and society and their capacity to achieve social and aesthetic integration. A classic today of the sociology of art, Adorno's essay is a polemic directed explicitly against Benjamin's position. It applies the Marxist theory of reification to enunciate the negative, regressive aspect of mass culture. James, for his part, tempers his enthusiastic embrace of the ideological values pervade in the popular arts. He recognizes the negativity of the mass culture industry. No, he declares, we have to examine more closely the conditions in which these new arts, the film, and with it the comic strip, the radio and jazz have arisen, in order to see exactly why they become an expression of mass response to societal crises, and the nature and limitation of that response. In criticizing what he took to be the failure of popular art today, James attempts the difficult task of differentiating and maintaining the dialectical unity of success and failure. It would seem that deprived of any serious treatment of the problems which overwhelm since 1929, the modern masses have reacted in two main ways. They have fostered on the one hand an individualistic response to violence, murder, atrocities, crime, sadism, and on the other they have pertinaciously fostered and encouraged by their money and interest this creation of synthetic characters. Through them they live vicariously, see in them examples of that free individuality which is the dominant need of the vast mass today. Not only in their artistic but in their public lives these stars are the real aristocracy of the country and they perform one essential function of any genuine aristocracy. They fill a psychological need of the vast masses of people who live limited lives. James affirms his essential optimism, however, regarding the continuing validity of the aesthetic function of art. It is this conviction that enables him to imagine a social situation in which by means of fine artists and gifted performers, there will be an almost day-to-day correspondence between the ordinary experiences of many millions of human beings and their transmutation into aesthetic form. This would inaugurate a new stage in the development of modern popular art, but one that is conditional upon the consciousness of the artist that a vast public is ready to assemble together to listen to him. James connects the political urge concealed in the trend toward aggression in popular art with the violent frustration originating inside the labor process. Far deeper social forces are coming into action, James observes in this connection. James also traces to the contradiction of labor the collapse of Greek drama because of the latter's failure to deal with it. The Greeks of the 5th century aimed at universality. They accomplished the miracles that they did, but they failed because they could not, take into account one particular aspect of universality, how a man labored. Theoretically, what James was attempting to explain was the role of popular response in the process of cultural production. He seems to be arguing that this response was a reflection of the struggle for association and autonomy within the sphere of everyday labor. The outcome of this productivist theory of aesthetics becomes a dual theory of cultural autonomy, providing a synthesis of the polar positions advanced by both Benjamin and Adorno. It constitutes, in my opinion, a significant theoretical advance. Recognizing that any real freedom of the individual, as understood by Americans before the Civil War, had ceased to exist except in the most abstract terms, James sought to comprehend the social antagonisms that he perceived were building up beneath the surface calm amid the unprecedented materialism of the post-war era. Approaching American society from the perspectives of daily life and work, and unfettered by the ideological blinders of either the entrepreneurial model of American individualism or the bureaucratic model of socialism, James perceived the making of an immense social crisis. Within the last dozen years, he declares, the always volatile, restless, aggressive American individual, has now reached a pitch of exasperation, suppressed aggressiveness, anger, and fear which irresistibly explode in private life but represent a profoundly social situation. The signs of an accumulating social explosion are everywhere. Instead of a sterile, conformist, and blandly materialistic American culture, James found in the vibrancy of the popular arts, films, comic strips, soap operas, detective novels, jazz music, blues, the achievement of an unsurpassed autonomy in the realm of cultural production that succeeded in winning popular allegiance because it mirrored for the vast majority of the population the goal that it was daily struggling for, namely, free association in order to control the work process within American factories and offices and fields. James was aware of the novelty that his analysis presented. He acknowledged the difficulty, particularly at this stage of its presentation and in its present form, that readers of the prospectus would be faced with. The whole concept is of unusual, though not insuperable, difficulty, especially as this is the first tentative statement. There will be some overlapping and repetition. It cannot be as easy to grasp as it would be after it has been rewritten half a dozen times and thoroughly discussed. James's viewpoint on the radical impulse underlying American popular culture stands in such marked contrast to the cultural conservatism of the social critiques of mass culture emanating from the post-Second World War generation of social critics as well as assorted New York intellectuals, Sidney Hook, Dwight MacDonald, Mary McCarthy, Richard Hofstadter, Irving Howe, Alfred Kazin, Daniel Bell, Lionel Trilling and Diana Trilling. 361. And others, that it is almost unique. It is precisely what also enhances its value and relevance to the current reappraisal of American studies as an intellectual project. James crosses the cultural and political divide in American studies by virtue also of the integration that he achieves in his analysis of the variables of class, race, and gender. Beyond this act of theoretical integration, he demonstrates their linkage with popular culture. In this respect, James's American Civilization stands as a watershed document in the transition away from the prevailing myth and symbol school, which was to a great extent responsible for establishing the legitimacy of American studies as a discipline, and points toward its displacement by contemporary theory in the new postmodern era, broadly speaking, of American studies. The problem of representation and knowledge grounded in ordinary life, the moral economy of work, the mundane practices of everyday life in conflict with bureaucratic social institutions, these are the concerns that a couple of decades later have come to distinguish the practice of the new generation of American studies scholars from those of the myth and symbol school that preceded them in the 40s and 50s. In this sense, James anticipates these later developments already in 1950. James's prospectus was also innovative in the use that it makes of the Marxist concept of alienation to analyze the social antagonisms of American society. It is the organizing, core concept that holds the various parts of the prospectus together and allows it to navigate back and forth between class and ideology, race and bureaucracy, gender and the production relations, popular culture and mechanization. It is also the reason that the pages of American Civilization remain so alive. As the social question has come to be defined increasingly by the regimentation governing all spheres of social life, the relevance of James's use of alienation as the central organizing concept for studying the problems of American society becomes apparent. The lasting value of James's American Civilization, however, is what it reveals about James and the world in which his mind and spirit moved. Its basic message was not different from the author's own need, which was to overcome isolation. The Latin root of isolation, it should be noted, is insula, or island. Through his writing and ideas, James was always seeking to overcome the isolation that he warns of throughout the text as the affection. Characteristic of intellectuals. Many European intellectuals write for common men, organize for them, and will readily die for them, do everything for them in fact except meet them as men, James reflects. The prospectus delineates the new isolation of the intellectual, which James sees best exemplified in Whitman, who sought ceaselessly in his verse to bridge the gap. Whitman became the singer of loneliness, the poet who ran away to the whole world. It was this picture of the existentialist intellectual, preoccupied with his own dreary doubts and anxieties, 158, that James set out in the prospectus to counter with an alternative political vision. In what is one of the most evocative passages of the entire text, James writes, "Whitman is alone, he has no sense of belonging to any section of society, no class to which he belongs, no class which he is against." The event that was to trigger James's preoccupation with this phenomenon of the isolated intellectual was the release in 1948 of Laurence Oliver's film of Hamlet, a dramatic masterpiece that was widely acclaimed by American critics, described by one of them as the greatest show on earth. 159 hailed in America as one of the greatest pictures of all time, Hamlet established the record as the first foreign film to be awarded an Academy Award for Best Picture, in addition to being awarded 4 other Oscars, including the award to Olivier for Best Performance by a Male Actor. Oliver's Hamlet stirred a great deal of controversy. In James's view, however, the film was a disaster. Have you noticed the colossal failure of Oliver's Hamlet, with his thesis that Hamlet's trouble was his love for his mother? James inquired in his letter to J. Leda in 1953. "You are startled, I am sure. I have begun, so I must finish. Let us, bearing Ahab in mind, stick to Hamlet. Why is he the character he is?" James answers, he is a new type of man, the modum intellectual. Olivier cut down Hamlet by imposing a social interpretation that distorted the character. Oliver's interpretation was predicated upon a view of Hamlet as governed by his Oedipal striving for his mother. For James, however, Hamlet was an estranged, tortured intellectual due to the nature of the age that produced him. In a letter written a couple days later to another literary critic, Meyer Scapiro, James reiterates this basic point. Hamlet is an intellectual, the first of the moderns, in drama what Descartes, Hobbes, and Locke are in philosophy. His virtue, and his vice, is his love of intellectual speculation, and that in a world where his special business is to think primarily of his social responsibilities. Hamlet questions every accepted canon of his day in the light of his own individual response to it. 160. The single reference to Hamlet found in American Civilization occurs in the section dealing with Melville. As always, James has his eyes fixed on the crew of the Pequod. Now, the question that Melville poses, James writes, 363, is, why did the ship's crew not revolt, put Ahab in irons or kill him, and thus save the ship and crew? It is a problem that James views as symptomatic of the present age. No generation but our own could have appreciated this, he asserts, which is also what he believed regarding the character of Ahab. James quotes Melville to the effect that the crew were not only mongrel, renegades, castaways and savages, but that they were morally enfeebled also by the incompetence of mere unaided virtue or right-mindedness in Starbuck, the invulnerable jollity of indifference and recklessness in Stubb, and the pervading mediocrity of Flask. If the character of Ahab in Moby Dick was a prevision of the modem totalitarian dictator, the significance of Hamlet for James was that he symbolizes the prototypic dilemma of the modem intellectual, caught between serving competing tyrannies and bureaucracies or else retreating into existentialist dread and isolation. In the breast of every modem intellectual, writes James, exists powerful tendencies to existentialist emotions and ideas. But equally present are the authoritarian complement. He explains their dilemma thus. Both are inherent in the history of modern production and the rationalism which has sprung from it, particularly since Rousseau. and they will swing between these forces, often combining both, until they have mastered an integrated humanism in which man as producer becomes the center of human theory and practice. Fearful or fanatical, the intellectual becomes in James's perspective a necessary partner of the totalitarian bureaucracies of the 20th century. Symbolically, therefore, Hamlet supplies the theoretical half that James uses to complement Ahab. How great passions could shake men who had escaped the rigid roles of feudalism, this more than anything else was what interested Shakespeare, James decides. The wavering that American intellectuals would experience as a result of the shaking produced by the crisis of capitalism greatly interested him. It was the political basis of his interest in the tragedy above all of Hamlet, who could not decide. That these men carrying, I say, the stamp of one defect, being nature's livery, or fortune's star, his virtues else, be they as pure as grace, as infinite as man may undergo, shall in the general censure take corruption from that particular fault. America was where James found a solution to his prolonged quest in the altogether exceptional capacity for free association, in industry, in politics, and for any other purpose. In America he felt liberated in his ideas and in his great gift of expression. Finally, it was in America that he found a way to overcome the peculiar estrangement that comes with being a colonial intellectual. If cricket was a metaphor of vindication, America became a metaphor of personal and cultural validation. While it was in the United States that James overcame his intellectual isolation, it must be emphasized that it was only achieved through a special form of political activity that was developed by James and his American colleagues as part of their political organization. The importance of their achievement is now becoming more widely known. Primarily, this activity took as its major goal the major reorganization of Marxist theory amidst the shambles in which it became mired after the Second World War. It was not by any means the personal achievement of James, however, as much as something made possible through association with a remarkable group of colleagues, a small body of Marxists who, during the years of his American sojourn, developed and sustained contact with and thus learned from what is always the main source of and advance in Marxist theory, the actions and ideas of the proletariat itself. 62. Looking back on the tasks and methods which we set ourselves in 1941, James declares, "In this work I found the only way that I could live with energy, peace, and satisfaction with the rest of the world, with my comrades, my family, and myself." 163. Through the looking glass of American civilization, and from his encounter with the rich contours and complex dimensions of America's society, James would catch a glimpse of his own colonial self-reflection, captured in the poignant question, why has the United States failed to produce men who planted flags in unexplored territory? The vindicationist imprint of the question is obvious. The problem that the question addresses is the phenomenon of mastery. The equation that James draws between civilization and cultural mastery reflects a unique blending of Marxism and the cultural imperative of the colonial subject. For cultural mastery rather than mimicry was the way of achieving a modicum of freedom within a colonial world predicated upon the denial of intellectual competence. Besides American civilization, the quest for mastery was most graphically symbolized for James in the story of West Indian cricket that he celebrates so wonderfully in Beyond a Boundary. With all of its many examples of brilliant mastery exhibited in batting, bowling, fielding, the strategy and tactics of play, etc., the book ends with this captivating prose portrait, one of James's greatest, of the first innings of Garfield Sober's batting in the 365 Brisbane Test match in 1961. It was the most beautiful batting I have ever seen. Never was such ease and certainty of stroke, such early seeing of the ball and such late, leisured play, such command by a batsman not only of the bowling but of himself. He seemed to be expressing a personal vision. I had thought of him as having too much bowling to do, but after that innings I knew that such batting can come only at moments, and until they come the unfortunate artist has the disruptive task of adjusting himself to what he can do in relation to what he knows is possible. This is a sphere beyond the unfailing self-mastery of a Bradman or a Hutton. 164. Beyond a boundary addresses the question, what do they know of cricket who only cricket know? James's answer has since become the anthem of Caribbean cultural and intellectual identity. To establish his own identity, Caliban, after 3 centuries, must himself pioneer into regions Caesar never knew. American civilization is not only the locus for the posing of the question, it is also the source of validation for the answer that would form the capstone of James's literary career. Ban, ca, Caliban has a new master. Get a new man. 165. To the question asked by Kant in 1784, do we presently live in an enlightened age? The philosopher answered, no, but we do live in an age of enlightenment. 166. On this view, James's American civilization forms part of the struggle for enlightenment of an unenlightened era. Cast out once before by the metaphoric Ahab from America, the West Indian Ishmael finally returns with his twice-told tale. Its publication thus marks a figurative sort of literary homecoming. Some will find James's prospectus vexing, undoubtedly, but, mainly, it should give us reason to pause. Written nearly a half-century ago, the questions that it poses seem even more timely today in 1993 than they would have in 1950. Fundamentally, it is about who and what will save America. Who is to begin it? And who is to begin what? James asks. These are not abstract questions. They go to the heart of the social question, which springs from the permanent struggle as to who will rule production. In addition to being still a timely work, therefore, American Civilization is also a cautionary tale of intellectual courage, written at a time of deepening moral and political crisis. Probing deeply into America, searching for the roots of its present discontents and the way out, it finally offers a countervailing vision. Deriving from the genius of American civilization, free association. Ever the colonial Jacobin, James writes as the spiritual descendant of the American abolitionists and transcendentalists of a century earlier. The emancipatory impulse that underlay their vision of American civilization reasserts itself in James, affirmed throughout his prospectus in his belief in the survival of that powerful, regenerative force that remains the most vital part of America, the creative power inherent in the masses of the American people. We forget this at our peril. Robert A. Hill, Literary Executor of CLR. James. Los Angeles, California. February 26, 1993. Chapter 2. From the Death Carol. Come, lovely and soothing death. Undulate round the world, serenely arriving, in the day, in the night, to all, to each, sooner or later, delicate death. Approach, strong deliveress. From me to these glad serenades. From out of the cradle endlessly rocking. Whereto answering, the sea. Delaying not, hurrying not. Whispered me through the night, and very plainly before daybreak. Lisped to me the low and delicious word death, and again death, ever death, 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 hissing melodious, neither like the bird nor like my earest child's heart, but edging near, as privately for me, rustling at my feet. Creeping then steadily up to my ears, and laving me softly all over death, 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 death. In the same article, Life rightly calls the best years of our lives a 172-minute catalogue of bromides about the post-war world, for frustration not only satisfies itself by murderous explosion but needs bromides as well. But that is not our main theme. By synthetic characters I do not mean anything offensive. Many of these characters are some of the most attractive human beings that have been seen on any stage. But the character is synthetic because it is the character which dominates and not the part played. Shakespeare comes closest in majestic tragic concentration. But Melville is closer to it than he, because Melville was more conscious of the relation of the individual to the mass. The question of regionalism has not been developed. But it dominated the Civil War period and is so far decisive in political relations as they are. For the future, Reuther's new power can mean almost anything. In his own union he has been called the leader of the right wing. But this description is only relative, by standard definitions Ruther is a far left-winger himself. He was once a socialist and still thinks in socialistic terms. His harshest words with executives in Detroit have been over his attempts to get the union a voice in management, a look at the books and a limit on profits. At the end of the war, in fact, it was one of Detroit's little ironies that R.J. Thomas, the UAW left-winger, should be trying to help the Kaiser Frazer Corp take over the old Willow Run bomber plant as a private industry, while right-winger Ruther was urging the government to run the plant, prefabricated housing, with the union playing a big part in the management. There is no doubt that Ruther's philosophy, if carried to its logical conclusion, would mean some sort of nationalization of industry such as is now being tried by the Labour Party in England. At any rate, Ruther has a program for Labour, and his program is more concerned with politics than with the old-fashioned picket line. Now that he is safe from communist undermining, the automakers will find him a tough customer. As far as mere bargaining goes, many of the manufacturers would rather deal with the communists, who are usually more interested in the party line than in advancing the cause of the union. But tomorrow's biggest headlines about Ruther may well be in the political field. Neither the communists John L. Lewis nor Henry Wallace could ever form a Labour Party or make Labour a really potent factor in the present parties. If the trick is to be turned by anyone in this generation, Ruther looks like the man to do it. He also looks willing enough. At the convention, a news photographer started to take a profile of Ruther from the right side, which Ruther considers unflattering. The redhead seemed to have more on his mind than just the affairs of the moment when he ordered, "Take it from the other side." 3 more than any philosopher in the modern world, Whitehead, who died about a year ago, was responsible for training a school of anti-pragmatic, anti-rationalist metaphysicians in the United States. 4 Signet has also issued Erskine Caldwell's Tobacco Road, 23 printings, 2,530,000 sold, God's Little Acre, 33 printings, 5,169,000 sold, Tragic Ground, 16 printings, 2,270,000 sold, Journeyman, 18 printings, 2,690,000 sold, George Boy, first Signet edition, over 1 million sold. Caldwell's books, as is well known, deal with the poor whites in the South. It is not at all excluded that there is a connection, but for the time being we leave it. Signet authors include Richard Wright, D. H. Lawrence, Chester Himes, Thomas Wolfe, and James M. Cain et al. 5 The report appears in La Pensée, theoretical organ of the French Stalinists, which has on its Comite director and its Comite de patronage IO professors at the Sorbonne, 2 at the Collège de France, including Frédéric Joliot-Curie, and 32 other leading intellectuals, scientists, and professionals.